Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a wild couple days since I last streamed. Since I've last streamed, we know Bradley Beal was traded, was moved on. We have Kristaps Porzingis traded. We have who? Chris Paul. I'm sorry, mind blank. Chris Paul traded. I'm trying to get everything together right now so I can get all the information together. Chris Paul traded. Jordan Poole is now on the squad. I mean, it's looking good, man. It's looking good. It's really looking good. So, in totality, when you look at the Bradley Beal trade, you get Landry Shamet, you get Chris Paul, you end up with 6 second rounders, and you end up with 4 pick swaps. Then you had the Kristaps Porzingis trade last night, which was crazy in itself because it ended up falling apart because the Clippers had issues with Malcolm Brogdon's health, and then the Celtics and Wizards ended up finding another third team in the Memphis Grizzlies, because originally the trade was going to be Kristaps Porzingis for who was it? The 30th pick, the Clippers first round pick, the 30th pick, and Marcus Morris Sr. But when it fell through, they ended up pivoting. Marcus Smart ended up getting traded to the Grizzlies, and somebody sent out first round picks. Oh yeah, and the Grizzlies sent out first round picks, and the Wizards ended up getting the number 35 pick and Tyus Jones, the backup point guard for the Memphis Grizzlies. The Wizards also picked up the Gallinari and Muscala from the Celtics as well. And then today we had the Chris Paul trade. He got traded to the Warriors for Jordan Poole, Ryan Rollins, and the 2030 protected first round pick and the 2027 second round pick. But we all know what we're here for, man. We're here for the NBA draft. So let me cut that up for y'all, man. We gonna talk about it as we go on. It's a lot to talk about. I got home a little later than expected. But we here. We here. We all know who the number one pick is going to be, obviously. So honestly, I should be talking right now because we already know. We already know what's going on.
Congratulations again to the Nuggets and the city.
So the Spurs are going to be on the clock. We all know Wembanyama's going number 1. So let's talk about these trades, man. Let's talk about Michael Winger, and Will Dawkins and company. I'm very impressed. I'm very impressed. I'm happy with what we could coop for Bradley Beal, Porzingis, etc. You know, I saw a lot of people on Twitter, a lot of Wizards fans. It was a little panic at first because people didn't like the compensation that we were getting for guys like Beal, for guys like Kristaps Porzingis. But people have to understand. I tweeted this out. The Wizards are trying to turn a Big Mac into a 5-star meal with very little leverage. The Wizards did not have a lot of leverage going into these deals. So, expecting a lot of, return was a little unrealistic. But I think what we got with the 4 pick swaps, first round pick swaps with the Suns. I mean, we got the 2030 protected first round pick for the Warriors. I think that's really good as far as draft compensation. And then you get a guy like Jordan Poole, who's young, who can score the ball. It's going to be really exciting. I think Wizards fans are really going to be getting behind him. And it's going to be a fun season for him. And then you have Tyus Jones. Now, who knows who gets moved? Tyus Jones, DeLon Wright, Monte Morris. Those guys are still on the market right now on the team. So it'll be interesting to see who gets moved if the Wizards are done dealing. And then we have tonight, the draft. We have tonight. Cam Whitmore is my number one guy. There's been some reports talking about his medicals. He didn't do good in interviews. I don't care about none of that. I think the guy can hoop. I really hope he falls to 8. That's my number one guy. But obviously you have him. You have Bilal Coulibaly. You have Anthony Black. You have Wallace. It's a lot of different guys, man. You have Bufkin that a lot of guys have been talking about recently in regards to the Wizards. So there's a lot of different names that have been popping up. You know, there's a lot of different names that have been popping up that Wizards fans like. I didn't bring up Asar Thompson. I didn't bring him up. He could be an option as well. So who knows? It's a lot going on in Wizards Nation, man. Kevin, thank you for the $1.99. What's going on, everybody? I know it's an exciting time. It's an exciting time in Wizards land. I'm hyped. You said I think we should move it to the top 5. I mean, you never know what's going to go on. You never know what's going to happen. You never know. I got my Twitter feed up right now. I don't care about having it up right now. Simply because we already know who the first couple picks is, etc. So, before I get started, thank you guys for being in here, obviously. Let me go ahead and turn this up.
I ain't never, ever seen you act like this before. You getting buckets. How you feel?
If you haven't liked the video already, please make sure to leave a like. If you want to donate like my boy Kevin did, you could do that. Kevin's also a member. If you want to become a member and support in that way, you can as well. But thank you guys for being in here. NBA draft, the pick is in. Obviously, everybody and their mama know is Victor Wembanyama. He's going to be going to the San Antonio Spurs with the number 1 pick. But I'm all in on Cam Whitmore, man. I'm all in on Cam Whitmore. I really hope that he falls. Let me mute this. They're over there rapping. Just what do you guys think about all the moves that have been made, man? What do you guys think about all the moves that have been made? Because it's been a lot. I know the Jordan Poole pickup was very exciting for a lot of people, for myself as well. I like Jordan Poole. I think he's going to have an opportunity to shine in Washington. I mean, to be able to get that for Chris Paul, I mean, hey. I love it. I love it, man. I think Michael Winger is doing a great job. I think Will Dawkins is doing a great job. That's why I said, relax. Things were still fluid. I think the front office has been doing a good job. If I were to grade him, Kevin, as you say, if I was to grade him, I'd give him an A right now. The reason I give the Washington Wizards front office an A is because it's simply put like this. What have I been complaining about for years now? I said, I don't know. I've always said, I don't know what the Wizards are doing. I don't know what direction they're going in. What's the plan for this basketball team? And they gave me a direction instantly. People may say, oh, you could have waited. Things may have gone too fast or whatnot. But it's no BSing around. There's no fluff, man. They got straight to it and they got active and they got busy. And I love to see it. I'm a big fan of that. I'm a big fan of that. They gave me a direction quick, fast. So I'm here for it. I really am. I'm all here for it, man. I think they've done a good job. Because they weren't for what they were working with. We have to understand as Wizards fans. And also, Wizards fans tend to overvalue some players. We can overvalue guys. It's true. But like I said before, man, you're trying to turn poop into fine china. And I think they're doing as good of a job as they possibly can right now. Starting this thing over. Getting a playable roster still. And creating flexibility for the future. And getting youth for the future. So, I'm excited, man. I'm excited to see what they do for the rest of this offseason. Tonight is obviously a big step as well to see what we do in the draft. We got a decent amount of picks. We got the number 8 pick. We got number 35, number 42, and number 59. So we got some work. We got some work. Another thing that's funny, I'm really not used to being my team being the talk of the NBA offseason. You know, I'm really not. Every time I see the Wizards pop up, I'm like, and people, all these people who I don't usually see, these bigger name peoples, it's crazy. Oh, here come the Victor Wembanyama pick. Let's log in.
With the first pick in the 2023 NBA Draft, the San Antonio Spurs select Victor Wembanyama from Nanterre, France.
Excuse me. There goes Victor Wembanyama.
Sharing this moment with his family.
There goes Victor Wembanyama, going number 1.
Historical moment.
Has the opportunity to be a player that, unlike the kind that we've seen before, obviously health's going to be a thing with him because of his frame. Guys we've seen who has that frame. Porzingis, Holmgren, guys can get a little injured, but other than that, I mean, going to the Spurs, going to Pop, I mean, his chances to excel are extremely high. Extremely high.
A dominant big man for the modern era.
Singularly unique.
It'll be fun to watch Victor. It'll be definitely be fun to watch Victor play. So, number 2, you got Charlotte. They've been talking about
but your point about the shot blocking. So in the
Brandon Miller. It could be Brandon Miller. It could be a couple of different things, man.
Victor Wembanyama played 34
It could be a couple of different things. It could be a couple of different guys. Chad, thank you for the $4.99. You said appreciate you covering the Wizards. Don't have many Wizards fan friends. Thanks to go Wizards. Yeah, shout out Wizards, man. I want the Wizards, man, to be successful. I know losing sucks, but if we have a direction, I'm okay with the losing. That was always my issue with the team. We were losing with no direction. That was my problem. Always felt like we were losing and I had no direction. If we're gonna lose,
I ain't never ever.
I want to have a direction.
You act
at
like
least.
this before. You get
And I feel like now, if we're gonna be trash next season, at least we have a plan for it. You know, we know it's a work in progress, baby steps. But at least we have a plan. At least we have a direction. Jay, my man, I appreciate the 5.
You
said, bro, I hope you can finally have some confidence in our team. Let's go. Jay, Jay, you was in my streams last off season. My whole demeanor is completely different from last off season into this off season. I went into last off season. I was very pessimistic. I knew what the season was about to be. I was just hoping that, you know, everybody else's hope was right. But I really didn't trust the front office. I didn't trust anybody. Now, with a direction, with a legitimate front office making moves, willing and dealing, oh yeah, I feel like a happy man. I'm a happy man. I feel like for the first time in a long time, my team is relevant. My team is not having a boring offseason. They're doing stuff, which is coinciding with their direction. I can't get no better than that for me, man. It really can't. It really can't. It really can't. Hey, I question. Who is Shawty by Victor right here? Who in the middle? Who's that? That's his translator?
Hearing that sentence from
No, he's speaking English. Who's that? That's his girl? Who's that?
So much that,
She?
you know,
Who y'all know who that is? Who that by Victor?
Oscar,
Oh, that's a sister?
Tears for you guys. What has it been like watching your brother in this pursuit?
Oh,
That's amazing. We are so proud.
oui.
For you. We are happy for the family, for the friends, for everything.
Oui.
For the basketball.
Okay.
That's so amazing. Yeah.
I knew that I was gonna tear
Damn.
tears because every
Sorry,
time
I got
about
distracted by
Mercedes,
by
with the first pick,
Victor's sibling,
everything,
sister.
I got this little tears in my eyes.
I ain't never
and
seen
I
him
knew
before.
that
Okay,
I
okay,
wasn't
okay,
gonna
okay.
let them in my eyes. Yeah, that's crazy, bro.
I'm happy for Victor too. Group hug, y'all. We all happy together. Before I got distracted, but yeah, if you guys was in here last off season, man, y'all knew what I was thinking. I didn't really have no, I didn't know what was going on for real. I was just hoping. I don't know. But now I feel like we got a direction, we got a plan, man, and I'm happy and I'm excited to see the direction and the rest of the plan and where this road takes us. Jordan Poole, I see some people talking about it on Twitter because reports were saying that he was available. So, I'm ready for the offseason, man. I'm ready for the offseason. Last season, I kept screaming boring. We're irrelevant. We're boring. It's the same thing. Those were the things I said last season, and I feel like it's the complete opposite way. And it's as simple as having a competent front office because that's where it starts at the end of the day. I no longer feel like this team is in purgatory with no direction. I no longer feel like we have a bunch of money tied up in guys and players for us to not be good and to not be bad enough to get a guy like Victor. I feel like there's hope for once in the fan base. I feel like there's a sense of positivity in the fan base. See, this is the thing I will always talk about because people on Twitter and whatnot on Wizards Twitter will come after Wizards fans for being pessimistic and negative. But I will always say the Wizards have given the fans no reason to be positive. Now look what happens when you get a competent front office who makes moves, who wills and deals. All of a sudden, the aroma in the air, the climate on social media for Wizards fans is positive. I wonder why. Because it's very simple. When you show the fans a plan, a direction, and you make moves, competent moves, people they'll be happy. It's as simple as that. Whatever the Wizards were doing before, you can't expect me to be happy with that, be satisfied with that, man, because I'm a Wizards fan and I'm just supposed to support because I'm a fan. No, I gotta have a reason. I'm a support because that's my team. I'm a support, but I have to have a reason to be optimistic. You know what I'm saying? I'm not about to just be optimistic because that's what a fan should do. Just be optimistic all the time. Nah, man, I'm gonna need a reason. Straight like that. I'm gonna truly need a reason. So, Brandon Miller, number 2. That's what I was expecting.
The newcomer of the year, Mitch Kupchak, the general manager in Charlotte, he was in attendance.
So I know they were saying with Portland, they were saying Scoot Henderson was impressing them a little bit.
Ability to shoot the ball at his size, that's just valued at a premium right now.
That's exactly what he is. He's an elite shooter that has.
I'm not surprised that they went with Miller. I didn't think they were going to go Scoot. I didn't think they were going to go
and he's a versatile shot maker.
With the Thompson twin. I didn't think that. Brandon Miller made sense. Put him next to LaMelo.
Out of pick and roll situations. He struggled at the rim early.
So it's a new time. It's a new wave in DC, man. It's a new time and a new wave.
As the season went along, but he can rip and run,
so
rebound, bring it up himself, and be dynamic.
It's going to take time, but as long as there's a plan,
he's not a big, strong body,
and the plan looks logical,
but he rebounds at a high rate.
I'm with it, baby.
Rebounds a game,
I have no complaints, and I continue to have no complaints.
I think he's going to be a good defender.
So that's that. Once again, thank you guys for being in here. We got 11 likes. If you guys have it, please make sure to like the video. If you do anything for your boy, just make sure to leave a little like for me. If you want to donate like my guy Chad, Kevin, or Jay did, you can do that as well if you want to support in that way.
I feel like the biggest thing for me,
if you want to become a member, you can do that as well.
Is
I'm gonna be talking about a couple different things, man. I'm gonna be trying to do a couple different things on the channel just to talk about some other things real quick. Like in the future, when the NFL season starts, I will be uploading. I don't know if I'll be streaming, but I'll be uploading, talking about NFL storylines. Because I watch football all the time. It's my favorite sport, actually. So I'm gonna be talking more about football. When the NBA season rolls back around, I'll be talking about the Wizards, obviously. Watching the Wizards, doing watch-along streams again, obviously. But also talking about just storylines in the NBA, you know? So, I got a lot planned, man. I got a lot planned. Kevin, it's funny you said I need some more. I know you talking about me with Victor's sister, but I really do need some. I really am thirsty. Like, high key. I really am thirsty. But I just hope Cam makes it to 8, man. I really do. I really hope Cam makes it to 8. I really, really hope Cam makes it to 8. Let me check Twitter real quick. Let me see. So I guess so. Portland isn't trading the pick. So Portland isn't trading the pick. I mean, that's I guess they're probably going to go with Scoot Henderson. Probably. But that's interesting. That's really interesting. It's interesting because Dame was saying he don't want to play with younger guys and all of that and help them grow. He trying to win. I mean, obviously, the best course of action for that to be would be for him to leave Portland, but he seems to not want to leave Portland, and Portland doesn't want him to leave if he's doesn't want to leave. So, but man, we got a lot of picks. Man. We really do. After we got 8, we got 35, and then shoot, we got 42, and then we got 59. And then it's interesting because the Wizards still have that first round pick that they owe to New York locked up right now. I don't know what the protections are going to be looking like. I don't know what they're going to be looking like for next season. I don't know what the parameters are on the protected pick. I know this season it was 1 through 14, and the Wizards fell in the lottery, so it didn't convert to the Knicks. Yeah, Kevin, I'm staying. I'm going through all the. As long as the Wizards got picks, I'm staying on. I'm staying on to the last Wizards pick, man. It's about to be a long day, a long night. I'm about to be on here for a little while because I'm staying until the Wizards is done. And they're going to be done with the 59th pick, which is the second to last pick. So we pretty much going to be watching this whole thing. Chit-chatting along the way, but watching this whole thing for the most part. Maybe said top 12 protection. Okay. Because, I mean, if the Wizards are rebuilding, who knows if the Knicks is ever going to be able to see that pick convert into a first. It may just end up converting into multiple second-round picks. But here goes the pick for the Trailblazers. It's expected to be Scoot Henderson. Let's see.
With the third pick in the 2023 NBA Draft, the Portland Trailblazers select Scoot Henderson.
Yeah, there goes Scoot Henderson.
Georgia. The
they said reports. They said they were impressed with his workouts and everything like that. It was a lot of noise saying that Anthony Simons and the number 3 pick was on the block for a star player like a Pascal Siakam. That never came about. Trailblazers wanted to keep the pick. Went with Henderson. So now Blazers got 3 guards. They got Dame, they got Simons, and now they got Henderson. So
happy family tonight, Andrea.
Yeah, and
interesting.
It's so exciting because Scoot Henderson,
Interesting.
we talked last night about his motto, overly determined
I mean,
to dominate, and that is the mindset.
I don't know, man.
The energy. JJ just talked about how Portland needs defense.
Dame wants to win, but I just don't see it. I mean, they call the Trailblazers the Wizards of the West.
On the defensive end. He is strong.
Because that's literally what it is. That's what they were. They're the Wizards of the West. Never good enough, but not terrible.
And look, everybody talks about him as a non-shooter, particularly from the three-point line.
But Dame, he ain't getting nothing but older, man.
His athleticism and physical profile, he doesn't necessarily need to ever become.
He ain't getting nothing but older, so.
Think about prime Derrick Rose, John Morant, Russell Westbrook, three of the greatest guards of this generation. They've been able to dominate the game without ever developing a reliable three-point shot.
Yeah, Jay, can we go back to the young Russell Westbrook is what you were saying.
Yeah,
and that's the comp I see a lot for Scoot Henderson too. They've compared him a lot to Russell Westbrook. They've compared him a lot to Russ.
Powerful finisher. I mean, he gets to the paint. He gets paint.
Scoot's gonna be a fun guy in my opinion. That's a guy I'm gonna want to watch. Scoot's gonna be a guy I want to keep my eye on, man, for sure.
Ultra competitive. He is a hard worker, and he goes after
a big
people.
Scoot guy.
I mean, just like Andrea was saying, this idea of overly determined.
Thank you for the $1.99. Can you say how mad you think Tommy is right now? I think Tommy is
I ain't never ever seen you act like this before.
Tommy probably over that joint saying if they gave me more time, I would have been able to get us straight. Blah blah blah. That's probably what he over there saying.
And he's a dynamic.
I could have did
Here he is
this.
going up against Victor Wembanyama. Goes behind his back, little step back, and gets it up over 7 feet and 7'4" and really long arms.
That's what I think Tommy over there
doing. Numbers in the G League.
I mean, what a complete. Oh, I'm so glad he's gone. I'm very proud of Tommy. I mean, I said Tommy. Scratch that. I'm very proud of Ted because, man, it was a little too late, but it's better late than never. I'm proud of him for finally waking up and taking the wool from over his eyes and realizing what he really needs to do and what he really needs to bring in. And stop letting these guys who was around him delude him and delude his mind and keep him in delusion. Okay, Pops, the fresh shape up, the little fro, the mini fro, the shape up. Shot. Yeah, guys, I mean, who do we got Houston taking? Who do y'all think Houston takes? You think they go? I mean, they got Jalen Green. Do they go? I mean, I don't think they go a guy like they don't go Whitmore because they have Porter Jr. and they have. Do they go Amin Thompson? Amin Thompson? Is that who do you guys think the Houston goes with at 4? Because after this pick, it kind of you would assume is one of the it's Thompson twin. You would assume, and then after that, who knows what the Pistons could go with Walker. They could go with Whitmore. I mean, who knows who Detroit goes with. Interesting.
I mean, I'm a perfect.
I really wonder who, because, I mean, what's the consensus on that? Let me look at some mock drafts real quick. So, okay, so they saying Amin Thompson is going to the Rockets. That's what I'm seeing in these mock drafts right now. That's the consensus. It's Amin Thompson going to Houston. And then the Pistons, I'm seeing it could be Walker, it could be Hendricks, it could be Whitmore, it could be either 3 of those guys. And then I know they've been saying Orlando. Has been a lot of Anthony Black to Orlando talk recently. It's been a lot of Orlando Anthony Black talk. So Anthony Black could be gone at 6. I hope Walker's the one to go. I hope the Pistons get Walker. But yeah, it's because they could definitely use a power forward, because I know they were rocking out with the Isaiah Stewart, Jalen Duren front court for a period of time. They may want to upgrade that forward position. Walker is a guy who can do that for him. Hendricks is a guy who can do that for him. Don't think they would start immediately, but wouldn't be a bad pickup.
With a lot of size, I think he fits in with that group. But another thing, when you talk about this being a young team, to me, Amen, both of the twins, but talking Amen here, they've been described as being guard versions of Tim Duncan.
It's going to be a fun season, guys. You know, when I say fun, I ain't saying they about to be, you know, making a bunch of noise. But I do feel like they could be one of those fun teams. You know, with Corey Kispert there, Denny Avdia going into his 4th year, Daniel Gafford.
You know, you talk about elite
athletes. Jordan Poole to that. Tyus Jones, if he stays.
Let's go back a little bit to that.
I think one of those three are gone.
Is there any free agent
I don't know if Tyus is going to be the one to go. Who knows? But you know, you have.
I don't want to set somebody up to get a bag here, but the one guy that I think is available.
You have
a bigger one-year deal is George Niang.
Let's see who Houston is.
It'll be interesting. It'll be interesting. But I think we're going to be in for a fun season. Yeah, it'll be filled with some losses, some frustration, of course. But we'll see. Here comes the pick right now for the Rockets. I'm assuming it's going to be
with the 4th pick,
Amen Thompson.
2023 NBA Draft, the Houston Rockets select Amen Thompson.
There it goes. Amen Thompson.
And
Kevin, I mean, very possibly they could be like the Jazz last year. They had Lauri Markkanen, who went crazy.
Amen Thompson.
Lauri Markkanen.
And I just love this, Jay.
He definitely
won the 2023 overtime
was really good. They had Jordan Clarkson,
but in Game 2
who was fun. They had a fun team. You know, didn't make the playoffs, didn't make the play-in, but they were competitive. They were competitive. And that was a season just after they traded Donovan Mitchell. So
our Jonathan Givony has said he has.
They weren't terrible, but they weren't really good. But
not named Victor Wembanyama.
And that's saying a lot.
But I take being like the Jazz. And this is supposed to be a rebuild. Sure, being better than expected in a rebuild year, ain't nothing wrong with that. And then first of all, it's looking like a lot from what I've been seeing. People are saying the draft is weak for 2024. They said the 2024 draft is supposed to be a weak one. So I'm not really worried about taking it. Ain't no Victor Wembanyama there. Ain't no Zion there. For what I've heard.
And be able to make shots, it's going to open things up for him. He's just a fabulous athlete.
He is so incredibly crafty with the
Poole definitely.
He's a true specialist in breaking
I
down
think Jordan Poole.
Whether it's an inside out, a crossover between the legs, a combo
I think
move,
Jordan Poole has the opportunity to average. Jordan Poole's
going
to average 26 to 27 points.
For Amen Thompson to be a
I would write that. I would take that to the bank. I think Jordan Poole is definitely going to be averaging around 26 to 27 points. Especially if he has a guy like Monte Morris or Tyus Jones next to him, whoever they decide to keep. I think 100% Jordan Poole is going to be one of those guys who may be a most improved player candidate. He's going to have a good year. He's going to have a good year. And that typically happens to guys who come over from other teams or high spotlight teams to the Wizards anyway. You look at Kristaps Porzingis coming from Luka and Dallas to coming to DC, putting up career high numbers. You look at Kyle Kuzma going from LA and Bron over to the Wizards, expanded role. Same with KP, expanded role, career high numbers, etc. Same thing gonna happen to Jordan Poole. He's gonna put up a lot of numbers. He's not gonna have as big of a spotlight on him. He's not gonna have a teammate who's gonna glass him in the job practice. So I think he's going to be he's going to do a lot. He's definitely going to do a lot. Starting lineup, I can see something being, if Tyus stays, Tyus Jones, Jordan Poole, Do we start Corey or do we start Diddy at the 3? I assume Diddy at the 4. Do we have Gafford at the 5? And then at the 3, you go Kispert? So like Tyus, Jordan, Corey, Denny, Gafford at the moment? Something like that? Because I don't think Johnny Davis starts. Johnny Davis is going to get a decent amount of minutes off the bench year 2, though. Especially in a rebuild. He's going to be getting a lot of minutes in year 2. So I'm going to be looking for Johnny Davis to show me something, man. He started to show some stuff. Johnny Davis started to show some stuff at the end of the year. Towards the end of the year, he started to show something. So hopefully he continues that into next season, year 2. Chad, thank you for the $1.99. You said let's go. Yes, sir. Now I wonder who the Pistons is going to take. Pistons could go Cam here. You guys are probably in front of me, so you guys are going to know before me. But
what do you think about those ambitions?
Cam is probably going to be
I think just try to be great.
Still going to be Cam, Taylor Hendricks, Walker.
Yes, thank you.
One of those 3.
Thank you, Monica.
Lagging? I hope I'm not lagging no more.
I think what's really remarkable tonight
It says I'm fine on my end.
set the blueprint here for overtime.
But I hope it's not Cam. I need Cam to make it. I need them to go with Jarris Walker or something like that. I need them to do that. I need them to go Taylor Hendricks. They need a 4. They don't need Cam Whitmore. They need a 4. Replace Isaiah Stewart.
I ain't never.
They need them a real 4, man.
You getting buckets. How you feel?
Celebrate this moment as twins.
Get you a sibling that's that happy when you achieve your goals, and now a man gets to stand by to watch that same thing for Asar. It's something that's really special. The Detroit Pistons, they are now on the clock. Of course, they have
man.
as the highest paid head coach.
Charles, you sound like Taylor over Cam now.
When you're looking at the Pistons, what do you want to see here, JJ?
Well,
I haven't looked that much at Taylor Hendricks. Y'all would know more about Taylor than me. That's like the one player I haven't looked at highlights at, because I just haven't seen Wizards fans talking about him in terms of going to the Wizards. Jay said Tyus, Poole, Corey, Diddy, and Gaff. At least till we see who number 8 is. Yeah, agreed. Agreed.
Another one. The pick is in. Let's head to Commissioner Adam Silver.
Agreed. Let's see who they get. Let's see who the Pistons take. I don't think they take Cam here. I don't see it.
2023 NBA draft,
I don't think they. I think they go Walker or Hendricks.
Pistons select Asar Thompson.
Oh, Asar. They went Asar. Okay.
All-time elite.
Asar Thompson off the board.
Brothers selected back-to-back here.
Wow, back-to-back.
NBA draft. And Asar Thompson, he said, I'm nowhere near as good as I can be. I just have
Asar Thompson gone.
Get better. This is a
okay.
Of brothers drafted in the same year. The first
back-to-back.
Twins in 2011.
Top 5. Twin brothers, top 5.
Player in his own
First brothers ever selected top 5 in the same draft.
Another freak athlete.
Okay.
Wingspan, but Asar
all right.
is an outstanding defender. He competes on the glass. Similar
all right.
speed, and we're talking about an elite NBA athlete again. Not a great shooter, shoots about 30% from 3, although he improved that toward the end of the season. But a really good cutter. But where I think he can stand out,
Cam is within reach.
He's a good passer.
Cam is within reach, in my opinion, man.
He's got the ability to
all right, so
defender.
Asar was an option for Wizards fans at 8. He's the one who goes early. I was seeing him being ranked from top 5 to at least 8 or something like that. 8, 9.
In the way that he plays the game, not necessarily shifty, but the way that he moves, it's almost like he's water out there on the court. Just so fluid in the way that he attacks. He's got great long strides. He can play with power.
But Asar Thompson, I mean, that's cool though to have your twin brother. Y'all both go back to back, both top 5, first time in history. That's cool.
But if you can make an
that's
impact
cool.
defensively, with your awareness, with your energy, with the
And now the question is, who does Orlando go with?
on the basketball. You can have a positive impact on a team, and I truly
They don't. I mean, they have Wendell Carter at the 5. They have Paolo Banchero at the 4. They have Franz Wagner at the 3. And then who's their 1 and 2? Markelle Fultz and who? Who is the Magic starting lineup this year? Markelle Fultz. I'm blanking on who the 2 guard was. Franz Wagner? Was Franz Wagner the 2? If Franz Wagner was the 2, was the 3. Paolo, Wendell Carter.
How are you feeling in this moment?
I'm super excited, you know.
I feel like I'm missing his
I've never
name.
seen anything like this, so it feels nice to make history with the men, you know. We're doing it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
No spoilers? I would hope I see no spoilers. I would like to be able to look at the chat.
How excited are you about the opportunity?
I'm super excited to, you know.
G, thank you for the sub, by the way. Suggs wasn't the starter. What's his name? I remember it, but I can't put my finger on it.
They heard their names back to back. They made history tonight.
Gary Harris? Was it Gary?
Who the guy in the driveway hooping with them and beating them up until a certain point. How proud are you of the work that they put in to get here?
I mean, this is just one of the most amazing days.
Was it Gary Harris? I feel like it was Gary. I feel like it was Markelle, Gary Harris, Franz Wagner, Paolo Banchero, and Wendell Carter. That's what my brain is landing on, man. I'm pretty sure that was their starting 5 for majority of the season. I know Cole was off the bench. Suggs was hurt. He started at some point, but he was hurt, and then he started coming in off the bench. Pretty sure Gary Harris was at the 2. So,
I think we gotta find the vision board.
I mean, it could be Anthony Black here. They don't need a 4. They don't need a 3. They don't need a 5. I'm thinking Anthony Black. I'm thinking Anthony Black here.
Made it become a reality, and this is just like.
And then the Pacers, they're a team who can use a 4. They're definitely a team that can use a 4.
Blows my mind. The world is just opening up to them. The world.
I think the Magic go. I think the Magic go Anthony Black here. I guess. I'm assuming.
Now the real question is, what are y'all gonna do about the jersey situation? Are we going front and back, splitting the teams? What's gonna happen?
The Pacers were rocking out with Tyrese Halliburton, Andrew Nembhard, Buddy Hield, Aaron Nesmith, and Miles Turner. They need a 4 badly. Aaron Smith is not your 4. He should not be your 4. Because they could put Benedict at the 2 and keep Buddy at the 3. But Aaron Nesmith at the 4 is a no-go. The Pacers need a 4 bad.
Let's head back to the podium and Commissioner Silver.
All right, is it Anthony Black here? Is it Anthony Black?
2023 NBA Draft, the Orlando Magic select Anthony Black.
Yep, it's Anthony Black.
University of Arkansas.
Anthony Black led the SEC in minutes played, and he was the only Arkansas player to start every game this last season. And I had a conversation with him earlier this week, and he told me that he was unranked, right, until his last summer of AAU. And that became a real piece of his identity. He actually keeps screenshots still of all of the different rankings that didn't have him on it, and he uses that as motivation. He says he certainly comes into the league with a chip on his shoulder, and he wants to play with that type of fuel.
That's what I was assuming, because what else did they need outside of somebody who can possibly play the 2?
To watch. I mean, a 6'7" point forward. He's extremely unselfish.
Well, yeah, Ping, I'm gonna be behind.
He's a connector.
Well, one, I'm watching on Google Chrome. I ain't even watching on like a TV. I'm watching on just the internet. So, what's going on, Henry? I think the Pacers go with a 4 here. I think the Pacers go with a 4.
Are in an exciting time as a franchise right now.
I think the Pacers go with a 4.
Being able, with all of these young players, to really be able to do something special.
They have one of the best cores in the NBA, young cores in the NBA. Franz Wagner, we mentioned Banchero, Jalen Suggs, Cole Anthony. Now add Anthony Black to that. The one thing is, the Orlando Magic are an awful shooting team. And Markelle Fultz, although he picked up some stuff at the end of last year, they're going to have to add shooting. You have to assume they're going to look for that with the 11th pick.
I think the Pacers are going to go with a 4.
Black,
Cam Whitmore is going to be right there for the taking, and I swear to goodness, if Cam Whitmore is a Wizard, because that's my number 1. Benedict Mathurin was my number 1 last season, and he got scooped up early, before. And we know the type of season Benedict Mathurin had because he was a dog. Cam Whitmore, I don't care about the medical. I don't care about he ain't doing good in interviews. Can you hoop? Can you hoop? Can you hoop? That's all I care about. Can you hoop? My man is about to be 19 in July. And he can hoop. Are you a dog? Cam Whitmore is a dog. Give me Cam, man. We need it. We need.
I'm super happy we're all here sharing the moment.
Looking at the fits of what we even need now that we got Jordan Poole, we got Tyus, we got Monte, we got DeLon Wright. We got 3 guards, 3 point guards right now. So you got an abundance of point guards. You got your shooting guard. You got your shooting guard in Jordan Poole, who can also play point guard. Corey Kispert can play some shooting guard as well. You put him at the 3, but he can play shooting guard, obviously. Who's that lead? Denny's a 4. We put Denny at the 4. Get Denny over there at the 4. Cam Whitmore at the 3. Cam Whitmore at the 3. Am I wrong?
I just like to have fun on defense and do stuff that wins games. So I like
Cam Whitmore at the 3. Am I wrong? Cam Whitmore also a hometown guy. Odenton Merlin from the DMV. Come on, man. Come on, man. Anthony Black gone. Sir Thompson gone.
Do you remember that, Anthony?
What was it? I didn't hear.
8th grade. Nobody said you were going to be anything.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I've been hearing that my whole life, so it's cool to overcome it.
How much did the naysayers motivate?
We could get
Yes,
I could see the guy what is his name? The other kid from France. The other kid from France that I've been hearing about. I legit, because he's a small 4 too. Cam's my number 1. Because I think they can go small 4. But Bilal.
And the pick is already in. We're 15 seconds.
So the pick's in for I think the Pacers go Walker here. I think they go Walker. But it could be Bilal. Coulibaly. Or Lee. It could be him. It's either Cam or Bilal. For the Wizards.
I ain't never ever seen you act like this before. You getting buckets. How you feel?
Bilal Coulibaly.
Oh!
Courbevoie, France.
Oh!
Bilal Coulibaly, of course, the teammate of Victor Wembanyama on Mets 92. He first played with Wembanyama when they were 12 years old, but he really impressed at the draft combine.
Cam Whitmore!
Own combine.
Below, gone.
Chad,
thank you for the $9.99.
Still in the
give me Cam. Hopefully we get a great player. Yes, sir. Biggie, what's going on with you? Give me Cam Whitmore, man. Turn me up.
I ain't never ever seen you act like this before. You getting buckets. How you feel?
He is a high-level, all-defensive player that has that all-defensive potential. At his best, getting downhill.
Hey, come on, man. Come on, man. Give me Cam. Give me Cam. I thought it may be Bilal, but it's not. The Pacers took him. I mean, I don't think we go Walker. I don't think we go Hendricks. I don't think we go Case and Wallace. It could. I mean, I've heard noise about people have talked about Kobe Buffkin, but they just got Jordan Poole, so I don't know why they would need Kobe anymore. Kobe, I know a lot of people saw Jordan Poole's game in Kobe Buffkin, and now that they have Jordan Poole, I don't know if they need him necessarily. Come on, man. Cam Whitmore, talk to me. Come on, man. Talk to me. Unless we move the pick or something like that. If we trade the pick, I mean, to get another first-round pick, I wouldn't hate it. I wouldn't hate it. But I mean, I don't know what's going on. I ain't looking at the chat because y'all ahead of me. I ain't looking at Twitter for obvious reasons. I mean, We'll see. I mean, if they don't trade the pick here, which is, I don't know, they could. I don't know. But man, oh, they said the pick is in. Give me Cam. I want Cam. I want Cam. I want Cam. That's my number one guy, and he's right there. He's right there. I just don't see.
I'm just happy for him because he worked a lot.
I don't know who else they take here.
Very proud of him.
There's been so much
I don't know. Give me, I want Cam. I need him.
We coming, I guess. Nah, we playing good.
I mean, do they go Hendricks or Walker or something? Do they go with a 4? I don't. Give me Cam.
I say the work, just gotta work every day. Being in the gym.
Cause I don't think they go Case and Wallace. I don't think that happens. I don't think they go Buffkin now that they just got Jordan Poole. I don't think they go guard. Do they pick up a 4? They could really use Cam at that 3 spot, man. I love Corey, but I love Corey more off the bench. And not as, I think Cam has a real good future as a 3 in this league.
Pacers are trading back one with the Washington Wizards. Coulibaly, I'm told, is selected for the Wizards. There's certainly be a package coming back to Indiana, but they've been targeting Jarris Walker of the University of Houston. But they'll be picking here at number 8. The Wizards will be picking for the Pacers here.
It's a trade.
But Woj, it's been a big week overall for Washington.
It's a trade.
I'm talking about the trade of Kristaps Porzingis.
All right.
And if you go even farther back.
It's a trade. So Coulibaly
what more can you tell us here about
is coming to the Wizards. Okay.
It was about 1 month ago.
I'm looking at y'all now.
The owner
of
the Washington Wizards told me upon hiring Michael Winger as his new president that if he wanted to tear down the roster, he had the green light to do so. And now a month later, just today, Winger completed the deal for Bradley
Bilal
with the Phoenix Suns
is coming to Washington,
4 pick swaps,
and Indy is moving back 1 to get Walker. That's why I was So I was
Jordan Poole, 2030 first pick, a 2027 second-round pick. Michael Winger reshaping this Wizards roster, including a move up here on the board. To take Victor Wembanyama.
I don't dislike the pick.
Coulibaly.
Well,
Cam was just my number 1.
I do want to get your thoughts, JJ, in just a little bit on.
I like Bilal. Cam was just my number 1.
To the Golden State Warriors, but first let's head back to the podium because Washington's pick is in. Of course, we know that is headed to the Indiana Pacers. Here it is.
With the 8th pick,
I like Bilal, but Cam was my number 1, man.
The Washington Wizards select Jarris Walker.
So Walker, well, that's what I was saying. That's why I was shocked. I was shocked when I saw the Pacers get Bilal because Coulibaly, because I was like, what? They need a 4. But it makes sense now. It makes sense. It makes sense. It makes sense. But I do like Bilal. I do like him. He's a guy who definitely jumped up boards. He was a draft riser.
He started all but 1 game in high school. And the 1 game he didn't start.
He's also a young guy. He'll be 19 in July.
He didn't start because it was senior night.
And it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting. I like Bilal. I do. Cam was my number 1, so I'm a little hurt. I'm a little hurt, but I definitely think Bilal has a chance to be pretty good and have a pretty good role on this team.
Yeah. He's a we first guy, not a me first guy.
Okay, and looking at Shams, guys, looking at Shams' tweet right now, the Wizards are sending 2 future second-round picks to the Pacers, so that sounds like they're going to be keeping 35 and 42 today. It sounds like they're going to be keeping 35 and 42. Because they said, Woj said 2 future first-round picks.
he operated really effectively on the baseline.
Yeah, Jay, I'm hip. I know they said Cam didn't showcase well.
Are almost identical to Draymond Green,
Man.
except for the passing. Green was a better passer certainly than Jarris Walker, but
I know they say he didn't showcase well, but
the power that he plays with is really
still
impressive. He's an athlete.
But I'm not mad at Bilal. He was on my list. He was a guy on the list.
He's the first top 10 pick out of
Anthony Black was gone, so he was gone. Sir Thompson was gone, so he was gone.
Well, you were talking about how he makes winning plays off of the court with his NIL money and his unselfishness. He makes winning plays on the court.
We'll see.
Hustle plays, diving out of bounds and saving the ball to his teammates, sprinting down the floor in transition. He's a competitor. He is a winner. He plays with so much passion, so much spark. He can drive right past bigger defenders, and he can overpower smaller defenders. I don't hate
the rest of our picks tonight are the 35th pick, so we have the 35th pick, which is the 5th pick in the second round, and we have number 42 as well.
Jarris, I got a little history I want to give you on your special night. You ready? The first top 10 pick out of Houston since Hakeem Olajuwon.
For real.
What does that
mean
to you?
I mean, it means a ton. I mean, I'm just blessed and fortunate to be in the situation.
So Bilal, okay.
Being able to hoop at such a high
I don't, like I said, I don't hate the pick.
Such an amazing goal of mine.
Now, we're supposed
I don't hate the pick. I thought they would go small forward because I felt like that was the position of need there.
How have you been able to follow in
I'm just a big Cam Whitmore guy.
Yeah, for sure. I would say just their guidance and wisdom just throughout the journey. It's always guiding me.
I'm a big Cam guy.
Making the right decisions on and off the floor. So really just there.
But I definitely I could say
now you're wearing a Wizards hat.
I like the pick. It's a high upside guy. It's a high upside pick. Like I think it was Jay who said it. He can grow. He can grow with the team. You know, he can grow with the
It
team.
really just starts with effort. Just playing hard, and then
I just love Cam's ceiling. In my opinion, I feel like Cam has a really good, really high ceiling.
So just being able to play hard and contribute right away.
I gotta say, Jarris, the suit looks good, but your curls.
What's up, Chris? I didn't even know you. I didn't even see you in here.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Richie said, "Why did I pick going to the Pacers?" So I don't know. So basically, the Wizards traded up. The Wizards traded up with the Pacers and gave them 2 future second-round picks, and they picked Coulibaly for us. They traded up back with us, so we picked Jarris Walker for them. I don't know if somebody was planning on. I don't know if somebody was planning on picking Bilal, and the Wizards was like, no, so we'll jump up one.
The San Antonio Spurs select
Interesting.
That's
But Bilal was a high upside pick for sure.
My name is Scoot Henderson, and this is my first connection story.
Okay.
Moot, what up?
What's up, twin?
I'm on the way. Yo, remember when we was younger?
I mean, you look at his
phone calls, FaceTime, text messages.
You look at his intangibles. He's 6'6",
Lace up.
190 pounds.
I cannot believe you watch my state championship.
Got the 7'2" wingspan on him.
You know I ain't missing that for the world. Let's promise to stay connected, no matter what.
Of course you will.
All right. High upside pick, but Cam was definitely my number one guy.
Bringing Dad from Sarasota?
Cam was 100% my number one.
But let's say, show me the Carfax value. You'll get the most accurate price based on the vehicle's accident history. Shop at the all-new Carfax.com.
You say he actually 6'8"? Let me see. Is he 6'8"? Oh, okay, 6'8". That's even better.
Crisp and refreshing, diamond and silver.
Let me look at. If this wasn't YouTube, I would show some highlights, but you know how YouTube go. I'm gonna get copyrighted. My freaking the stream gonna get deleted off the face of the earth. But I'll look at some scouting reports. But very high upside pick. I don't hate it. Especially in a rebuilding year. I don't hate it. I just, man, I feel like Cam Whitmore, he has so much upside. I feel like he has so much upside. But I can get with it. I can get with it.
behind the backs, pregame fits, and all the action.
So what would you guys grade the pick? What would you guys grade the pick on Bilal? A, B, C, D, F. What would you guys grade it? I'd give it.
The Volkswagen Atlas with more cargo volume than the Honda Pilot.
I'd give it a B plus, man, cause it ain't Cam. Cam would have gave me it. Cam would have. I can't say it. I give it a B. I give it a B. I give it a B. If it was Cam, I'm giving it an A plus. But I give it a B. I don't hate it. He just wasn't my number one guy, so it hurts a little bit. But I'd say B. I'd say B personally. And it looks like you guys are agreeing with me. See a lot of B's. I see one C plus. Matt is not happy with the pick at all. B, B plus, B. B-Mac said I like it, may even get it even taller. Yeah, I'm like, when you look at the intangibles, I guess it's 6'8". I mean, long wingspan. 7'2" wingspan, 6'8", almost 200 pounds. The intangibles are there. They definitely there. I know he was on OKC's draft board. And Will Dawkins is a guy who came from OKC. So interestingly enough,
welcome back to the 2023 NBA
hey,
presented by State Farm.
I'm with it.
Photos of our draftees thus far as the Utah Jazz are on the clock. The pick is in.
I'm with it.
Back to Commissioner
Utah Jazz on the board. Who are the Utah Jazz going with?
2023 NBA draft. The Utah Jazz.
Dre said, "Shut up, A."
Taylor Hendricks from UCF.
Jazz go with Taylor Hendricks.
Taylor Hendricks.
Jay said, "Remember Travis is the player development guy."
Player out of UCF to be drafted in the first round, and he's actually from Florida. He got offers from Miami.
I hope you guys are right, man.
From Florida State. Ultimately, he blazed his own path, choosing USC and becoming becoming the first pick out of the program. And
hope you guys are right.
The pick was called JJ.
But I definitely see the potential there. I see the potential there. Corey, you said A minus. Dabby said, "How we feeling about the pick, D?" I like the pick for sure. I like it. It just wasn't Cam Whitmore, and I'm a big Cam Whitmore guy. But I feel like Will Dawkins, when he was with OKC, I feel like I feel like he was already looking at Bilal, and that's who he wanted. I mean, when you look at the intangibles, it looks good. A lot of upside. And that's the type of guy you want on a team that's looking to rebuild.
I ain't never
a player that has a lot of upside.
You act like this before. You getting buckets. How you feel?
Biggie, thank you for the $1.99. He said, "What's his position and does he start?" It's a small forward. He's a small forward. I don't think he starts right away. Not at 19. I think he comes off the bench. But I think he'll be effective. I think he can be effective. I definitely think he can be effective. The Wizards needed a small forward. Now that things have transpired and they have Poole, who can play shooting guard, who can also play point guard. You have Tyus Jones at the moment, who's a point guard. Monte, who's the point guard. DeLon Wright, who can play point guard and shooting guard as well. So Corey Kispert, you probably don't want that to be your starting small forward, especially with his defensive deficiencies. You don't want a guy like Corey Kispert to be your starting small forward. A guy like Bilal is a guy that I could definitely see growing into that starting role. He's not going to start right away, but I definitely can see him showing some upside. This is the first pick in the new front office era. Looking at the aura and the assessment from Wizards Twitter, it seems like they like the pick. It seems like a lot of people like the pick.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
More of an update.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
More of an update as well on the Wizards second round pick. So for the compensation, the Wizards to move up to number 7, the Wizards are sending Indiana the 2028 second round pick via the Phoenix Suns and their own 2028 second round pick. So they're sending some second round picks from down the line. So down the line. So hey, I see the vision there. Hey y'all, that's who mama is that on the screen? Hold on. Somebody's mother? That's Taylor Hendricks? That's his mom? Respectfully. Beautiful woman.
I feel like first
beautiful
and foremost,
lady.
my effort,
Beautiful
the
mother.
effort I give on the offensive end and defensive end, my shooting ability, my ability
Shout out
to
Taylor
block
Hendricks,
shots, guard
man.
different positions, and just the ability to fit in with a lot of different lineups.
That's all I'm
is,
saying.
you know, something that I would love to bring to the Jazz.
That's all I'm saying.
Tyler, Mom Danielle, Taylor, congratulations.
Biggie, I think Kuz is gone. Whether it's a sign and trade or whatnot, I don't know. I think it's gone. I think Kuz is out of here. So the Mavs are going to be, we'll just say it now.
City here at number 10. The Mavericks are sending out Davis Bertans contract.
Davis Bertans, trash.
For Oklahoma City's pick at 12, $22 million.
No shout out to Davis.
Guaranteed on Bertans' contract. They've been looking to package that to create some salary cap space in Dallas.
No shout outs to Davis from me.
The Thunder are up now at number 10.
Well, of course, when we're talking about the Dallas Mavericks, all eyes, they are on Kyrie Irving, who is a free agent this summer. What more can you tell us on that front?
So interesting. So the Mavericks, they're drafting Kason Wallace, and they're sending him
Re-signing Kyrie Irving is certainly
to OKC along with Davis Bertans.
Significant assets for him a year after they lost.
So where does Kason Wallace fit?
Nothing to New York in free agency. I think.
So where does he fit?
For this Mavericks organization, they have a player in Irving that they want to pair with Luka.
Kevin said $1.99. Think the next Siakam D. I hope so. I hope so. They a great all-around defensive guy. I mean, like I said, the intangibles look terrific on him. High upside.
I ain't never
high upside.
Seen you act like this before. You getting bucket.
But thank you guys for all the donations tonight. I appreciate that. I appreciate you guys being in here with me as we watch this draft. And also, if you haven't liked the video already, we got 62 people in here. If you haven't liked the video already, please make sure, if anything, you like the video for your boy. It's very appreciated. If you want to donate, you can donate. Shout out to the people who did already. Thank you guys for the support, man.
The Pacers are trading to the Washington Wizards the draft rights to Bilal Coulibaly, the 7th pick, and the Wizards are trading to the Pacers the draft rights to Jarris Walker, the 8th pick.
So, I mean, the good thing about this is the Wizards keep both of their second-round picks in this current draft. They traded them for some draft picks. It's like 5 years away, which some people will look at as nothing.
For 16 straight years.
So Coulibaly is a guy who definitely, I think, can come in and fit off and play off of a guy like Jordan Poole or Tyus Jones, etc. From what I've seen from his highlights, he's a great cutter, a good slasher. See some ball handling ability there, obviously, to grow with.
Doesn't say Jimmy Butler, JJ. I don't know what does.
You're absolutely right.
Upside.
I think it's really
That's what it is, man. Upside at the end of the day. Upside.
Under John Calipari. None of them have really produced
upside
at an elite level in college. But then you look at them in the NBA. Jamal Murray, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Kyler Hero, Devin Booker, to name a few. I'm not willing to bet against any Kentucky guard coming out. The Harrison twins are the only two.
You say he's too raw in your opinion, Matt? I mean,
that didn't just
I would get that if the Wizards were still trying to make the playoffs, as they say, and they wanted somebody to be able to help immediately and right away, like Johnny Davis was supposed to last season. But when you're rebuilding, now you take the chances on high upside guys. When you're starting a rebuild, you pick high upside guys who can turn into terrific players for your team. That's when you get these kind of players.
He's good off the ball. He is excellent.
Crazy Cam still not taking. Yeah, I mean, that fall for him is real. That fall for him is real, apparently. I think he goes soon, though. I do think he goes soon.
And when he took over,
I definitely think he goes soon. But apparently, I don't know. Maybe the medicals and that in the interviews really rubbed people the wrong way. It must have really rubbed people the wrong way.
Guy that's going to go out and get you 40 in a game. Is he spectacular in any one area of the game? I wouldn't say so.
So Orlando's on the board
in every aspect of the game. He's a winner and he's a leader. I really love this pick.
You said it, Jay. His defensive energy. He's elite. Had 5 steals against Kansas. I was heartbreaking when he didn't go to Tennessee.
Ricky said looking forward to Summer League. Yeah.
And now he's standing by.
It'll be a lot. We should have a decent amount of draft picks over there, man. Whatever happened to our drafted stash? Is he gonna be in Summer League?
Congratulations.
What was his name? I forgot. Sosa or something like that? What happened to him? Is he gonna be in the Summer League? I haven't got no updates on him.
My brother, me and my brother, mom, dad, me, HBT. That's the neighborhood that I grew up in Dallas, Hamilton Park,
Interesting.
Texas. And it just,
in case he can play the backup PG.
Right, what's the biggest one? A dream has been realized.
JB said what picks we have left. We have.
I'm just grateful.
Currently, we have the.
I'm in this position here today.
We have 35th pick, the 42nd pick, and the 59th pick.
Yeah, we do.
So you've watched your brother grind. I'm sure you guys have epic battles in the driveway or in the park. What do you think of his basketball journey when you see it culminate tonight?
Man, he's came a long way.
Okay. So the next time the Wizards are up on the board, will be the 35th pick. The 35th pick.
2 o'clock in the morning. Neighbors complaining about her dribbling the ball. We going hard at each other late at night. So, just to see his progress from elementary to middle school.
I know you said was Cam drafted yet. Nope, Cam is still sliding right now.
It's great,
And I doubt the Magic right here go with him. He's not going to go to the Magic because they have a 3 and a 4, so they're not going to go with Cam. So he's going to get past the Magic. The Magic are probably going to go with another guard. I can see them going with. I can see them doubling up on guards. Anthony Black, he's more like a point guard ish more than a shooting guard. He's more of a point guard ish. And so if they eventually move on from Markelle Fultz, and I know Suggs is on the move, possibly. I can see them trying to get a 2, more of a natural 2 guard to put next to him.
I got to display many different talents.
So I mean, it could be a guy like Kobe Buffkin. It could be a guy like I've seen even names like Jet Howard. That would be early, very early. But even a guy like Jet Howard or a Kobe Buffkin or something like that.
So again, this pick is on the move. You can see the full trade details here between the Bulls and the Magic because the Magic are on the clock here and picking. And
so, I mean, we'll see.
Let's head back to NBA Commissioner Adam Silver.
With the 11th pick in the 2023 NBA Draft, the Orlando Magic select Jet Howard.
Wow. Okay. So they go Jet Howard.
Tonight is a big night for both of his families.
I feel like that's going to take a lot of people by surprise because that's earlier than expected, I would say.
Was drafted out of Michigan. Jet is following in his footsteps from Lansing to the league.
All right.
He grew up playing on a Nerf hoop in David Fizdale's office in Miami. Certainly no stranger to the league. He has been around professionals and prepared for this his entire life, Andrea.
All right now.
It is so much fun to watch. He is a prolific three-point shooter. JJ was just talking about how what Orlando needs is shooting. 41% from the field, 37% from 3. He can pull up from anywhere. He shoots threes off of the dribble.
Shoot.
Great footwork. He's not just
I mean, if I look at that below comps that I'm seeing, if he could turn into, like, I mean, Pascal, I don't know. But if he could turn into a guy like OG Anunoby, someone like that, oh, I would love that. I would love that.
And he can rise up. He's got beautiful form on the shot. He shoots about 39% from 3 and over 80% from the free throw line. The only question I would have about Jet Howard, I think he's a good athlete, but is he going to impact the game in other areas than just shooting and scoring? I think he can be a better defender, and I think he can be a better rebounder. He didn't rebound at as high a rate as you would have expected given his size when he was at Michigan.
And this to me is an obvious pick to go with shooting here in the 11th spot for the Orlando Magic. As I said, they were one of the worst shooting teams in the NBA this season. And Jay, you referenced the rebounding, but he does have the size that Jeff Weltman and John Hammond covet. And one thing that I'm not questioning on Jet Howard going into his career is his professionalism. Because I watched Juwan Howard work in the offseason, and Juwan, having played 21 seasons in the NBA, was one of the ultimate professionals.
Mo, you said, hey, yo, we need to cook one more trade for fresh off picks will be taken care of. Boy, I do a backflip in this joint. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Defenders leaning
I
in,
do a
and he has
flip.
ridiculous shooting range. I mean, that is...
I will legit do a flip in this
He'll be
joint.
able to knock down shots at the next level, which, like we talked about, is extremely
Think I'm
important
playing.
for Orlando. And then if you run out on him to defend him from the three-point line,
Think I'm playing.
that's
I'll
when
do a
that
flip it
footwork
here.
and attacking the basket and creatively scoring comes into play.
Basketball, it runs in this family, JJ.
And it does.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes,
To coach your kid at Michigan and then watch your son get drafted.
Dante
in the
said he has
lottery of the NBA
good
draft.
good. He has good defense though, like his father. No good defense. Good offense? Did you mean he has good offense,
Jack,
but no good defense?
Thank you so much.
What's going through your mind?
Just excitement. Trying not to break down right now. Just all the work I put in with my dad over this past
How many
few months
light
and,
skins do the?
all the people that doubted me and
They got a lot. Magic got a lot of light skins, man.
honestly,
Jalen, light skin. Cole Anthony, light skin. Markel, light skin.
Now, I've had the chance to ask you
Jet Howard, light skin. Paolo, light skin.
It was with your dad.
They got a lot of light skinned boys over there, man. I was looking at Jet Howard, and I felt like I was looking at any other guard on the Orlando Magic right now. I didn't know. I thought that was Cole Anthony or something for a second. They all light skinned.
From an early age, we've been
So,
working out individually with my
maybe
brother
that's just me.
as well, and just teaching me how to shoot, teaching me all the tricks off the court, on the court, telling me to just be consistent with my work, and it paid off for me. And
So OKC.
I love him for it.
Wait, no. Okay, so this pick is going to Dallas. This is Dallas's pick. This is Dallas's pick. I can see Dallas going with a big here. I can see them going with a big. Not a 5, but like, I don't know. They could go with a 5. They could definitely go with a 5. Who's their 5? They could upgrade the 5 position. I can see them going with a 5. I would say someone like Derek Lively for them, for the Mavericks at the moment. They don't need guards, especially if they feel like Kyrie's coming back.
The right coaching, which he has right now, with a great opportunity to play with Orlando Magic, to learn from a great staff, he's going to be a special player.
Janine, how
Okay,
special is this moment?
I definitely
Almost like
think.
your husband and his journey. Now your son begins his own.
It's a dream come true. You know, when you have a child, you just want to see them happy, and you want to see them be able to fulfill their dreams, whatever that may be.
I would say.
So, the fact that I know his heart is so happy, that's all I could ask for. You know, college was the goal. You know, every mom wants their.
I can see
their child to
I think
go
the
to
Mavericks
college
go
and to
big.
Pursue their dreams.
I think the Mavericks go
This
big.
is like icing on the cake. I'm so proud of you, Jet. I'm so proud of you.
Well, family, congratulations. Jack, congratulations.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
Yeah, I think the Mavs go for a big because.
Howard family coming up after.
I mean, yeah, who they? Luka, Kyrie, if they expect him to come back.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes,
They could go 3. They could get a 3. They could get a 3, but I think they could upgrade that center position for sure. They could upgrade that center position. Jay said, bro, Jet got drafted before Cam would really happen. It may be injuries. I think anytime a player starts to drop like this and you hear something like medicals popping up, or if it ain't something like a huge red flag, like character issue, once I heard the word medicals, I knew him dropping was.
See you act like this
was
before.
a possibility.
You getting bucket.
I didn't know how far,
feel?
but I knew him dropping was a possibility. As soon as I heard the word medicals. Also, if you hear barking, I'm sorry. My neighbor's dogs are like being weird because they don't ever howl. Kevin, thank you for the $1.99. You said Shem said Boston going after Kyrie. Really? Ew. Would he even? I don't think they would want to spin the block on that.
How do you know?
That just is.
I come here a lot. Love the service.
At AT&T, new and existing
Oh no,
customers
man.
can choose any Google Pixel with your choice of plans and always get our best deal.
Car designers can shape a piece of clay into a piece of art. So why don't they?
I think we're gonna have a lot of fun watching
They design cars that
Bilal,
look like
man, in the
swords.
Summer League. I think we're definitely gonna have a lot of fun watching him. I think we're gonna see the potential. I think we're gonna see a lot from him. We're gonna get a better experience from our rookie in Summer League
Because they design
as
it,
opposed to what we got
every
last
car they
season.
make.
Okay? From Johnny. And Johnny, I'm expecting you to look a certain way in Summer League in year 2. Because year 1 was, I don't know what that was, Johnny, in year 1 Summer League. Year 2, I'm expecting you to look how you was looking at the end of the season. Alright? But I think Bilal gonna give us something to get hype about in the Summer League this season.
Every game day. Which means more tips for your dasher, business for your corner store.
I think he
maybe
is.
a superstitious boost for your team. Support your neighborhood and your team.
So I'm ready for it, man. I'm excited, man. I like the moves. I personally like the moves the Wizards have made.
One of baseball's greatest rivalries.
I'm ready for
the
it.
Cardinals and Cubs in the London series, Sunday at 10 a.m. on ESPN.
Let's check out tonight's draft bits brought to you by Google. If you want to look like tonight's stars, search what you see with the Google app. It's the drip. It's the prints coming in bold.
I mean, I'm here for the drip, for the diamonds. I'm not a print person myself, but they're rocking it. This is like Dorothy.
That's how you said we still might have a chance
Jay, do you feel like your dress?
to get them, but Wiz probably don't want to. Yeah, I wonder what they're going to do with these second round picks.
On its way to Dallas, as our Adrian Wojnarowski just reported. Here's Commissioner Adam Silver.
With the 12th pick in the 2023 NBA Draft, the Oklahoma City Thunder select Derek Lively II from Duke
That makes
University.
sense. So, yeah, that's another Duke center. Who was it last year? It was Mark Williams. Mark Williams went lottery last season.
82 blocks, the most
From Duke.
season by a Duke freshman since block became official in
Right?
85-86.
He went lottery,
But
right? I think he did. Pretty sure he did.
It's really
But
remarkable.
that
He
makes
shares
sense for the
his
Mavericks. Derek Lively, they're in need of a big
played
man. They need a
basketball at
big.
Penn State and is the reason that he plays.
Josh,
He
how do you
calls
feel
her a
about Jet
superhero, and
Howard?
Kathy had a 10-year battle with
I
cancer,
mean,
and thankfully went into remission in July of 2020.
I could see the vision there. Anthony Black, he's more of a one, especially with the shooting concerns. You know, and then Markelle Fultz, he may want to get paid eventually. May not be with the Magic want to pay him. So I could see him possibly getting moved on eventually, or moving on to free agency or whatever. Anthony Black goes there at the one. Jet Howard, a guy who can score the ball. Obviously, the big thing about him is can he do other things outside of just score the basketball? But
and there's only been 2.
Can never go wrong with scoring.
2011 and Derek Lively II, where it brought out my emotions were.
I already said Lakers got a pick. They did something with Indiana. They did something. They did something with their pick earlier.
It means something extra special to Derek Lively II.
A tremendous young man. He also used a portion of that
They did
NIL
something.
money to buy his father a tombstone, something that he was not able to have up until this past year. Derek Lively II, incredible as a person, incredible on the floor, and I know you'll like this, JJ. In the Duke-UNC rivalry, right, he made his own little mark on that. He had 8 blocks against the Tar Heels back in February.
Yeah, and I love this pick for the Dallas Mavericks. They have really lacked interior defense.
Yeah, I agree. The Mavericks, yeah, they definitely interior. They need an interior presence. That Derek Lively is a good pick for them. They definitely need an interior presence defensively down low. Definitely. That's a nice pickup for them.
But they move back in the draft at 12, create the trade exception, and create a little bit of cap space.
It's a good pick for the Mavs.
From the Dallas front office.
I already said Cam was a top 8 pick. How was he not drafted yet?
Is standing by with our
Injuries, I feel like, man. Injuries. I'm thinking the medicals. I'm thinking people are scared of the injury history or the medical reports. It's something that popped up. I think he goes eventually. I think he goes soon. Don't know if it's to Toronto. I can see Toronto. Who can I see Toronto going after? Who's been mocked to Toronto?
How are you feeling as you watch your son
I can see them because with Fred VanVleet going, is Fred VanVleet going? Is he leaving? Because if he's leaving, I can see them going with a guy like Kobe Buffkin. I can see them going with him since Kason Wallace is gone. I can see them going with Kobe Buffkin. Especially if they're not bringing Van Vliet back. I can see them going Buffkin.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is him sharing a moment with his mother, Kathy. Again, the person that he describes as his superhero. Jay, just really quick, your thoughts on Derek Lively.
Well, he's been through a lot as a player. He's the #1 high school
I mean,
player.
I'm interested in the drop, man. This is, you know who else dropped a lot because of medicals? Michael Porter Jr.
But he persevered.
Michael Porter Jr. dropped.
Toward the end of the season,
He was another guard that dropped a lot. I mean, another forward that dropped a lot because of
85%
medicals, but who was really talented, but ended up dropping a lot because of medicals.
I think the floor for him, defensively is set. And I think a lot about DeAndre Jordan when he came out of Texas A&M. We were saying,
I'd be walking to the interview joint like he looked like the Undertaker or Kane or something. Walking like that.
I think Derek Lively II's offense can come. Like he's got a nice touch. I think that's going to come in time. But the defense, the rebounding, running the floor, all that, he's got that already.
He had a terrific pro day. I mean, knocked down multiple threes, showed that he could score the basketball. When his mom just talked about his work ethic, we covered Duke this season, and we were told that Derek Lively would work in the mornings. Before practice, he'd work. After practice, he would work.
Told me we were going to regret this forever. I like Bilal, man. He's... Definitely, I would consider him a high upside draft pick. Raw on offense, but has potential there, has shown potential there offensively on the offensive side of the ball. Then you have the defensive side of the ball, which he excels at. He's athletic. I mean, a 7'2", whatever wingspan. So that's nice. And then you have, they say he's 6. From what I looked at, they say he's 6'6" without shoes. He's 6'8" with shoes. Where are you going to be playing in the basketball court? Shoes. So he's 6'8".
Are on the clock. So let's just take a little look at where Toronto is at.
I think the Raptors go Buffkin, man. I could be wrong. I could be completely wrong.
They missed the playoffs for the second time in 3 seasons. They lost in the play-in to the Bulls. And then, as I mentioned,
you know who hasn't gotten picked either? Who the Magic could have went over Jet Howard? Grady Dick. Grady Dick's still on the board.
Is reported. So, JJ, what do you see as the direction of this franchise now?
Well, they have some decisions to make about whether or not they're going to trade
Jordan Hawkins, Kobe Buffkin for Toronto.
Whether they do that or not, they need
Jalen Hood from Indiana.
3-point percentage, 28th in three-pointers made. There are multiple great shooters still on the board available.
Orlando could have went Grady Dick. I forgot all about Grady Dick.
We'll see if they're going to get a little bit of help with that here. The pick is in. Let's head to the podium. And
you said another rookie that's struggling on offense. I'm not okay. What do you think about AB going top 5? I mean, the noise was... Let me see this pick real quick.
With the 13th pick in the 2023 NBA Draft, the Toronto Raptors select Grady Dick.
Grady Dick. All right. Grady Dick. I was just bringing him up. I was like, he's still on the bag. He's still on the board. Grady Dick.
In the green room.
So there goes Grady.
Dick from Kansas is on his way to...
I knew they was going to go in that guardish range.
The two go hand in hand.
I love
Phenomenal.
that. It feels like, right, is this a Toto we're not in Kansas anymore
Decent
moment?
pick
A little
for them.
nod to Dorothy.
Charles said I think Atlanta going to pick up Cam Whitmore.
I had a chance to speak with him. And
Yeah, New Orleans. I don't know what's going on with Zion, but you got Zion there at the 4. You got Brandon Ingram there at the 3. I don't think New Orleans is looking for a Cam Whitmore. I think he gets past them. Atlanta, interested. They have DeAndre Hunter. Don't know what's going on with John Collins unless they're going up 100% for sure. Be moving John Collins or DeAndre Hunter, which means they could be looking for a small forward type of guy, aka a Cam Whitmore type of guy. They got AJ Griffin on the bench over there.
When Duke played Kansas, and there were 2 plays in
so yeah, interesting. I forgot that they had AJ Griffin, so I don't know. I don't know if they would be looking for Cam if they got AJ Griffin back there, or if they're keeping DeAndre Hunter.
For a 3, and then he gets a backdoor cut for an alley-oop layup. Those were game-changing plays that they ended up getting the win. From his basketball IQ, he's more than a shooter, but his shooting is something special.
I'm still trying to imagine a quiet moment with that suit on. But that is as loud as it can get.
Shoulder pads.
But he is a great shooter. Shot over 40% from 3. He gets it off quickly, and when he catches it, he doesn't dip it down. He just catches it, and it's immediately up. And catch and shoots.
All right, now what does New Orleans need?
Andrea's point, he's a very good.
They got Jonas.
Good reads.
Who knows what's happening with Zion? Who knows?
He's got
they got Brandon. They got
statistical profile
CJ.
To what Tyler Hero had.
Who starts?
Kentucky. The one thing, though, he's not a defender yet. He struggles in pick-and-roll defense when he's the primary defender. He gave up 51% as a pick-and-roll defender. And he needs
CJ, Trey Murphy, Brandon, Herbert Jones, Jonas. Oh, Zion, Jonas.
Grady Dick and his suit are standing by with Monica McNutt.
All right, Grady, I can't
I don't know.
Without asking about the suit. Tell me what went into this decision, and you just so
I don't
happen
know.
to be wearing the colors of your now organization.
Do they go shooting guard? Do they try to get? Do they go up with a Buffkin, or do they go with a Jordan Hawkins type of guy? Do they go with a shooting guard?
Made that kind of come into the jackets.
Oh, it is an ode to Kansas. All right, as your mom, Bart and Carmen join us now. Now listen, Kansas has produced plenty of pros. How are you feeling about your preparation to now join the Toronto Raptors organization?
We'll see, man. I mean, I could easily see the Pelicans going guard.
Come true for me too. I think the best thing
I can see them going
all the
guard.
players, like you said, that go through there.
I think they go guard. I don't know if it's Buffkin, Jordan Hawkins, Hood. I wonder.
It's just perfect place for me to be at and get me prepared for
your parents, Bart and Carmen, you guys were elite athletes in your own right. As your son begins this adventure, what can you say about his work ethic to get here?
He has worked so hard and deserves this. He's worked every day to get to this point.
Well, Grady, congratulations. Bart and Carmen, congratulations as well.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Monica, thank you so much.
All right,
New Orleans is now on the clock, and there's been a lot of
Shamari, you said
swirling
you
around
expect
New Orleans,
anyone
the direction that they want to go with Zion Williamson, with Brandon Ingram, and the franchise. Ingram and Williamson, they played 12 games together this past season. So for more on the Pelicans, let's bring
you said you expect any more Willing and Dilling tonight from Winger. It's possible. I mean, we got 3 point guards who could be moved.
Who told me that they were offered Zion Williamson and any trade talks here in recent weeks. Now, New Orleans did try to package this number 14 pick and some other future assets to move up in the draft. They were unable to do so.
Zion Williamson, 194 games, missed an injury. Gee.
The Pelicans practice facility more this offseason than in
Richie said
years.
Kurt was his starter. Tyus Jones.
Games last season.
PG, so you got Tyus Jones,
but this is an organization that
Jordan
so
Poole,
far remains committed
Diddy Avdia, Bilal, Gallinari, Kuz, and Gafford. I forgot we got Gallinari on the team.
What do you see as the direction this franchise needs?
I mean, he's coming off injury, so I don't know if he starts. But I forgot we got Gallinari.
To be on the basketball court because when he has
AJ said we got Monte Jones, right? One of them has to go. Yeah, so we got guards. Even Jordan Poole could play the point guard position. So, I mean, we have multiple point guards that if a team is looking for some of them, Monte can help a guy, help a team. DeLon could definitely help a team.
Not great early returns out of Zion Williamson.
We'll see.
Outside of Zion Williamson, but the Pelicans front office, Swin Cash,
Merle, what's going on? What you said? The Wizards trade for Bilal? Yeah, they did. They traded up one with the Pacers to get Bilal. So the Pacers picked Bilal for the Wizards, and the Pacers went back, and the Wizards drafted Walker for the for the Pistons. Not the Pistons, the Pacers. I'm sorry. Was I saying the Pistons? I meant the Pacers. Jay said could move Monte for 30, 40th pick.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the Pelicans were last in the league as far as points that were at the rim. Right?
It's a couple teams that can still use point guards out there, I believe.
Where else they hurt and where else they struggled this year was three-point shooting. So I think if they're committed to keeping Zion and sticking with him and having him be healthy for them, they can go for a shooter here.
Jay, who do you see? I've been seeing your best available cycle through the bottom of our screen. Who do you see as fitting with the core that New Orleans has?
Well, if they need shooting, Jordan Hawkins is one of the best shooters left from UConn.
Yeah, that's just saying. Okay, so they're thinking the same thing I'm thinking. I'm like, you got Buffkin, you got Jordan Hawkins, you have.
We're gonna check in with Woj a little bit later.
Yeah, Hood. I mean, you got some guards.
Just following up here, Diddy, you were a little bit surprised that Cam Whitmore was also still on the board.
Yeah, and I had heard going into this week that if there was a guy that was a top 5 talent that could potentially drop, it was going to be him, and I don't know the circumstances behind that. And as you get further along in drafts, right, you can always draft for a positional need, but oftentimes when we get deeper in and a player like Cam Whitmore is still available, you just draft the best player available.
Yeah, because a lot of folks say that he is the most NBA ready, at least body-wise, in this draft. The pick is in there. Let's head down.
I definitely think the Pelicans go guard here. Wonder who.
I have another trade to announce. As part of a deal to be finalized later, the Dallas Mavericks are trading to the Oklahoma City Thunder the draft rights to Cason Wallace, the 10th pick, and the Thunder are trading to the Mavericks the draft rights to Derek Lively II, the 12th pick.
Okay. Ooh.
With the 14th pick in the 2023
Who they going
NBA
with? What
draft,
guard? What guard?
The New Orleans Pelicans select Jordan Hawkins.
Jordan Hawkins.
From the University of Connecticut.
Makes sense. Definitely makes sense.
National champion.
Definitely
Hawkins,
makes sense.
An emotional moment that he is sharing with his parents. He's described his parents as the hardest working.
I'm looking at this site, guys.
I do is to make them proud. A moment with his agent Ty Sullivan.
I'm looking at this site.
He is.
Let me turn it on real quick. Let me turn it on because I'm looking at some Victors. I'm looking at some Bilal stuff. They got it nice and broken down on Peachtree Hoops. Appreciate that. I'm looking at. They say the offense is scoring. Obviously, he's raw right now. The offense is raw, but you see, this is what I look for. The vision, right? You walk into, let's say, you flip houses for a living, right? You walk into a house. It's all busted up, beaten up, broke down, right? You don't just say, ew, I don't want this. Like, your job is flip out. You go in there as a visionary. You see the vision. You see the finished product, not the raw outline. You see the vision. You see the finished product here. I was looking at some of these clips, man. You see below right there. Nice little Euro. Get to the basket. Nice, easy touch. Finish. I like that. Working in some pick and roll here. Splitting the double. Finishing through contact. Love to see that. That's potential right there. That's potential. That's offensive potential. Let me kick out, drive, and one. Obviously, the common theme I'm seeing from right here is he likes to get to the basket. Working some pick and roll game. Showing what you can do. Ball handling. Nice crossover right there. Drawing the foul. I like that. Right there. You see that crossover? Woo! Okay. I'm liking what I'm seeing. The offense may be raw, but I see the vision there. I'm seeing the vision here. I'm seeing the vision here. On the wraparound, attacking the basket, drawing the foul. I'm seeing the vision. You got... Give it time, man. Give it time. In transition on the fast break. Attacking the rim. Running. You gotta give it time. Like I said, I like Bilal. Cam's still my number one. But I like Bilal, man. Not afraid to grab the rebound and push the pace and bring it up court. Not uncomfortable with the ball in his hands. Nice Euro floater. Couldn't get the finish in, but you can see the soft touch. You can see the... You see it there, right? I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I'm seeing the vision here.
Dad, Craig, I know in you all's household, y'all say push harder. There's not a lot of room for
I'm seeing the vision there, man.
Your son has really just started the next chapter. How will push harder apply to him as an NBA player?
I mean, I think if he just keeps continuing
I'm seeing.
to put
I think the general consensus though is that Wizards fans are they like the pick.
Dad, how much have you
They like what they've done. They've liked what they've done.
Amazing. I love it.
That's the general consensus that I'm getting.
All over. Gotta start all over and do it all over again.
Jordan and Hawkins family.
I'm here for it.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Baltimore, you said, who do you think his comp is?
So very much.
Oh, who do I think his comp is? I've seen OJ and Anunoby.
The
if he could be OG,
Hawks, they are on the clock. JJ, what are you hoping to see for Atlanta?
I can dig that. I would love an OG.
There's a lot of question marks right now about.
And thank you, Rich. He 18.
Guys on their roster are available. We don't know what.
My man's 18. I see a lot right now, and my man's only 18. He ain't got nothing but time. The Wizards is rebuilding. This is the first year of a rebuild.
Are on Atlanta if they're going to be any shakeups on that roster.
I can see the vision there. Even though like I said, Cam my number one, I see the vision there at the end of the day.
Silver is ready to share who is headed to Atlanta.
Let's see who Atlanta going with.
With the 15th pick in the 2023 NBA Draft, the Atlanta Hawks select Kobe Buffkin from the University.
Okay, so they went Kobe Buffkin. Okay, I know they trying to get DeJounte up out of there.
Kobe Buffkin, really one of the best players in the Big Ten the last 6 weeks of the season.
Right.
Michigan put the ball in his hands. He just plays with incredible
couple Michigan guys, guards off the board, and Jet Howard and Kobe Buffkin.
Up the draft boards, and ultimately him being drafted to Atlanta at number 15. He increased his scoring by 11 points per game from 2021-22 season. That's the largest among returning Big Ten players in 2022-2023. He strategically sort of only worked out with a handful of teams here, Jay, but clearly Atlanta liked what they saw.
Well, a lefty that was a McDonald's All-American
All right, now.
school and didn't have the greatest.
AJ, you said Bilal such an OKC pick. I'm here for it.
It's hard to
Thank
call
you.
McDonald's All-American
Need I say
late
more?
bloomer, but
AJ,
sophomore year
thank you very much.
and improved
Thank you very much.
He's got a very
Because
good
you know
touch. He's a good finisher,
whose
71%
board Bilal was on?
He's got a great
OKC's
feel for the
board.
game. And he's a good defender.
Because Will was
He's
doing
got
work for
excellent
OKC before he
active
left.
hands and quick feet. And even though he's got
Bilal was on
frame
OKC's
and he needs
board.
to get stronger,
And if
his
you on OKC
defensive
board, you on my
presence
board.
is a very
This is
good
this is
one.
100% an OKC pick.
John Sanderson,
I love
the
that.
strength coach at Michigan, has said in his 15 years at
I love
Michigan, Kobe Buffkin is as hard a worker as he has had.
Smart, you said Miss Kippy already, man. Can't teach top 3. Yeah.
He had 40 steals
That's
and
true.
20 blocks as a
Oh, you said
guard.
Cam dropping to
Defensive
20?
intensity that he plays with this
I don't
team.
know.
It also
I
gives
mean,
Atlanta
could he
another
go to the
ball
Lakers?
handler to create,
The Lake?
take
I
some
don't.
pressure off of Trae Young. He's got deep range. He can score the basketball. I think this is a really great fit for the Hawks.
He's a sophomore, but
could he go to Utah?
Only 19 years old, which makes his leap all the more impressive. Take a look at the numbers here.
I don't.
Shaking hands with NBA Commissioner Adam Silver. This is the moment that all of these young men really got to think about their name being called. But you can just see
somebody go pick up Cam.
Jump that he was able to
don't know who.
Yeah,
somebody going to.
Over the last 12 games or so of this last.
Jay, you said you think we trade back to the first? I'm not sure. Not sure. Maybe if they work, if they get to cooking on the phones again, but I'm not sure.
He makes very good decisions.
Once again, thank you guys for joining.
And now he's standing by.
Appreciate all the likes. If you haven't liked the video, make sure to like the video for your boy, please. If you want to send in a donation and support that way, you can. If you want to become a member and join up, support that way, you can. Or if you just chilling, thanks for chilling with me.
And I'm just looking forward to getting the ATL and being.
That's how you say you trust the front office? Yeah, I agree. I trust the front office as well, man. I trust the front office as well.
So much pride is running through us right now. This is a young man who has dedicated himself to basketball. Most importantly, been faithful to the Lord and to the game.
To the Lord!
Him this far. He has played like the world is watching for the last 12 years. It's what we stress as a family. Play like the world is watching. Have faith, and you'll get here. We're here. Grand Rapids, Michigan is here.
You are, in fact, here. Dad, Michael, Mom, Kimberly, and Kobe, congratulations on beginning your NBA career.
Thank you.
Hey, that was a fact, man, that you tweeted in here, man. I mean, I said tweeted. Typed in here that OKC was that Bilal was an OKC pick.
Victor, thank you so much for spending a little bit of time with us.
Thanks for having me, guys.
I know this is an incredibly busy, incredibly exciting night for you, so we will try not to take up too much.
Hey, let Victor go to his after party, man. Let him go to his after party.
JJ and I in different ways.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Filled with tears. What was going through your mind?
You know, I've dreamt of this moment. I've dreamed of this moment for so long that it felt really surreal. It actually felt like a dream when he said that sentence.
You know how stuff he said, Mama Buffkin.
You know,
it's been a couple.
But still, I
Hendrix, Mom, respectfully.
Yeah, seeing my family.
Victor's sister, respectfully.
It's just a dream come true. You can't really explain it.
Miss Buffkin, respectfully.
You talked to my podcast about being free in the universe.
God-fearing woman. I love a God-fearing woman.
The emotion, I really do. Specifically with your family, what was that moment like to share with them?
Charles, you said maybe the Lakers go best play. Yeah, that's what I said. I can see the Lakers. I can see the Lakers going Cam just off of best player available. I mean, but they
their reward for being good people, you know, having their.
Could they go point guard? I can see them going point guard, or
yeah, it just warms my heart.
Or something like that.
I can make these people proud. They matter so much to me.
You know, we've talked
something of that nature.
What you're able to do, skill-wise.
Oh no, the Lakers. You never know what they're going to do. Dobbs, I appreciate the 10. The 10 bomb. I appreciate you. Thank you.
To get to this point.
I ain't never ever.
But yeah, I mean,
seen you act like this before. You getting
the Lakers need a point. The Lakers need to go ahead and hit us up. Try to get a Monte Morris off of us. They could use a Monte Morris. They really could. Monte Morris would be a terrific point guard playing next to Anthony Davis and LeBron James. Monte Morris would be a terrific point guard playing next to LeBron and AD. That's the type of point guard that they need. Somebody who's not going to turn the ball over, who's going to have a terrific assist-to-turnover ratio, who's going to hit their open threes when they get them. They can get a... Work with us. Call my man's LA.
Your mobility and your my agility, you know what I'm saying? So bulking up is not the good word, you know. It's being more stable.
Come on, man.
More strong, more solid. You know, when you watch me in the past 3 years.
AJ, you said
I haven't grown.
Windhorse just said that we traded up for Bilal because he's Republican Pacers. Yeah, that's what I assumed because there would be no other reason to jump up one spot unless you felt like somebody else was about to jump up ahead of you and grab him. So in order to prevent that, go ahead and give the Pacers some compensation, and go ahead and get your guy before somebody else go ahead and
Victor,
get
what
their
is the
guy.
first thing that you were looking forward to when you touched down?
That's what I assumed, because obviously the Pacers were looking for a 4. That's why I was so surprised when they went with Bilal. That's why I was so surprised.
So yeah, really, I guess they're gonna be fan at the airport. I'm really looking forward to this,
Well, we know that the dinners with Greg Popovich, they are famed, so you are in for a treat. And you've been all around New York City this week, Victor. Let's take a look at just your week. You said that it was the first time.
You said, yeah, for sure. We get Monte Future All-Star.
Yannick.
I need to see Zosa and Summer League this season. The whole. I need to see him, Mr. Drafting Stash. Or is he another Esop Sandin? Or whatever his name is. Ricky said over under 25 wins next season. I gotta see the full roster, man. I ain't gonna hold you. I gotta see the full roster.
That was a bad side of this because, a lot of
Dante, you said what is our next pick? Our next pick is the 35th pick.
Physical, trying to get to me. And
we have the 35th pick next.
I'm always try to
AJ answers.
How do you feel about your first pitch, by the way?
I'm late.
How do you feel about your first pitch? How would you grade it?
I wish I could do it again.
Stevie said, who's not going to take...
Yeah. You'll have more opportunities.
I think you're going to have an opportunity to do another first pitch. Victor Wembanyama, thank you for spending a little
Who's not going to take the ball to the rim? Polls.
You and your entire family on just a magical, incredible night.
So much.
In the meantime, the Utah Jazz, their pick is
Bro, you said feels like
it's
so retired of the draft. I haven't heard a word about that dude.
With the 16th pick in the 2023 NBA Draft, the Utah Jazz select Keontae George.
Keontae George.
University.
All right.
Keontae George.
All right.
Baylor. Headed to the Utah Jazz.
I thought you said me and Devontae.
506 points last season, the second most in a season by a freshman.
Nice hit with a slide to pick 35.
Dante,
you said
France, and he's come a long way. We spoke earlier this week, and he told me that when he was in high school, he had an abscess in his hip, and he was supposed to just be in the hospital for a day, but he was there for weeks, and he thought he'd never play basketball again. And really, that gave him a new appreciation, Jay, for the game that he loves so very much.
Yeah, he is a shot maker and a shot creator, that combination.
We go grab Cam at 35, man. Give me Cam at 35.
Good quickness, he's athletic, and I think he's got all the tools to be a good defender. It's one thing, his efficiency probably needs to improve. He had some turnovers, took some tough shots, but he played on a team of shot creators with L.J. Cryer and Adam Flagler. That was the best.
I legitimately think Bilal is going to be a good pick, guys. I ain't going to lie to you.
George, one of the
I see the vision. I'm looking at these clips, man. I see the vision. I see the framework. I see the framework, man. When I look at Bilal Coulibaly right now, I see a house, right?
69% of his catches.
I see the frame. The foundation is already there. Like, you know how you drive by
fading away, whether he's
the construction of the new development, you just see the wood. They just the foundation is there, but it's just wood. You just see the wood. You see the frame of it. And then you just keep driving by. You may not go back past into another month. Next thing you know, the houses is done. They got the pavement down, the sidewalks, the grass put in. It ain't all dirt no more. The construction trucks is gone. The workers is gone. Ain't no more people with stop and slow signs no more. I see the vision there with Bilal, man. I see the house that got the foundation that just needs some time, man, for the construction to be done. That's what I see. That's what I see.
Those guards went off on Kansas in the first half, but Kansas shut him down in the second. But his quick dribble moves and his handle and his ability to get to his spots, that's going to really help.
And you say you know why you haven't heard anything about Yannick. Look at his stats to see if you dare, bro. Drop so bad. I don't even. I hate drafting stats because the last. I don't know. I'm just.
This is the best moment of my life. I mean, I can't even explain how I feel right now.
I'm good off the Aaron Whites.
I understand this is just
Yusuf Sandins.
Jason, you've watched him put those
Sosa, I don't know if he about to be another one of them.
Athlete as well, you understand it.
But
as he goes
I
on
don't
to
know.
this next chapter, what's your best advice for him?
Jay, you said Cam not sliding out of it. Nah, he's definitely not sliding out of the first round. He's going.
And just keep getting better every day.
I just don't know where.
Dad, Jason, congratulations, Keontae. Utah Jazz got there.
I wonder.
Amazing.
I wonder. I don't know. I wonder.
Monica, thank you so much.
Want to pick him up?
In 2023
that could be a Lakers type of move. He's going best player available.
What's your biggest question in terms of these teams?
It's got to be the Warriors at 19. They've whiffed on the last few picks they've had in the first round.
And then you got the Warriors, you got the Heat, you got the Warriors, you got the Lakers.
Coming up.
It's interesting. Who are these guys going to pick? I legit don't know.
The man with the troublesome hemorrhoid enters the room.
Excuse me?
That wasn't me.
Said Hillary, who's only taken 347 steps today.
I cycled here.
Speaking of cycles, Mary's period is due to start in 3 days.
How do they know so much about us?
You're all sharing health data.
I'm interested, man. I'm not.
That's how I know about Kevin's rash. Who's next? Wait, what's that in your hand? No, stop! Well, you're no fun.
Who is he? Someone I should have killed a long time ago. It's not the killing he enjoys.
Pete, are you drumming? Sorry, Preston. You got it.
He knows the best way to
You got it, Preston.
through all of you.
AJ, you said, damn, is it just me or this draft taking hella long? I mean, maybe. I don't know. I've been live for about 2 hours now. We at 17.
Mission Impossible: Dead Reckoning.
I'm about to go ahead and DoorDash something. That's what I'm on. I'm about to DoorDash. Because I can't leave the house, but I'm getting hungry.
Crispy, cheesy, and
I'm about to mess around and order some DoorDash and be eating on the stream. I don't care. I'll eat. I'm hungry. Give me a drink. Oh, no, what I'm going to get? Some Wendy's or something? I need to eat. I'm getting a little hungry. Nikki said something's wrong if he's sliding like that. The key word I keep hearing is something about his medicals at the end of the day. Something about his medicals. Stuff he said Cam wasn't even all Big East. I know he was hurt to start the season too, so that probably hurt him. Dante said Winger is cooking right now, best believe. I'm on the Winger train, man.
The Volkswagen Taos. German engineering everyone can get into.
I really am.
Visit your local Volkswagen dealer for 1.9% APR financing for 36 months on a new 2023 Taos or Tiguan.
The Chevy RS
I'm on the Winger train.
SUVs has it all. Whether you want the 10.2-inch diagonal color touchscreen,
Nikki said Bilal W or O pick. I say W. It's a W pick. It's definitely a W pick, in my opinion.
So take your pick.
I still want Cam.
Spring into adventure and get 1.9% financing on select popular Chevy SUVs when you finance with GM Financial. Plus, make no monthly payments for 90 days. Find new roads at your local Chevy dealer.
Lowe's knows you never come in for just one thing.
So we've got to know a lot of things about a lot of things.
Like which
Hey, come on, man.
cut, the mulch that finishes.
I ain't gonna lie to you.
Picking a color that pops. You got this. We got you.
It's time for tonight's draft anniversary, brought to you by Charles Schwab.
Go ahead and trade up for Cam, man. I'm dead serious.
James is the best high school basketball player I have ever seen.
With the first pick, the Cleveland Cavaliers select LeBron James.
I mean, I can see the Lakers going guard though. They need a guard, point guard specifically. So I keep saying Hood. I can see it being Hood. Keontae's gone. Hawkins is gone. Buffkin's gone. Grady's gone.
Some other
I don't think they would get
notable
Jamie
anniversaries
Jacquez.
And some notable #1 overall picks.
Jay Howard's gone. I think. I don't think they go. I don't think they go Nick Smith Jr. I think they go guard. I can see it being Hood.
Now the pick is in, so let's head back to the podium and NBA Commissioner Adam Silver.
With the 17th pick in the 2023 NBA Draft, the Los Angeles Lakers select Jalen Hood Schifino.
So they did go guard. They went Hood.
Man, what a week
All right, now.
Jalen Hood Schifino. He had his 20th birthday to celebrate on Monday.
Kyrie said Lakers to
3 days later,
Steffi said
he is drafted into the NBA. He actually goes by Fino,
Sixers
and that's a nickname his
process.
mom gave
Once we said,
him.
wish we could find a
It's
Jokic
not
with
just
one
a
of our
nickname,
seconds.
it's
Then
an
he said, wish
acronym.
your opinion on the winning
Failure
ticket. Bilal
is not
Coulibaly.
an option.
I think
His mom came
Bilal,
up with that
I
years ago.
like the
Motto
pick.
that he
Obviously,
repeats
Cam
to
was my number
himself.
one.
He was the first Indiana
I like the
freshman with
pick.
multiple 30-point
I think
games this season since Eric Gordon
he's raw offensively for sure, but
2008.
you can see the
Big Ten
potential
freshman of the
there.
year, all Big Ten second team.
So you see the foundation defensively, he's good. His intangibles, his measurements are really good. So all those things you like to see. And he's very young on a rebuilding team, so he's going to have the time and opportunity to grow. So I love that. I love that. AJ said it, and I'll repeat it. It's an AJ. I mean, it's a OKC kind of draft pick. And like I said before, if you on OKC board, you on my board, man. At the end of the day.
He had a 3-game
Period.
where he was 16 of 37, but the rest of the
Biggie said $1.99. Thank you. Appreciate you for the $1.99. He said, did they really do their homework or a hype job pick?
Yeah, I wouldn't call him an incredibly
I think this was heavily influenced by Will Dawkins. Because I think OKC had Bilal on their board while he was still with OKC. And he took those notes over to Washington. This was 100% a Will Dawkins pick. I know he got his handprints all over it. And Bilal was rising up the boards anyway. And that's the reason the Wizards had to trade with the Pacers, because other people were calling apparent courting to Windhorst. Other people were already calling, trying to trade up to go get him. So Dawkins wanted this guy, he went to go get him.
But my favorite thing about his game is the way he's able to distribute the basketball. 117 assists.
Fisher said Wizards make trade in 26 picks.
Indiana history, and he delivers the ball
Jalen's
off
uncles
of the bounce.
look
He doesn't have to pick it
like
up
they some
and
real
then
hitters.
pass it. He can take it right
Darius
off the
said,
dribble,
got
which I
surprised we
think will
didn't pick
translate to the
Cam.
next level.
This is the
He
moment
said we
that
finally
he
got a
found out
free
that he was
athlete.
headed
And
to
he's
the
good.
Los
He's a good
Angeles
athlete as well.
Lakers. It's one of my favorite.
Hood kind of look like Jalen Hurts a little bit.
It's literally watching in real time as dreams
If
come
he
true, and he is now.
looked like Jalen Hurts, like just a little bit lighter. If he cut that off, get the low fade, get the hoop in ring, that's Jalen Hurts' brother.
How would you describe this week?
I mean, it's really hard to put it into words, but like right now, I don't even know really how I feel. It's just like a surreal feeling. But I gotta give all thanks to the man above.
Mom, Angel, you guys have this acronym for the last 4 letters of your last name. Failure is not an option. Tonight, your son achieves one of his dreams. How proud are you of him?
And I like the interviews too, man.
So proud.
I like the interviews
Thank your mom for helping.
because they not ESPN for some reason they always like to say put up some trauma with the player for some reason on their draft nights. They like to put up some kind of trauma or some depressing stuff with the people. I love Monica McNutt. She's doing a terrific job with these interview questions too. I ain't locked in on them, but I'm hearing them. These other people, they be talking about their parents or their fathers or something passing away or dying or them being in trouble in the past. Always be having some kind of trauma dump. You're doing a good job. Good job, Monica. Shuggy said cancel on the board, yeah. Biggie said, would you trade Diddy in 2 second rounds for a first?
Folks at the combine, they thought that he might be. The chatter was he had the most NBA-ready body potentially of anyone in the league. Let's check in with our Adrian Wojnarowski.
You said don't talk about the
what is the
Eagles.
latest
Be happy.
and why
Don't make me sad now.
name called yet?
My bad. My bad, Kevin.
Teams in
Oh, you talking about Cam?
describe a combination of some poor workouts, some not great interviews with teams over the last month.
Poor workouts, not great interviews.
Cam Whitmore has dropped. I saw him in a workout for his agency at WME in Santa Barbara in May, where he really impressed teams virtually all, literally all.
Like, it's crazy because Cam went from possibly being top 5 to may not even be in top 20.
There was a sense he would drop tonight.
I can see the Heat getting Cam. I can see Cam going to the Heat.
Is dropping toward number 20 as we approach the second half of the first round.
Woj, thank you. Miami is on the clock at
I
this
can
point.
see the
That's a
Heat
great
getting
list
Cam.
We put up with Cam Whitmore as number 1 as the best available prospect thus far. At his best, what is Cam Whitmore to you?
He's a powerful athlete with an NBA body that attacks the rim. and he's got a good shooting touch. He's a versatile defender. But I agree with you, Malika. Like, he's got an NBA body right now. He's built like a Mack truck. I'm
who are these dorks?
That he's still available,
who are these dorks in the background trying to fake flash of the camera? These dweeb NBA Twitter user kids in the background.
Coming into the league with this, Andrea.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Cam Whitmore is a talented scorer, 48% from the field. He operated extremely well in isolation.
Cam really falling, dang.
When he was running isolation.
Yeah, it's always one of them. It's always one.
I mean, he has pro-ready body, like you said. I think he can contribute at the next level whenever he gets picked.
Miami is on the clock at this point. We just saw them make a run to the finals and then fall short to Nikola Jokic and the Denver Nuggets. JJ, taking a step back here, not necessarily just in the draft, what do you want to see in Miami? Who do you want to see paired with Jimmy Butler?
It's always one.
To make it to not only they get to another finals, which they have in 2 of the last 4 years, but finally get to that mountaintop.
Look, I don't know that you're going to get a franchise-altering superstar with the 18th pick.
Sure.
What Miami has done historically is identify the right people to be in that system, in that Heat culture. And they target players that are tough, that they target players with chips on their shoulders.
I can see Cam going to Miami.
Smart players. And those are the type of players that they could potentially look at. And they have an even better track record of identifying undrafted players, bringing them into the program.
I see
all 4 of these guys.
I can see Cam going there. Don't know if they get him, but I could definitely see Cam going there.
One of the best incubators of talent in the NBA. Their latest addition, the pick is in. Let's head back to Commissioner Adam Silver.
With the 18th pick in the 2023 NBA Draft, the Miami Heat select Jaime Jaquez Jr.
They want
from
Jaime.
UCLA.
I call him Jaime. He's a hooper. Jaime can hoop.
The senior forward out of UCLA.
Dang, Cam.
On his way to Eric Spoelstra.
Dang, Cam. Jaime can hoop, bro. But Jaime can hoop.
Player of the year. He's the first Bruin to win the award since someone the Heat may be familiar with, Kevin Love, in 2008. He led the team in scoring and rebounds last season. There he is in the Lakers jersey. He idolized Kobe Bryant growing up.
That's tough.
He also was one of 9 players.
But Cam can hoop. I mean, Jaime can hoop.
In the top 15 in scoring.
He's tough. I like Jaime. He's tough.
Basketball runs in the family. Both of his parents played at Concordia University, Irvine.
22.
You can see his
senior.
accolades there on the screen.
That dude can
and
hoop.
now he is headed to Southeast, Jay.
Jaime Jaquez is
Josh said Nick Smith slipping as well.
And he always plays hard. You know, when he was a freshman.
Yeah, it's definitely tough.
Took over at UCLA.
Definitely tough, man, for my boy Cam.
That played the hardest as a first-year player for the Bruins. Fundamentally sound. He's a really good isolation scorer. He's one of those guys, kind of like a little bit like Jalen Brunson, the way he can back you down and then pivot around you. He rebounds well. His footwork is excellent.
Well, Golden State up next. Who's Golden State going to go with?
Shooter, but he can knock down a 3. But he knows
just
how to
picked up Chris Paul. Moved on from
Heat to draft a player like
Jordan Poole.
For his toughness, fundamentally sound, can play with other people. He's a stud.
Yeah, and when you talk about the Miami Heat and having guys that play with a chip on their shoulder, Jaime Jaquez was number 95 in 2019 in the ESPN Top 100, right? That playing with the chip on your shoulder.
He was hooping. I watched him at UCLA games. That dude was hooping. He be hooping.
Talked about your Pac-12 Player of the Year. You lead your team in scoring at just under 18 points per game. Diving on the floor, the hustle plays. These are all plays that inject the Miami Heat with energy. He is going to be an incredible fit.
I like Jaime.
This sounds like it has Heat culture.
Mo, you said Golden State taking Cam for sure. I mean, are they taking Cam? They got Moses Moody. They got
has seen the level of intelligence, the level of skill, and older
Kaminga
player ready to contribute.
Are they? They got Wiggins. They got forwards. I don't know if they go Cam.
Incredible right now. Surreal. Words can't describe it right now.
Now listen, at the ripe old age of 22, you are one of the older draftees we've heard so far tonight. But you've played in multiple Sweet 16s. You've been to the Final Four. What is your experience as a senior coming out of UCLA? How does that separate you from the rest of your draft classmates?
I think you said it best. I think just experience overall. Any experience is good experience, and I think I just treat it as such, and that's what I try to emphasize to these teams is
I like
a lot of
Jaime,
experience
man.
and a lot of games under
I
my
hope
belt
he
that
does
I can
good.
use to help an NBA
He's
program
going to a
or
good
NBA
Oregon
team,
in Miami.
in the future. So.
Your parents, Jaime and Angela, are sitting with you. You guys, your son will now join a small but growing club of athletes that are Mexican-born or have Mexican descent. But I know to you, he is your baby.
Yes, sir.
How proud are you of him in this moment?
Oh my gosh, the words cannot describe how proud I am. This is his dream. He's carried a basketball around his whole life, and he's dreamt about this, and we
That's
just
cool,
couldn't be more
man.
proud.
Absolutely. We're so proud of my son just to see him, think about his goal was the NBA. Everyone has that goal, but for him to go out there.
I don't think Golden State goes Cam.
Jaime, Angela, congratulations. Jaime, congratulations. Welcome to the NBA.
She said AJ Salvador last year. Golden State probably
Monica, thank you. Jaime on his way to join
Max said I
Jimmy
thought Cam
Butler,
had behavior
Bam
issues. I
Adebayo
don't think I heard. I ain't hear nothing about behavior
as they
issues.
tried
I don't know.
to
They
return
from what
to
Woj
NBA
said,
Finals. Now,
he didn't do
let's
good
check
in
out tonight's keys to
workouts.
success brought to you by Kia. And those keys come courtesy.
He didn't do
of
good in
Golden State
workouts.
Warriors.
He
They
didn't.
made a huge
I don't know.
trade earlier today,
But I don't think the
acquiring
Warriors
Chris
got him.
Paul.
They already got
That's senior NBA insider
some
Adrian
forwards over there. They got
Wojnarowski
Wiggins. They got
discussed along with
Kuminga.
our front office insider Bobby Marks. But
They got
I want to start with you here. How did the decision come
Moody.
together that Chris Paul was going to land in Golden State?
Yeah, Malika, the first real significant decision of the Mike Dunleavy Jr. era as general manager in Golden State, the opportunity.
So basically, they want Chris Paul's going to come off the bench
try to maximize this
in Golden State
around Steph
soon.
Curry and deal with some of the financial realities facing the Warriors and this roster. Jordan Poole, 4 years, over $130 million left on his contract, goes out to the Wizards. Poole was a player that Mike Dunleavy Jr. identified when he worked for Bob Myers, and the Warriors drafted with the 28th pick of the first round.
Woj, thank you. Bobby, it seems like with the new CBA, there's this race to sort of fit under the second apron. Can you walk us through where the Warriors are at financially?
Yeah, Malika, when you look at the Golden State Warriors payroll, with Draymond Green on the roster.
Dante says the reason he's dropping, but this will humble count, whatever, because
$243 million.
AJ said below 6'8", only 18, still
when you
grow.
look at Draymond Green's
Yeah, I mean, like they said, it says 6'6".
$170 million
Without shoes, 6'8" with shoes, but you hoop with shoes. So, but yeah, he probably can grow another inch or two.
To re-sign him here.
Probably
Bobby,
could go
thank you
another
so
inch or
much.
two
The
for
pick
sure.
is now in. JJ, in just a little bit, I do want to get your thoughts on how Chris Paul is going to fit in with this roster. But before we do that, let's hear who is headed to Golden State and from NBA Commissioner Adam Silver.
I mean,
with the 19th pick in the 2023
do they go?
NBA draft,
Do they go a four?
The Golden State Warriors select Brandon Pojemski from Santa Clara.
Oh, guard, Santa Clara guard,
Brandon
shooting guard.
Pojemski from Santa Clara. When he
Yeah, I've
transferred
heard about
from
him.
Illinois to Santa Clara, he really broke out here in the WCC. He's only 20. He has so much upside. We're going to get back to Brandon in just a minute, but JJ, your thoughts here on Chris Paul, the veteran headed to Golden State.
Okay, Golden State.
A couple things really stand out. First of all, it's the contrasting styles between Chris Paul and Golden State. Chris Paul likes to play slow. He likes to play methodical.
Right.
Golden State likes to play fast. They like to play chaotic. Now, Chris Paul has the second most assists since play-by-play.
That'll be interesting. It seems as so.
With the two greatest shooters.
Interesting, man.
The second thing that really jumps out to me is if Draymond Green re-signs with the Golden State Warriors, referees are going to have an absolute nightmare calling those games because those two guys chirp more than anyone else.
Said Brandon's
and I want to say one other thing. I absolutely love this pick.
Bro's the youngest player
The
in the
Golden
draft.
State Warriors are looking for someone who can contribute right away.
Try to say
He
Houston
can
love
shoot the
young
basketball on
guys.
the move. He can shoot it on the catch. He can shoot it off the dribble. And I love that he plays with an edge.
I know the ref just up for the task. It's Richard Jefferson. Just kidding. Jay,
Cam
let's
Miles
talk a little
Bridges.
bit more about Brandon.
That's a comp that I've heard before
JJ
for
we know that Golden State
Cam
hasn't
Miles
necessarily
Bridges.
been interested after they did sort of a youth experiment here with that. But what does Brandon bring to this roster?
Well, he's a lefty, and he's very good athletically. He's got a 39-inch vertical, but to JJ's point, he's an outstanding shooter. A versatile scorer that can make plays, and he's a good passer, but shoots 44% from three,
excellent in catch and shoot
44% from
very
three.
Good off the dribble, average 20 points a game.
So now they got Houston. But like I said, Houston has Jabari Smith. They have Kevin Porter Jr. They have.
And you mentioned him playing hard as a guard. Averaged just under 9 rebounds per game. Brings a lot of energy.
And now he's.
I mean, they could go Cam, I guess.
Brandon, I got a little history for you.
They could go Cam.
You become just the third Santa Clara player to be drafted since Steve Nash in '96 and Jalen Williams did it last year. How special is that for you?
Yeah, I think it's a special. Big shout out to Jalen. He's part of the reason I went to Santa Clara this past year in the portal. Just seeing him do it and how high he got, I try to follow in his footsteps.
Your parents, John and Barb, are with you. I can tell you our analysts are already talking about his shooting ability and the organization that just drafted him. But having watched him from a young man to now in his basketball career, what are the Warriors getting in your son?
A hard grinder.
That's doing a really good job. She's doing a terrific job with these interviews. She's killing it.
He went to a military school. If someone says jump, you don't ask how high you do it. He will run through a wall for this organization. And he gets to have Steph with him. Priceless.
That hat has to feel pretty good, huh, Brandon?
Yeah. Yesterday in media, they was asking me who I want to go up against, and I was like Steph. But now just being with him, you know, there's a lot of Milwaukee guys out there already, so I'm really familiar. Obviously, Santa Clara is just right down the road from there, so I'm super excited, blessed. God put me in a great situation.
He said, "Michael, man." Yeah, I think she's doing a really good job. But yeah, I can see Houston taking that shot at Cam.
Just playing against him, and now he is going to get the chance to. Hey, let's take a look at some of the fashion that we've seen walking through Barclays Center tonight. It's been electric.
Then the Nets have back-to-back. I don't know.
We have equipment that works. That's a great start, everybody. 0.
I don't know. I'm not sure, guys. Interesting. But once again, thank you guys for being in here with me and chilling with me and watching the draft with me, man. We slowly but surely pushing through. I appreciate the likes. We have 43 likes. If you haven't liked the video, please make sure to help me out and hit the like button for your boy. If you want to donate and support in that way, you can do that. If you want to become a member, support in that way, you can do that. Or if you're just chilling, appreciate you for chilling. Biggie said trade Diddy for a pick.
I can't do from home.
Someone stop him.
Introducing new Black Angus steak burgers. The burger
Jay said Cam's situation not bad. His agent should have had him home on Cam. This is hard to watch.
Ultimate steak burger combos.
Yeah, I mean, it's I agree. That's got to be an embarrassing feeling, man. It's got to be an embarrassing feeling. I know me. Who was that kid? Who wasn't he? Somebody at the NFL draft? Who was in the same situation? Who ended up going like later than he thought, and he was sitting in the green room, and he ended up Will Levis, who ended up going in round 2 to the Titans. Will Levis was the same thing. He ended up dropping crazy. People thought he was gonna go possibly top 5, top 10. He ended up not even getting picked in the first, and he was just on camera. The camera kept showing Cuz. They kept showing Cuz, and he just looked so. He looked so upset. I feel bad, man.
2023 Towser Tiguan.
I feel bad. But I think he has a real opportunity to go to Houston. I think I can see it. I can see Houston taking, give me Cam. I can see that. I just don't see him falling out. I don't think he falls out of the first. I don't see it. Somebody's going to snatch him up. Whether it's right now with the Rockets or somebody's going to get Cam Whitmore.
Financing on select popular Chevy SUVs when you finance with GM Financial. Plus, make no monthly payments for 90 days.
Somebody.
Find new roads at your local Chevy dealer.
I'm just waiting to see who.
Welcome back to the 2023 NBA Draft presented by State Farm. The Houston Rockets with the 20th pick are on the board right now. Let's go back to the stage.
Oh, they need a point guard though, right? Don't they need a point guard, right? They going Cam here, man. Cam going off the board right here.
With the 20th pick
They going
in the
Cam right
2023 NBA Draft, the Houston Rockets select Cam Whitmore from Villanova University.
There you go. There you go.
Another Wildcat heads to the NBA in Cam
There you
Whitmore.
go, man.
He did miss the first 2 games of the season with thumb surgery, but then he said he was determined to come back even stronger. He was named the 2022-23 Big East Freshman of the Year. And Jay,
About time somebody got my guy, man. About time.
Now he comes into the league with potentially even more to
Oh, you're right. You're right. I forgot.
An elite athlete.
Thompson.
Malika, you're talking
Twin.
about his NBA
Point
body
guard.
and his strength.
You're right. Absolutely.
Just so powerful.
So
in the
Cam
way
made
he
even more
attacks
sense.
the
Right.
rim, a 65% finisher at the rim. And you referenced it. He didn't have a continuous season because of injury. But when he's at his best, he can be a versatile defender. He's an excellent cutter off the ball, but he gets steals. He can be disruptive.
My
But
guy,
that's
man.
just
Get him
how
off the
explosive
get
he
him
is.
out of
He
there.
goes to the basket. I mean, he attacks the rim like he's got something against it. He's good in transition. I mean, talk about a lob threat. You throw it up there, and he throws it down with both hands with his head.
Cam,
on
my
the
guy,
rim.
man.
And he's got a solid shooting stroke. Shoots about 35%.
That's crazy. He went from
free,
potentially
good
going
catch
top
situation.
5, top
I
10
think he's
to
going to improve his feel for the game as he gets
20.
more reps, but you know,
Down
you
to
don't find
20.
athletes
Wow.
like this all the time, and I thought he was a.
All right, so
top
Brooklyn
5
got
talent
back-to-back
coming into this
next.
draft. And so I think Houston got themselves a steal at number 20.
And we just saw the highlights of him being a disruptive defender, getting out defending in transition. That's something where Houston struggled this season, defending points in transition and turning the ball over and it leading to layups. The energy that really both of these guys are going to bring defensively is going to be huge.
All right, now.
Someone who knows a little something about Cam Whitmore is Dan Hurley, the UConn coach. He's going to be joining us in just a little bit, but first let's hear from Whitmore.
Let me
He is
see.
with Armand.
Let me hear what my man got to
Cam,
say.
a dream realized. You talked to me a little bit about 4 years ago when you broke your leg and you had to battle through that adversity. Tonight, you realize a dream. How are you feeling in the moment?
I mean, I'm excited, grateful to be here. I mean, I'm blessed. Been in wanting to be in the NBA for 100 years since I was born, so I'm blessed to be here.
Mom, Colleen, Dad, Myron, none of these athletes are able to do this without a tremendous support system. How have you watched your son grow and work toward this moment?
Just, he's been a hard worker, determined, just always had this goal, and he's never given up no matter what adversity that he's gone through.
Well, I can tell you that, he's had this dream since he was in 5th grade, right? And so
My boy
we've been
Cam,
supporting
man.
him 150%, attending all
What
of
I'm
his
talking
games,
about.
taking all of his practices, and so we've been behind him 100%.
Tonight, the support all pays off. You guys enjoy the night, Cam. Congratulations.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Monica, thank you so very much. As promised, champion head coach Dan Hurley. Actually, I should be saying
Dudley said we
congratulations
should-
on your
we can trade
contract
together, we
extension
should.
As well, Coach. Thank you so much for spending a little bit
Charlie
of
said
time
he
with
said
us.
I'm not shooting
You
as
know
well.
Cam Whitmore as well as anyone. You coached against him a numerous
Oh, he
amount
said
of
I
times.
think I got
What
21
do
and
you see
22.
Houston getting in this play?
Jay said
Yeah,
shout out.
Unfortunately for
shout
us,
out
a couple
these
of those
moms.
highlights
Yeah,
were
shout out
against
to the
us.
mom.
I mean, the
Let's
athleticism,
say he wanted to,
the physical attributes
play
are
with the
all there.
Wizards,
I was
too.
surprised this year by how clean his shooting was. The
Monte to the
expectation would
Rockets
be
for Cam.
He would just be this freak, talented, athletic rim attacker, but I think he's going to make threes, and I think that's obviously a steal.
Let's go back to Jordan Hawkins. You were there sharing that moment with him. You
I
were
like
also
the pick,
literally
man.
standing by his side on NBA Today when he declared to come to the draft that he was going to be an NBA player. What was it like for you to witness that?
I like
It's just
the pick.
great to, where you both come through for each other. He helped us win the championship in college basketball, and then we were able to help him reach his dreams. So it was just an incredible moment to see the emotion with the family. I mean, they've put all of their lives and resources into his career, and to see, Jordan and
Ooh,
Jasmine
we
and
getting there,
Craig,
guys. I'm about to door.
emotion
I'm
was
really
awesome.
about to door
Coach, we've
dash.
talked about his skill.
I was joking at
here
first,
on this desk,
but like I'm real
winning
live
a
hungry.
championship
I'm about
run.
to.
And how impactful was his
This
play
it's
in that
getting late.
championship run?
Yeah, I think he's the best
Let me see what I
shooter,
can cook up
or
real
the
quick
most
on that-
unique
on that
shooter
DoorDash.
that's come into the draft in the last couple of years.
I need to
He
eat a
wasn't
little
just a
something.
toes to the line catch and shoot. you know, the speed and the movement and how quickly he gets into his three. He became better in terms of the shot making at the different levels.
I made him get some McDonald's or something.
And
Get a
he's a
couple
tough
nuggets.
guy.
Yeah.
He's very competitive. He's skinny. He's gonna eat well.
Charlie said he looked. He did look unhappy. He looked very unhappy. I hope he wasn't looking like that at the interview.
Coach, you bring up New Orleans, one of my favorite cities. You bring up his shooting.
Kirby says Celtics 2 first-round pick and KP. Jay says I read that.
He's tougher. He's tougher than you think. You know, the shooting it's breathtaking when you
Jay
see
said
it
Brad saw KP
on a
said he's
daily
about to
basis.
Kansas City. Did Brad say anything
just
out
so
yet?
unique.
Nah, Brad hasn't sent anything out yet. I'm sure it's coming, and I'm sure it will be met with. I'm sure it will be met with something. It'll be met with something.
He'll let you coach him, and he wants
But
to be coached, and he's an old soul.
no, he hasn't said anything yet. KP had. KP was met with love and
you get to
happiness.
wear the gaudy ring with your brother Bobby Hurley and your father Bob Hurley.
Yeah, my seat feels higher. It's like they stuck a phone booth under my butt. Yeah, it's incredible.
Okay, you said Roof Chris. Man, the closest Roof Chris to me is, I don't even know. It's far.
More than held it up.
You still have a couple of players on the board, Coach, including Andre Jackson. What can you tell us about his game?
I mean, just the ultimate winner. I think a lot of these teams, they call after he's visited them and say,
"Woo, his joint is
this really who he is?" Like, just the way he presents himself, all the qualities that help you win games, the defense, you know, the rebounding, the playing for others. The last 12 games of the season, you know, he kind of cracked the code in terms of scoring a little bit, but he's the guy that obviously,
I just looked at this. Apparently, the sentiment online about the show, the draft, is that it's boring. People saying the show boring, the draft boring. I ain't gonna cap. It is. It do feel like it's dragging.
The work rate is going to be much different. You're playing against grown men.
I ain't gonna cap. It do feel like it's dragging.
You've got to go in there with the
But
habits, the behaviors, the mindsets, you know, to do it and learn from players that have made the wrong choices along the way, that go in unprepared, you know, and thinks that, you know, they've made it on draft night. You haven't made it on draft night.
Josh said,
Coach,
would you want in the second round?
Much for spending a little bit of time with us.
That's a good question. Who would I want in the second round?
Just a little bit more like we do for JJ. In the meantime, the Nets pick is in. Let's head back to the podium with NBA Commissioner Adam Silver. Jay-Z is bumping. You know that means the Nets
let's see what this pick looks like.
With the 21st pick in the 2023 NBA Draft, the Brooklyn Nets select Noah Clowney from the University of Alabama.
Noah Clowney.
That makes sense.
From the University of Alabama.
Second round, you got guys like Julian Strauler out of Gonzaga. I like him. Terrific three-point shooter. Shooting guard. A guy like Julian.
Including against #1 Houston.
Amari Bailey. Somebody like him as well. I really like him. I really like watching him. He can hoop for sure.
Jay, what do you see that Noah has?
I mean, if they want to go big, they can go Tracy Jackson Davis.
Lengthy with a 7-foot
out of Indiana.
Great second jump. So he's got all the tools. He's an outstanding offensive rebounder. He can finish. I think he can shoot.
Really want to take a flyer? Imani Bates. I've heard Ricky Council's name thrown around by some people on Twitter.
From the three-point line, shot about 28% overall, but had streaks where he made them. And he's a little bit inconsistent, but his mechanics are solid, and he can improve. But his rebounding, his ability to guard multiple spots and switch out, and he plays hard. I think it's a lot. This is an upside pick for the Nets at 21.
But Brooklyn is in a really interesting spot.
Then the Nets, is Papa John's open? This is crazy. But is Papa John's open?
What do you see them needing to do here moving forward?
It says they're closing soon. They close
it comes down to the strategy. Because look, Mikal Bridges was offered for the #3 pick tonight.
I would love some pizza right now.
Multiple teams offered.
Dang it.
4 or 5 first-round picks last year. And if you
Jay said yes, sir, Miami baseball waiting on
series
Bilal.
the Philadelphia 76ers, they had no sign.
Yeah, like somebody will take the flyer on Imani.
They view him as being able to play alongside Claxton because of maybe the potential upside of him as a shooter.
You can see him, everyone gathering around, sharing a moment, smiles all over in his green room, and now Noah Clowney is with our Monica McNutt.
What's up, Wizards fans? Bilal Koulibaly. Can't wait to go to work. Let's go, Wizards.
Yeah.
What's up, Wizards fans? Bilal Koulibaly. Can't wait to go to work.
Wizards.
What's up, Wizards fans? Bilal Koulibaly. Can't wait to go to work.
Okay,
Let's go, Wizards.
Wizards. Okay, Bilal with the Wizards. Yes, sir. Let's go to work with the Wizards.
Any opportunity I did get,
Wizards.
It got me somewhere. So like we hear.
Yes, sir.
I'm still shaking, bro. Like this surreal. Like really.
Sonya and Larry, you guys have watched your son put in that time and effort, whether people were talking about him or not. Now that he's here, what have you seen in his character that will help him make an impact in the NBA?
He is a great person. So just him being there and his will to win, like putting himself second. And I don't know.
It's fine. That was well said by Sonya. Larry, Sonya, congratulations. Noah, congratulations on your next chapter.
Thank you.
Monica, thank you so much. Noah Clowney becomes the second Alabama player.
He said Bilal going to NBA free agency. Dante said that for us, dog. Team is on a mission.
Let's check in with our very own Bobby Marks. Hey, Bobby.
Hey, Malika, don't let that quietness fool you with Noah Clowney there. He's got a major edge, as he just mentioned there. Overlooked coming out of high school, did not go through the AAU circuit. He's got something to prove, and I think he will in Brooklyn for a team, as JJ said, certainly undersized. They picked Nick Claxton on the last year of his contract here. A great value pick, also a best available, fits what Brooklyn is looking to do.
Thank you so much, Bobby. Noah Clowney headed to Brooklyn, where the super team era really is over for the
I should have prepared for this, man. I should have prepared for this way better, and I didn't.
Some they could keep, some they may move on from. As Sean Marks,
I should have been so much more prepared for this, and I wasn't.
Yeah, look, they have a star in Mikal Bridges. I don't know that Mikal Bridges is a superstar, but he is a star.
JB said play against the first day. Nick, you said, I read that.
At the end of his Phoenix Suns
Kevin, you said, I was surprised Bradley Beal, the only player getting no trade clause, not even LeBron, Curry, KD, guys. Yeah, it was. That's called bad front officing. Bad front officing.
They've got a strong young core and multiple draft picks going forward from that Kevin Durant trade.
But JJ, we haven't even mentioned, we've been talking about Brooklyn for 2 picks on the clock now, and we have not even discussed Ben Simmons.
Yeah.
Ben Simmons.
I will discuss Ben Simmons when he's back on the basketball court.
Well, and then, you know, we've seen pictures of his workouts potentially coming out, trying to get back. It just, when we're looking at Brooklyn as a whole here, it feels like he's a piece that is a major question mark.
Well, if you think about the fact that they gave up James Harden, and they got picks back, a lot of which they had given up in the James Harden trade to Houston.
Mason feeling how dog through the drafts. I see him getting Tristan Vucevic.
And because of injuries,
isn't that the Real Madrid dude?
Effects from that Atlanta series in terms of his mental
yeah, that's the Real Madrid dude.
He has really struggled in Brooklyn and has been essentially a non-factor. I'm Ben's friend. I still believe in him. But again, it's a matter of him just being on.
I just want my second round picks to be available.
Early in his career in Philadelphia.
It'd be good and not be Isaiah Todd. You know, and be able to touch the court eventually before they get traded.
Check in with our Adrian Wojnarowski in a little bit on their future, including James Harden. But Jay, I want to take a look at your best available list here because there's still so many great players that have not heard their name called. Who do you see fitting in Brooklyn?
Well, I mean, it depends on what do you, JJ, what do you think they need?
Portland's back up.
Well, to win?
Yeah.
Or with this pick?
With this pick.
Oh, with this pick. Look, I always go back to shooting. I think if there's a shooter available that you think is tough,
Chris Murray,
and can help
Nick Smith Jr.
And add value to your team, add spacing to Mikal Bridges, complement Cam Johnson as a shooter, I think you go in that direction. They still probably need more size and more depth in the front court because they really had none of that at the end of last season.
I mean, if you need a shooter, Bryce Sensabaugh of Ohio State is the best shooter available.
And Jay, by the way, you bring him up, and he had an injury earlier in the season.
They could go guard.
I go back to Sean Marks.
Derek
One of his
Whitehead.
first picks was Karis LeVert, who had a lot of question marks and a lot of medical red
Mo,
flags.
you said the way
He's
Portland
turned out
keeping
to
his
be a
pick, they're trying to
fantastic
win
NBA
now.
player.
Well, Sean Marks' latest pick is in. Let's head to the podium where Adam Silver, the NBA commissioner, is ready with Brooklyn's pick.
With the 22nd pick in the 2023 NBA Draft, the Brooklyn Nets select Derek Whitehead from Duke University.
MVP of the 2022 McDonald's All-American game. He had 13.7 rebounds, 7 assists in that game. You can see his coach, John Shire, enjoying the moment. He's not actually here in attendance tonight, but Andrea, let's take a look at his highlight. What stood out to you from his game?
Well, you know, like JJ just talked about, Derek Whitehead also struggled with injuries this season and just recently had a foot surgery. So Brooklyn trusting what he is going to be capable of. He is strong. He can rebound the basketball. He can shoot the basketball. Had the best three-point field goal percentage for Duke, and he's tough. I don't think we saw the best.
Oh gosh, Popeye's open.
Whitehead in
I will
terms of
eat.
his
Popeye's
explosion
closing
and his
soon too.
athletic
They close at
ability,
11 too.
Only because of the injuries. He is extremely versatile.
The
plays
only
hard
thing
on offense,
open
can score the basketball
these
as well.
days,
This is a great pickup
McDonald's?
in terms of toughness for the Nets.
Derek
It used to be a
Whitehead
proper
is
country.
headed to Brooklyn, where toughness he is going
I'm
to
starving,
bring.
and this draft isn't even
Right
halfway
back
done
on
yet.
The other side with the Portland Trailblazers on the clock.
Tell me about these tears.
It's just accomplishing something that I've been dreaming of.
Whew, boy. I feel like I'm working a 9 to 5 right here. Jay, you said I wanted to get Tristan Vucevic. WC Kobe messed all that up. Man, I just want something to eat. And I want multiple options that's not McDonald's. I messed up. That's on me for waiting this late. I had no business waiting this late to go get food or try to attempt to get food. I had no business doing that. That's on me. There's a 24-hour Subway by my house now. For some reason, there's a Subway that's 24 hours. You guys know they make 24-hour Subways now? There's a 24-hour Subway. I don't know what that store got any business being 24-hour. Who is up late at night and randomly say, oh, I want to get Subway? Unless you streaming and watching the draft. Panera Bread? I've never had Panera Bread. Never had it. And then you said 24-hour meat sitting out. Yeah. Like, I didn't know. I don't know what reason that Subway by my house has for being 24 hours. Absolutely no reason for it to be 24 hours. Jay, say you good? We here. Make the run. You be back before 35. We'll wait. I don't want you to see the stream on because this. Because I don't know if DoorDash going to get there in time. Well, I mean, I don't know how. I don't know. I'm hungry, man. I ain't gonna cap to y'all. I'm gonna just get McDonald's, man. Forget it. I'm gonna just get McDonald's. I'm gonna get the basic late meal because it's the only place that's open and that's gonna be open. I'm gonna just get McDonald's. Forget it. Nigga said they'll cancel it if they don't deliver. Oh, okay. I'm gonna just get McDonald's though. I'm straight. Jeez, you said when we gonna trade one of our guards. I don't know. It's a good question.
It's today at NBA.
Big, you said no. You said no to the McDonald's.
to the 2023 NBA draft. The Portland Trailblazers.
Jay, you said get them 20 nuggets and fries? Oh, yeah.
Is in. Let's head to the podium with NBA Commissioner Adam
Let me lock in real quick. I definitely got a food crisis going on right now. Because,
with the 23rd pick in the 2023 NBA draft, the Portland Trailblazers select Chris Murray from the University
Chris
of
Murray,
Iowa.
okay.
Chris Murray from the University of Iowa, of course, the twin brother of Kings forward in 20.
Of course, Jeremy Grant is a free agent.
Oh man, what's going on? First time I'm seeing you in here, man.
Growing up childhood photos. It's so special.
Did I tell you how to trade, didn't he? I don't know. I don't know.
A small fraternity, and to be able to have a family member join it as well is just it's incredible, Jay.
Well, the one question we haven't asked is when do these guys come off their parents' cell phone plans?
I'm still on mine.
When do they come out their parents' cell phone plans? Never.
It's amazing.
You why give yourself a bill when you don't need to have a bill?
Yes.
Let my man cook. They said 20 pieces of the drink, skip the fries. Well, I gotta get the fries.
I do want you to all
Give me
these
the
guys
large
are on
fry.
their parents' cell phone They're not. I mean, come on, Jay. They haven't even signed their contracts yet.
Oh, come on, JJ.
They're about to pay a lot of their parents' bills.
Large fry. I used to be a Hall of Fame on the Hall of Fame on the McDonald's app.
Grip around your neck and still be on your parents' cell phone bills.
It's happening. When do they come off? That's
It's the
big
family
question.
plan. You get a discount when you have the family plan.
40-piece nugget is crazy.
There you go.
20-piece nugget. Yes, sir.
We are
Yes, sir.
just getting started here in the NBA draft as the Sacramento Kings are on the board. Jay,
Sweet and sour sauce. You got to get the sweet and sour sauce.
this is Welcome to the Neighborhood, brought to you by
I guess
State
that
Farm.
big sweet
Here
and
are
sour.
the Blazers' new teammates, Scoot Henderson, Chris Murray, headed to the Portland Trailblazers.
And I'm gonna give me a large Sprite. I'ma say no ice, right?
I mean,
I'ma
steals,
say no
I think,
ice
at
in the
this point in
Sprite.
the draft,
And we gonna see if ice is in my Sprite. We gonna see. Cause I be having the I'll send the drink back when I'm in person. I won't. I lie. I don't do that. I don't send it back in person.
Started, he was a lottery pick.
I just deal with it, but I'd be very angry
And
about it.
similar to
I do.
Cam Whitmore, he's a lottery talent that's still available.
No ice. No ice.
Andrea, who are you looking at?
I mean, I think Nick Smith Jr. is a great choice. I scored in double figures on 11 of 17 games. Most of his shots were threes. We've already talked about prioritizing threes this for the NBA.
So we got a large fry, we got a 20-piece nugget, sweet and sour sauce, a large Sprite with no ice. I'm telling you, I'm gonna be very upset.
Malika, that's right. I'm told that
give me ice, man.
Sacramento is trading
They give me ice.
center Rashawn Holmes and the 24th pick to Dallas. This is the Mavericks picking now at 24.
Okay, we got a trade.
2023 NBA Draft. The Sacramento Kings select Olivier Maxence Prosper from Montreal, Canada. The NBA Academy of Latin
Maxence.
America
I like
Marquette
Maxence.
University.
Okay. So this is going.
Prosper,
This is going to Dallas.
Just reported the Sacramento Kings is the hat that he's putting on,
but he's going to Dallas.
On his way to Dallas.
Okay.
The rise of Olivier Maxence Prosper has been spectacular. He essentially went from testing the waters in this draft to being selected in the first round. He posted 21.7 rebounds in 22 minutes in his lone game at the draft combine. But he really impressed there, Jay.
Yeah, skinny coach in the Big East, and they go, whoa, with Omax Prosper. Talk about a guy that can move without the ball. You know, he's an energy player, a skilled defender, and a versatile one. Super athletic, really active.
Oh man,
really
he said
mobile.
Diddy for Fat Ball
The way he
races
scores on
value,
cuts.
so why would you trade him?
79% he shot on cuts to the basket.
That's what he said. Got watch.
Good catch
He's
and
what he
shoot
said.
guy,
They,
but a guy that I think is
do
going
you
to
pick, like,
continue
the
to
first
improve.
round,
He's
or
gotten
do they
better and better
name him
thus
every
far
day
in
in
his
the second
career,
round?
and I think the
I think in the second. I think in the second round they eventually
his numbers and stats at the combine. I was
start getting through this thing. I mean, we getting close to pick number 30, the last pick. We getting there. We at 25 now. We getting there. We 5 more picks to this first round being over.
40.5-inch maximum vertical that measured among the top 5 of those who tested at the combine. And going back to his season at Marquette, he shot 50% or better in 18 games. Marquette was 18-0 in those games. He's athletic, he can defend, he can score the basketball, and he plays hard. And all of those things translate to the next level.
And he doesn't have to have the ball in his hands to play. And I think that's important with him.
He is Marquette's 5th first-round pick over the last 20 years.
Trying to cheese me. I'm trying
Henry
to go to
Ellison
tip.
in 2016. And now Omax is with our Monica McNutt.
Oh man, he said trade deadline.
Olivier, congratulations, Omax as they call you. Now, your path to get here includes time spent with the NBA Academy, playing alongside guys like Josh Giddey and Benedict Mathurin. How do you think that prepared you to take the next step in the league?
Teacher, you said I needed to know that's pick 35. Yeah.
Just the opportunity to
That's
be,
he said coming to an
part of
expiring
the NBA
contract.
Academy, especially my senior year, and
Stuff
just
he said
playing
Prosper
guys, with
looks
guys like Ben
Smith-ish.
Mathurin and Josh Giddey and all those guys. I mean, just the
That wouldn't be
competition.
bad.
And,
Oh well,
I
it will
got
make
there every day,
sense
so it was an awesome
for Dallas to
experience
want
for me.
somebody
Your
who's
parents,
shades of him.
Gaetan and Gillian, are here.
Would definitely make
You guys,
sense.
Folks may not be familiar with your son, but what is this organization potentially getting in him?
Oh my God, versatility, hard work, you know, somebody that's going to bring some positive energy to the team, that for sure.
You know, he always says, I bring a spark to everything I do, and he's going to bring a spark on the court and off the court, help the game, but also help the culture of the team any way he can, and we're so proud of him.
And winning.
Winning is a good thing. Well, you got on that Kings hat, but the pick is actually going to Dallas, so I'm sure they will welcome your spark. Olivier, congratulations.
Okay.
Parents, congratulations.
Thank you so much, Monica.
Appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Thank you.
Monica, thank you so much. Just the joy that he was exhibiting there. So wonderful to see. Memphis is on the clock.
Dallas, he said they're still gonna
Of
put
course,
ice
this
in.
pick is on its
Oh, I
way.
know they're gonna put ice in it.
We will discuss coming up after the break.
You've earned
They gonna
this,
mess this up.
so hold it up high. Your fans
It's
of the grind,
nighttime. They really don't care.
sun drying, kneading, and flattening, all for a perfectly imperfect tortilla.
They
You've
really
never
don't
bought
care.
into the idea of store-bought, because you know saving time is never as important as cherishing it. You are fighters, and this is your reward. Modelo, the mark of a
Where's
fighter.
my wallet at? Where's my wallet? I need to get my wallet so I can make sure I'm using the right card.
I knew it. I knew it would be Dr. Pepper strawberries and cream.
It's delicious Dr. Pepper.
With a refreshing strawberry flavor and a smooth, creamy finish.
Ugh.
Who knew strawberries and cream could be so delicious? Come on. We're having a
I was not using the right card.
Try new Dr. Pepper strawberries and cream.
You said knife shit was on game time.
Next. Stop.
Excuse me, you said while Monte DeLon not traded for picks right now, we could be walking away with a couple more
going.
plays tonight. I mean, if not tonight, there's always other, you know,
You have time.
trade deadline, etc. There'll be other times.
Next. I don't even know where I am anymore. Stop.
Do we finally have it?
Let's go back to the beginning.
Your electric future customized. The fully electric Audi Q4 e-tron.
Finally ready to go. The
All right.
Struck him out.
The 2023 Men's College World Series on the networks of ESPN.
Why is there so much space? Are we getting a dragon?
All right, I'm locked in.
The Volkswagen Atlas. With
I'm locked in, baby.
The Honda Pilot. Visit your local Volkswagen dealer for 3.9% APR financing for 60 months on
Now
the
we
2023
wait
Atlas SE
until
Tech
they
4
put ice
Motion.
in my
Limited
drink.
inventory available.
After I specifically put no ice on
The
it.
Chevy
And it
RS
says no
family
ice.
of SUVs has it all.
Now we wait until
Whether
they
you want the 10.2
put
inch
ice in it.
diagonal color touchscreen on the Chevy Blazer, or extra peace of mind with Chevy Safety Assist standard on the 2023 Chevy family of SUVs. So take your pick. The choice is yours. Spring into adventure and get 1.9% financing on select popular Chevy SUVs when you finance with GM Financial. Plus, make no monthly payments for 90 days. Find new roads at your local Chevy dealer.
That sizzle, that's the soundtrack of Chipotle.
The soundtrack of Chipotle.
All right,
Yeah. You come in, you're going to be hearing
food
that
order.
sizzle. That's how you know we always have fresh food.
I'm about to be locked back in.
Is what you stand for.
That's exactly.
I'm getting tired. My stream stamina. It ain't hitting like it should be.
Derek White put it up with about a tenth of a second left, and we're going to a game 7. Tatum with 2 seconds to shoot, puts up the shot, it won't go. And Tatum is down.
I mean, it turned and it turned hard when he stepped on Gabe Vincent's foot.
The Miami Heat's improbable postseason run continues. The Heat stopped the Celtics in Boston.
An incredible 7-game series with the Miami Heat. That's how the Boston Celtics season ended. I know you're seeing a Memphis logo now, but this is the Celtics.
2023 NBA Draft, the Memphis Grizzlies select Marcus Sasser from the University of Houston.
And Marcus Sasser is going to Boston, from my understanding. Mike, you said I thought I was the only sufferer. Was this fan?
Marcus Sasser.
Oh no. If you're talking about suffering watching the draft, waiting for the was the pick again, yeah. If you're talking about suffering in general.
Once again, this pick on its way now.
Not as much now, but in the past, yes, a lot of suffering.
In the Motor City because
Josh said not to the Pistons. Oh, so Sasser's going to the Pistons?
That is a fighter. I mean, he plays hard. He's
Okay.
got an attack mentality. He can shoot it. Good off the dribble, a capable passer. And he's
Kirby said for every
really
single NBA
good
draft today,
defender, especially on the ball. Opposing players in isolation shot just 30% when Marcus Sasser was guarding him. You see Kelvin Sampson, Jarris Walker, Quantas White. They are very happy to see, their leader, the leader of the Houston Cougars, took them to a Final Four, had them #1 ranked last year. Marcus Sasser's a winner, and he'll fit in really well in Detroit with his work ethic.
Yeah, 17 points per game.
All right now.
2 steals per game.
On to pick
Shot at a high
26.
percentage. I mean, made threes. Yep. He can bring a lot to this Detroit team. Detroit needs a strong wing defender, someone that can knock down shots, a 3-and-D. We talk about that a lot. That's just the nature of the NBA. He's going to bring that.
Let's take a step back, JJ, because this pick has moved a couple of times. It was Memphis that was that their logo was.
Subby said, how do you think Jordan Poole can help the Wizards if he would just be going
We haven't had a
take
chance
bad
to talk
shots
yet
he did this
about the
season?
move that the Memphis Grizzlies made acquiring Marcus Smart. What do you
I
think?
think he'll
about
do
that?
bad this season for us. I mean, it may be some high. He definitely probably open up a lot of shots.
Under any circumstances, so you're filling that need as a
That's up to
on-ball
Wes.
defender.
Wes got to figure all that out, man.
They now have the last 2.
Poole won't get his shots up. He gonna get his numbers done 100%.
You also have someone who can play point guard. John Morant will miss the
But that's where coaching comes in, right?
Season, and then they can start a
Wes
lineup
Unseld
with
Jr.
Marcus
got to
Smart,
make sure
Desmond Bane, John Morant.
it don't go
I love the move
overboard.
for
You know what I
Memphis.
mean?
I also love the move for Boston to turn Marcus Smart, who has been part of that identity and culture for so long in Boston.
That's up to the
into
coaching. That's where
Kristaps
coaching comes in.
Porzingis. 2 first-round
Kirby
picks,
said,
obviously, one now
if
going
Jimmy
to Detroit,
Butler Jr.
but
watched the
it
Wizards
was a
first
great
year
move for
NBA
both
Finals.
teams, in my opinion.
Yeah, you can see the tenacity that Marcus Smart
They
brings.
need a
He's
lot
been
more than
mentioned
Jimmy
as
Butler to
part
make
of
the finals, I can
fabric
tell
of
you
the
that.
Boston for so long, the heart and soul of what they do, but you can just see him fitting so seamlessly in with Memphis. You mentioned John Morant. Many thought that Tyus Jones, right, would be the leader for them with John Morant out at least 25 games for the start of the season. How do you see that hole being filled?
That's the big question mark, I think. And look, Tyus Jones is a starter in the NBA. And if you look over the last 2 seasons, every time John Morant has been out of the lineup, Tyus Jones' production
he said, what did they
has gone
see?
up. His efficiency has stayed the same, meaning there's no drop off in efficiency, assist to turnover ratio, all of that stuff.
I think they see a lot of upside, man. They see a lot of upside. I see a lot of upside in this game for sure.
Yeah, I want to check in with our senior NBA
like I said before, definitely a little on the raw side offensively, but
it sent shockwaves through.
You can see the foundation of a good offensive game there for sure.
Ask me which trade again. I'm sorry, I was just texting with a GM.
This is what you do, Woj. This is your night. We were discussing the Memphis Grizzlies acquiring Marcus Smart. How did that come to fruition?
Oh, okay.
Marcus Smart. Boston's 3-1
but
deal,
yeah, I mean,
the
you definitely see
Clippers
the foundations there for
They were gonna send
successful
to LA. They
offensive game.
Quickly,
I mean, defensively, he's really good defensively.
Grizzlies,
the size,
who
the
have been
length.
in pursuit of Marcus Smart for years.
I like what I see there.
2 first-round picks, got that deal done with Memphis. It's interesting. The Grizzlies, they wanted certainly that toughness.
Who was the starting 5?
And playoff experience.
I forgot about guys like Gallinari, but he's coming off an injury. So I said naturally.
2010, they traded for another.
Monte Morris, Tyus Jones, Jordan Poole,
29 years old, who had played his college
maybe Corey
basketball at
Kispert,
Oklahoma State.
Diddy Avdia, Daniel
like
Gafford.
Marcus Smart. His name was Tony Allen. He had a great run with the grit and grind Memphis
Something
team.
like that.
But this is a team that needs a point guard to certainly take the place of John Morant for those first 25 games. But
Steffi Tabala still growing, right?
Together, this was a player that
I'll go to a quote that he had.
Been in pursuit
I'll go to a quote that he had.
Multiple seasons.
He said,
last night.
Woj, thank you so much. We'll let you go back to that reporting that you
Neil asked Bilal, he said if he thinks, Neil asked him if he thinks he's still growing. He said, I don't think so. I know I'm still growing. So, I mean, he's only 19, so I would assume that
well, if you remember when Tyrese Halliburton was drafted,
that he's going to continue to grow some. So he's 6'6", 6'8" with shoes.
Let's see if they can find another steal here at number 26.
Maybe he can get to like 6'10" when it's all said and done. Maybe 6'10", 6'11" when it's all said and done.
In the 2023 NBA draft,
at the 3 spot,
the Indiana Pacers select Ben Shepherd from Belmont University.
Belmont.
Ben Shepherd, the senior guard from Belmont. 2-time All-League first-team selection the last 2 seasons. He was the 3rd player to be drafted from Belmont in the modern draft era.
This is exactly
Nick, you said
the pick
he
that I was
is
thinking
18,
when I
right?
talked about Ben Shepherd
he's going to
fitting
throw
in
at
with
least
the
an extra 2.
Pacers.
Yeah, like I said, when it's all said and done, with shoes, he may get to 6'10", because they say he's 6'6" without shoes, so 2 more inches, he'll be 6'8" without shoes, 6'10" with shoes. And if my 3 is 6'10", I'll take that.
Joy to play with. The coaches raved about how coachable he was and how he really tried to pick up
3/4
that they were implementing. He is a bright spirit. He is highly skilled.
Yeah, I think Bilal turns 19 in July. I think July 8th. That's the birthday I seen.
Really good speed.
July 26th. He turns 19 July 26th. So next month.
In a game earlier this year.
He'll turn 19.
41 against Tennessee Tech, if I remember right. He had 35 against Murray State. I mean, he can absolutely score, and he's an underrated defender. And athletically tested incredibly well at the combine. His shuttle times and all that, he can move his feet. But that shooting piece, he can make
Maxwell
shots.
Lewis is how
he scored
tall?
a career best 41 points in 2021-22, the 3rd most in a game since Belmont became a D1 program, so really put them
Maxwell
on the map
Lewis,
once
they
again
say,
that way.
according to
Charlotte
Technical, they say he's 6'7".
Let's just
with
take a look
7
quickly at
inch
what
wingspan.
Charlotte has been doing as of late. Obviously, we know that Michael
with
Jordan
7 foot
is
wingspan.
selling the team, but they've struggled a little bit recently.
He's
They
6'7" with a
restarted
7 foot
expansion
wingspan.
franchise in 2004 as the
Small
Charlotte
forward,
Bobcats.
207 pounds,
17
Pepperdine.
of 18 first-round picks. They were made in the lottery. They had 3 playoff appearances in
Yeah, they say a 7'2" wingspan for Bilal right now.
To that sale that we just mentioned that our Adrian Wojnarowski first reported. So JJ, what are you looking at in Charlotte here? Because we really haven't had a chance to see their core whole and their core healthy.
Once again,
They're looking
guys,
to add
thank
to
you
them.
so much for chilling in here with me.
that the best
as
way
this
to
draft
build in the NBA
slowly but surely goes along.
If you are in a small market like the Charlotte Hornets, and the reality is,
if you haven't already, please make sure to like the video. If you want to donate,
some of that has been their own doing.
Support that way as well.
Right after the generational
or
talent,
just chilling in there in general. I appreciate
an obvious building piece. Brandon Miller, if
you're hitting 11 o'clock, and I'm feeling it. I'm feeling that 11 o'clock for this slow coverage.
This pick is important, though. If they can find a rotation-level player here, it's phenomenal.
And that pick is in. Let's go back to the podium.
With the 27th pick in the 2023 NBA Draft, the Charlotte Hornets select Nick Smith Jr. from the University of Arkansas.
Nick Smith Jr. going to the Charlotte Hornets. All right.
An emotional moment for Nick Smith Jr., for his family, sharing this with
all right now, Nick
and Candace, his grandparents, Gloria, Michael, Linda.
Or maybe say who's watching the second big off the bench.
He played just 17 games last season, but he told me that he keeps it
Anthony
all
Gibb?
in
It's like,
perspective.
that's a good question. Let me see.
Diversity is not knowing where your next meal is coming from, and that was the case for so many people that he grew up with, he said. And that's what he tries to
Let me
keep in mind.
see.
His parents actually had him in college. He used to go to the gym with his dad. They share an emotional embrace here. This is
Mike. You got Mike Muscala.
This isn't just about basketball.
You got Mike Muscala.
This isn't just about taking
that's a sitter. That's a sitter. Anthony Gill could play some five. Gallinari, I'm sure, can play some five. Some stretch five. How old is Gallinari? Gallinari is 34. Yeah, he's been in the league for forever.
Extended hugs all around.
Gallinari has been in the league for a long time.
Because you really want to soak this in. This moment, you know, it only happens once.
Every
sounds like Gallinari's with
player
the Nuggets for 50,000 years.
On draft night remembers that moment.
Then went
it
to the
will
Hawks.
live as part of their
Was it
story
Gallinari with OKC
and
though?
journey, and it's an incredible feeling. And for someone like him, who was the #1 player in his high school class, dealing with an injury, potentially could have been a lottery pick had he not been hurt and dealt with that last year. Waiting around all night to hear his name called. Just an incredible moment for this young man.
And keeping all of that in perspective as he makes his way to
the Jay Huff. I forgot about Huff. I like Huff. I like Huff.
Child to pick up
I like
hat,
Huff.
to put it on his head and to
He
shake hands
definitely shows
with the
some
commissioner
stuff.
of the
I like
NBA
Jay
as
Huff.
he's welcomed in as a peer. Just incredible. Andrea, tell us about Nick Smith Jr., the player.
Well, Nick Smith Jr., I mean, he is a player that lights out from the three-point line, especially when he is unguarded. He moves well without the basketball, can space to the three-point line. We didn't see the best in terms of athleticism because of the injuries with Nick Smith Jr., but still a very crafty scorer, uses his body well. Coach Musselman talked about before his injury, Nick Smith Jr. was playing unbelievably. And then you have to think he returned to a team that was in a flow, and it was hard for him to get into a flow with Arkansas. This is a huge moment from him, and we haven't seen the best from him.
He's got great speed, a terrific first step, excellent in transition, and he can create his own. He can get his own shot, good vision. But what I like best about him, he's got a competitive nature to him that is different from most really good players. He's a lottery pick.
And now he is with our
McDonald's on the way, about to be re-energized.
Nick, you're shaking
That's
your
that
head
Sprite
still,
by the
and there
hit.
were tons of
Like
emotions as
crack.
you made your way to the stage.
That
Can
Sprite
you
by the
share
hit.
what those emotions are about?
19 years of hard work. With everything I've been through, you know, still going through stuff to this day. It's paying off.
It is indeed paying off in a fine way. Candace and Nick Sr., you guys have watched your son navigate injuries, put in the hours, and you saw the emotion that came out of him. What do you think, as someone that has supported him in this journey, about tonight?
Steffi said Nick Smith, mom, new baddie edition.
He's put in so much work. Like, it's been so many years.
She on the list too.
You know,
she on the
much
list.
time spent, like, preparing for this moment.
She on the list too.
Just, you know,
Dante, you said I like Huff to
I
pick
feel
up
so excited for him.
past season. Yeah, Jay Huff showed something towards the end of the season. He definitely did. He showed something.
Thank you.
Monica,
And I like
thank
what I
you
saw.
So much. The picks don't stop. The Utah Jazz's pick is in. So let's head back to the microphone and NBA Commissioner Adam Silver.
With the 28th
the
pick
Utah Jazz
in the 2023 NBA Draft, the Utah Jazz select Bryce Sensabaugh from The Ohio State University.
Bryce Sensabaugh, the third Ohio State freshman in the last 40 years to score in double figures in the first 6 career games he had. But Andrea, everyone talks about his scoring, but he's picking his spots at an elite level.
Yeah, he does a really great job, like you said, at picking his spots because he's not the fastest athlete. He's not going to blow by you, but he's crafty with the basketball. He'll set
we getting closer to the Wiz pick, guys. We're getting closer.
He is a gifted,
definitely getting closer.
Strong forward who can shoot the basketball. Just a pure scorer. I feel like getting to your spots is something that you start to learn later. You learn that as a pro. He does that already. He knows what his strengths are. He knows what his shots are, and he finds them.
6'11" wingspan too, and I think he's one of the best shooters in this draft.
I mean, could the Wizards go big? Could the Wizards get a big or go for a big as opposed to a guard? What do you guys think?
The Pacers on the clock now, but once again, this pick is on the move. It is headed to the Denver Nuggets. So the champs, they pick next. That's coming up after the break.
And this pick that's getting picked by the Pacers is going to Denver. Okay.
A dial that could change the course of history.
All right now.
I've seen things.
No, I don't need Indiana Jones music playing. That's going to get me copyrighted. I don't need Indiana Jones music playing at all. Because I already know they're going to get me clipped and say copyright claim. Indiana Jones, MMG, or some stupid stuff as soon as I end the stream. All right, y'all, my food about to be here. Let's see if ice is in my drink. Let's see. I put no ice. I'll be back, guys. That's exactly why I don't order DoorDash, y'all. Cuz almost went to the wrong house. I go outside, he going across the street. Now I gotta check to make sure I'm not tripping and I ain't putting in the wrong address. Yeah, Cuz is bugging. That's definitely my address. Cuz just bugging out. That's crazy. The Nuggets picked Julian Straw. Oh.
Against my alma mater, the University of Portland.
They went with Julian in the first.
In the last 50 seasons. He's known for
oh my God, bro. The Nuggets are so good. Why would they pick him so early? The Nuggets are so good, bro.
About what the Denver Nuggets are doing.
It's crazy.
Passionate.
Passionate.
Well, I'm passionate about winning franchises. Yes, I am. No, listen.
The Nuggets are so good. What a good pick.
So that teams can't
what a good freaking pick.
Yep.
Let's see if there's ice.
We have 3 max players on their roster.
Okay.
Making about $22
no ice.
A year. They found Christian Brown in the draft, who was a big contributor in that.
No
run.
ice.
Watson showed some promise towards the end of the season. This is the spot where they will be picking going forward. Late in the first round. Obviously, they moved into this with a trade with Indiana, through OKC, I should say. They've got to be able to find rotation-level players. That
no ice in my drink.
Right, because Brown, he came in the finals, and he was able to make an impact. It takes an incredibly special rookie to be able to do that. What are they getting in Julian Strother here?
They're getting a guy who's a winner. Playing in that Gonzaga program. He made big shots, and you gave the numbers, Malika. Like, he can catch and shoot. He's a very good cutter. I think he can be a much better defender.
Hey, I got to put some salt on these, man.
He's got long arms. He's athletic. He's tough-minded. He's from Las Vegas, and I think he's just a really good all-around basketball player. But as he becomes a better defender and plays at the same level at both ends, because on the offensive end, he's legit.
Yeah, I mean, he hit the go-ahead three-pointer with 7 seconds left against UCLA. He's not afraid of the big moment, and as we're watching the highlights, you see how quickly he sets his feet. He gets his shot off with extreme speed. That's going to be big as you translate.
JJ, you brought up the way that rosters are going to be constructed moving forward, how 3 stars really isn't a viable option in the new CBA. So let's bring in our front office insider, Bobby Marks, into the discussion, because, Bobby, Denver has really been an expert in how they have built out their roster. What do you see there?
No, you're right. I mean, Denver, Miami tonight, Golden State, when you have a high payroll, you have 2 different choices to make. You can retain your own free agents. Certainly with Bruce Brown, that's a priority. And it is draft and develop through the first round and the second round. And you've seen that last year with Christian Brown in Denver. And you're going to see that again with another 3-year player in Julian Strawther from Gonzaga here. Win now players that can contribute versus going out and finding players to sign to the veteran minimum exception.
So, Bobby, right now, the Los Angeles Clippers, they are on the clock, and they are certainly a tax team. What are their options as they sort of survey the future?
Yeah, I mean, the big option is certainly going to be what happens with Russell Westbrook.
Yep.
Yeah, he's a free agent. The most you can pay him is $3.7 million here. The other big question is what happens with Paul George and Kawhi Leonard. Both players are extension eligible, well-known, history of, basically being on the sidelines more than on the court here. That's going to, in a spanking brand new building in 2024-25. So what do the Clippers do here at 30? Or they go for more of a project or one of these win-now players?
Bobby, thank you. Let's take a look at the price tag that Steve Ballmer has paid for these 2 players, for Kawhi Leonard and Paul George, of course, signed in July of 2019. JJ, Bobby just laid out a couple.
All right, I'm back again.
Here. Health.
I hope I don't get copyrighted for that. I didn't mute my desktop audio.
I like that Bobby brought up Russell Westbrook because it was a poor fit with the Los Angeles Lakers. We had to get a Lakers reference in there, Jay. What we're paid to do here at ESPN. What we're paid here to do. No, but look, he was great for them in the regular season.
They got an amazing front office.
He gives them something that they don't really have.
The season, just finally a season. I can enjoy with less stress knowing we are going to pretend to be good. So he said, speaking of ice, all these kids rocking the fake
Leonard's
shoes.
Probably not going to start the season healthy. So there's going to be a delay. I like the thought process here of trying to find somebody that can contribute right away, because if they're not going to move off
JB said, what if he sent Monte back to Denver for Bruce Brown?
Right.
Bruce Brown's trying to get paid, right though? Ain't he trying to get paid?
Immediately, because again, we saw Kawhi Leonard go through the season essentially load managing and doing it well, because in the moments it was
I put 3 sweet and sours in here on my order.
We all remember.
Let me make sure I got my 3 sweet and sours.
Now, Jay, who is that person?
Could be Colby Jones from Xavier.
They ain't put my sweet and sours, man. That's what I be talking about. That's why I do DoorDash. I knew something was gonna get forgotten.
Good defender, passer.
If it ain't the ice, it's my sauce.
I think Leonard Miller.
I gotta eat dry nuggets.
I mean, this is a
part
guy
of the game
that
is that.
League night, played against professionals. He could score the basketball. He can defend, and he brings a lot of size. So when you're talking about Kawhi Leonard maybe not being available, Leonard Miller is going to give you that size that Kawhi has.
Going back to Christian Brown, I mean, like I said, it's not every rookie that could come in and have an impact like that in those high-pressure situations. But you've seen and you've been around this league for a long time. For a team that's in a win-now window, what does it take to come in
killing me, man.
and make that kind of impact for a player?
You bring up Christian Brown, the guy won high school championships. The guy
Always
won
forget the
college
souls. Yeah, man.
played all 40
That's why I be
minutes
having to
in the
check my
NCAA
bag every time before I
He's been
pull
in
off
big
in that
moments
joint.
before. You need guys who have been in big moments before.
Let's see if we get another guy who's been in a big moment. As we
WCT's coming back, the victory parade.
With the 30th pick in the
last pick of the draft, baby, in the first round.
The LA Clippers select Kobe Brown from the University of Missouri.
Another Kobe.
And that concludes the first round.
Woo! Done with the first round, fellas.
To all the fans, especially those here at the Barclays Center.
Let's go. First round done.
The second round of the NBA draft will be conducted by Deputy Commissioner Mark Tatum. Enjoy the rest of the night.
The first round of the 2023 NBA
First
draft
round done, baby.
With Kobe Brown, Jay, on his way to the Los Angeles Clippers.
Yeah, Kobe Brown is a powerful wing scorer who can score in the post and back you down. He can score off the dribble as well. About 6'7", with a 7-foot wingspan.
Matt, you said with all the trades, how many second round picks do we have? In this draft, we have.
Off the lane, and he has a great feel.
We have 3. We have the 35th pick, the 42nd pick, and the 59th pick.
Shooter, and I think he's capable of guarding multiple spots. I wouldn't call him a great defender, but I think he's a good defender.
And that will conclude the first round of the 2023 NBA draft. In a night that started with Victor Wembanyama heading to the San Antonio Spurs.
But there's a couple teams we can offload Monte onto that can really use his help. The Clippers. The Clippers are a team that can use Monte. Lakers are a team that can use Monte.
Brought to you by Charles Schwab.
Can I get his autograph? They see the stats and they see the acts, and I know that they peeped all the milestones. He's a rebounder machine. Double team, triple team, does not matter. One of the best power forwards in college basketball.
My boy Drew Timmy. My boy Drew Timmy.
One of the 5 best in the nation without a doubt.
KQ said, I believe that Poole is a better version of Bill. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. A better version.
Well, no one made me feel more
he's
comfortable
way
than my
younger. I'll take
kindergarten teacher, Miss
sure.
Jane. Try saying, "Show me the Carfax value." You'll get the most accurate price based on the vehicle's accident history.
He's
Shop
way
at
younger and he costs less.
Carfax.com.
Has this happened to you? You get roped in with phone offers that bind you to a 3-year device contract.
What's going on, Izzy?
T-Mobile, introducing Go 5G Plus, the first plan that
That's
always
what you
gives
say, Paul,
new
better
and
than
existing
in your
customers the
opinion.
same great device deals, and you're upgrade ready in 2 years versus 3. Right now, bring T-Mobile
I
your
hope
phone
he
and
is
get
too.
the amazing iPhone 14 on us.
I hope you better too, man.
Trapped.
Monte Viter's, man.
The amazing iPhone 14 on us.
Trap free.
Give me Terrence, man. I'll take him. Over under 25 wins. I gotta see the rest of the. I gotta see how the rest of the roster shapes up.
All the taste, no bitter endings. Crisp and refreshing, not even silver. Same order, same time, every game day. Which means more tips for
As you
Dasher,
said, what do you think of
for your
Tracy
corner
Jackson
store,
Davis? That's the guy I brought
and
up
just maybe
for the Wizards in the second round. I said if they go big,
support your neighborhood and
Tracy
your team.
Jackson Davis out of Indiana, pretty decent for sure. PCK, you said, were you happy with the KP trade? I mean, yeah, it was something that, you know, if it didn't happen in the offseason, it was going to happen at the deadline, in my opinion. Especially when I heard he was opting in. So, I mean, help them get some more draft capital. Help them get Tyus Jones. I'll take it.
Cubs, the London series Sunday at 10 a.m. Then, 2 star-studded teams look to light up the scoreboard.
This is Premier Baseball.
Astros, Dodgers. It's time to make a statement on Sunday Night Baseball.
Kevin said Monty Bates. Josh said Marcus Noel from Kansas State. That could be an interesting flyer, but I don't know now about Marcus Noel. Now that the Wizards got these guards, all these guards now. I know Imani Bates is probably going to be an interesting and popular name online.
Scan the QR code to sign up.
That's crazy. Because Imani Bates was supposed to be the next Tim.
Intuitive sit to start in the all-electric ID4.
Went to Memphis and it ain't working out.
Visit your Volkswagen dealer today and get a $7,500 lease bonus on a new 2023 all-electric ID4.
I need to be muted during these commercials too. It's too many commercials, but commercialized songs. B Mackey said I want Bates. I wouldn't mind a flyer on him.
Every success reflects
BK said, do you deserve many subscribers for having to deal with the Wizards all this time?
Remember practicing.
Man, I've been holding out for better days. I held out through Ernie. I held out through Tommy. I held out through Scott Brooks. Holding out through West. I think times are changing. Times are changing, man.
Henderson.
The Circle's journey moves forward.
They're going to be proud. Their son is going to be in the NBA.
Welcome back to the second round of the
Ricky's out, he found a
2023
Jokic
NBA
type player.
draft presented
All these
by
draft picks.
State Farm.
You know the percentages of finding a Jokic type, Jokic, a two-time MVP, back-to-back MVP, Finals MVP, triple-double, just true unicorn, true meaning of the word unicorn. I wonder what the percentages of finding that is. It's got to be less than 2%. In the second round, not a top
everyone.
3 pick.
It's always great to be back in my hometown of Brooklyn, New York. Thank you for joining us for the second round of the draft as we continue to welcome these young men into the NBA family. I have a trade to announce. As part of a deal to be finalized later, the Sacramento Kings are trading to the Dallas Mavericks the draft rights to Olivier Maxence Prosper, the 24th pick.
Such a fancy.
With the 31st pick in the 2023 NBA draft, the Detroit Pistons select James Naji from Makurdi, Nigeria.
James Naji is actually heading to Boston, Detroit with the first pick of the second round. I love when young men stick around in the stands waiting for their name to be called, even if they're not invited to the green room. And James Naji's story, it's pretty incredible. He was really, his career was sparked by a Facebook highlight reel that his mom created. He picked basketball up in 2016. That reel was created in 2018 after a Giants of Africa camp. And Jonathan Gavoni has described him as one of the most impressive players in the game.
I ain't gonna cap. Do y'all like the NFL draft better than this? I love the NFL draft so much more in comparison to the NBA draft. The NFL draft makes the NBA draft feel so dry.
Powerful athlete, and he's a big-time threat at the rim. Both lobs, tip dunks, you name it. I mean, he dunks everything around the rim. 79% of his total shots are taken right at the rim, and he finishes at an 82% rate because he plays above the rim. I mean, he dunks on the way up. But a physical specimen that, you know, he's an upside pick, and he's going to get better and better. At least that's the hope.
Thank you so much, Jay. We bring
because the NBA, NBA draft, the NFL draft, they definitely have the entertainment level.
Pick, as Jay just mentioned here, 7'7" wingspan. He's got a very small buyout in his contract. I would expect him to be in a
because ESPN they be having Mel Kiper and all those dudes. I definitely think the panel. I definitely think the panel is a big reason for it.
Jump shots all last year, averaged 9.3. minutes per game and started off in Hungary, then went to FC Barcelona.
It's like night and day. Same network, different people. Just NFL draft is just done so much better. Like, it's just so much not boring.
Thank you so much. It is already that time as we send it back to the podium and Mark Tatum. The second round
speaking
is
of NFL,
already
can't wait for the
flying.
Eagles to suck. All Commanders win the division. LOL. Eagles win the 3 games next year. LOL.
With the 32nd pick in the 2023 NBA Draft, the Indiana Pacers select Jalen Pickett from Penn State University.
Jalen Pickett.
Jalen Pickett. It says Indiana,
Stuff you
but
said
he's
NFL draft
actually
fans.
on his way
Like
Andrea,
being at the games.
the
Yeah,
Detroit-
I think it's the fans
Denver
too.
Nuggets, rather.
The fans be lit.
He is a junior guard out of Penn State. He played 3 seasons at Siena before playing his final 2 seasons at Penn State here, Jay.
Yeah, well, when you talk about him being a complete basketball player, I mean, scoring, he's got great reach, great length, he can facilitate.
I think that's the
on
thing,
the
too.
defensive end. These are the type of players that you
The
look
fans
for
is just
in
a
the
whole
second
different
round, players that can
atmosphere.
come in and contribute in multiple ways.
And you nailed
It's
it.
a whole different
He's a
atmosphere.
Facilitator. He's a great passer. You know, he had the ball in his hands
So
a
you
lot
said
in the middle of the floor,
Washington
and at
Wizards
times
select
he'd be backing people down,
Moody
finding people.
Poole from India
He's got a
League.
great knowledge of how to
He's
play.
getting to how many games?
And you know, I
You
mentioned
think he
Jalen
won this
Brunson
year?
before when talking about the backdowns.
It's hard. I gotta see
backdowns.
the final
that Jaime
roster.
Jaquez
Once I
Jr.
see the
used
final
at
product of the
UCLA,
roster,
that's a lot of what Jalen Pickett
after
can
free
do as
agency
well.
and everything,
He
then
makes
I can
other
really
people around
say
him
if
better.
like
He scores,
over under
rebounds,
25
but
games.
I think the
etc.
best attribute he has is as a passer.
Yeah, and to that end, he had 7 double-doubles, 1 triple-double in the 2022-23 seasons. And once again, he is on his way to join the reigning champions, the Denver Nuggets. And now, once again, the San Antonio Spurs. They are on the clock. They already had a historic moment earlier tonight when Victor Wembanyama was selected #1 overall, a generational talent, really. And Jay, just quickly, can we parse out for Victor hype from talent, the prospect?
Maybe
How
I
many
don't
of my
understand
dry
the word
nuggets
hype,
with
but
no
when I hear
sauce?
hype, it's like somebody's trying to sell you a used car. That you're overstating something. And with Victor, I don't think it's hype. Like, it wasn't hype with LeBron.
Right.
It's fact. And I think with Victor, it's fact. Now, we say it doesn't mean it's going to come true. The players all have to prove this stuff that we believe about them. But with Wembanyama, you look at it, you see it. Like, you don't have to you don't have to talk about how fast Usain Bolt is. You can see it. And so I don't look at it as hype.
Yeah.
You know, there may be other years where we talk about the number. There's a #1 pick every year. They're not all the same, as we know. This one's different. Like, Wembanyama is different.
Kevin, man, I thought they was going to mess up and put ice, even though I put no ice. But they gave me no ice.
At least I don't.
They just say put them sweet and sour sauces in there that I
That
asked
he has,
for.
he said it himself. It's
I gotta
one
eat
of
20
one.
nuggets
Once again, the
with
San
no
Antonio
sauce.
Spurs, they are on the clock. So let's head back to Deputy Commissioner Mark Tatum.
With the 33rd pick in the 2023 NBA Draft, the San Antonio Spurs select Leonard Miller from Scarborough, Canada, and the NBA G League's Team Ignite.
Leonard Miller here in
Man,
the
I just eat them
in the
dry. When they
stands,
don't give me no
sharing this
no
moment
sauce, I
with his
take it as a
family,
side,
with his
man.
friends.
Maybe this is my punishment for life.
From the G League Ignite, he withdrew from the 2022 NBA Draft. He opted to sign with the Ignite, gain a little bit more professional experience before heading into the NBA, and now he makes that journey to shake Adam Silver's hand and to start his career in the league. Bobby Marks, what do you see in Leonard Miller?
Well, you hit it right on the head. Decided to go back to go to the G League Ignite, not elected to go to college last year, has matured tremendously.
Getting close, guy.
A bit of a deer in the headlight. A rim runner, gets to the rim, averaged 10-point rebounds this past year with Ignite, playing against NBA-level competition.
Well, at least I got my fight right here, man.
Certainly it's from the
You know, trying to help wash it down.
30% from the field, but he is a little bit of a project. The question is about the level of competition. Outside of the G League Ignite this past year, did not play a level of high-level basketball in high school.
Bobby, thank you. Leonard Miller getting his moment with Deputy Commissioner Mark Tatum. Sometimes when you wait around, when you are just hoping to hear your name, that embrace, like this is what makes this so special, JJ.
It really is. And the emotions coming out, I don't remember as many tears as I've seen over the last 3 or 4 drafts. 2019, Zion Williamson, RJ Barrett, John Morant. That was really the first draft class that I remember players being this emotional, and I love it. I want to go back.
I can eat some dry. The nuggets got to be good. Like, I can eat dry nuggets. They just have to be good.
There's really good basketball players that can just hoop, that are a little bit older, and they don't have the upside, and they end up in the second round. I'm thinking of Draymond Green. I'm thinking of Jalen Brunson. And you look at what Denver did there, drafting 2 players that are a little bit older, ready to hopefully contribute right away. Yeah. And then you show the disparity with the San Antonio Spurs, who want to believe in a youth movement, taking a little bit of a risk on an upside kick
Jackson
with Leonard Miller.
Brandon Miller,
and obviously,
Maxwell
look at second-round picks.
We can get Gigi Jackson right here.
Come on, the shining beacon of a gem that you could find at 41, like they did. Let's head back to the
about to be up next, baby.
Commissioner Mark Tatum.
With the 34th pick in the 2023 NBA Draft, the Charlotte Hornets select Colby Jones from Xavier University.
Colby Jones from Xavier. He scored in double figures in all but 4 games last season. Just a scoring machine, Andrea.
Yeah, and to me, he's more than just a shooter, right? He takes contact. He can finish at the rim. He makes great cuts. Soft touch on his mid-range and his floaters. At 6'6", he has great size, and he can flat out score the basketball. Shot at 37% from 3, but also was able to score in the paint. Took and made more shots, which is going to benefit him at the next level when he sees elite defense.
He's Josh Hart. He's a Josh Hart type player.
You can take a look at how all of the picks are shaping up in the second round. And J-Day, to your point,
I don't think we'll go Bates.
Just coming through as dreams are realized.
Let's see. It's interesting.
The Utah Jazz select Taylor Hendricks from UCF.
Hearing my name was
enough with the music. Probably already about to get copyright strike for this. That's okay though. Who we gonna get, man? I'm ready. I've been waiting this whole time. Starving. Finally eating. Tired. Pushing through to stay up, though.
The limited slip diff lets you hammer the throttle. Alexis IS
all in. Muting that commercial with music. Do we go big? I definitely can see us going to big here. Whether it's the Tristan guy, Gigi Jackson. I wonder. Yeah, the commercial draft pick would be nasty. That'd be nasty. JB, yes, we have the 35th pick. We are on the clock as we speak. The pick is in for us as we speak. It's a commercial, though. So we may get the Nikola Jokic treatment. You know, and we'll be like, hey, our Hall of Fame player was drafted doing a commercial, too. I would like for us to, you know, get some coverage here on these commercials. Sorry, guys. Gotta boot my cat out. He's getting restless and noisy. Oh! Let's go, Simba. Out you go. Alright, who we get, man? Julian Phillips.
Julian Phillips' family and friends are right next to where our stage is set up.
Oh, we traded it?
Hear the screaming
Wait.
of fans, of friends, of
What's
family
happening?
members. So excited for Julian Phillips.
Okay.
This pick, although it says the Boston Celtics, it is
So it's
en
going to the
route
Bulls.
to Washington. Let's take a look at the highlight here, Andrea.
I just looked.
Julian Phillips, to represent
I looked on Twitter.
Tennessee. He is an extremely athletic, slashing wing. He runs in transition. He crashes the glass, and he defends.
What pick did the Bulls have?
Two-way wing, two-way. He's locked down.
Oh, hey y'all, Monte Morris just tweeted eyeball emojis. Why he do that?
Primary defender this past season.
Monte Morris just tweeted eyeball emojis, y'all. What's that about?
At the rim, he has to
Why Monte Morris just tweet that?
Athletically, the way he runs, the way he defends, that's how he
What's the eyeball emojis
He
about?
makes his way behind us across the stage, shaking hands. The Orlando Magic are now on the clock, but that pick is on the move to the Milwaukee Bucks. And so for
the
more,
Bulls
I want to check in with our
so-
senior NBA insider, Adrian Wojnarowski, because Milwaukee has a whole lot going on right now. I want to focus in on Chris Middleton. What's the latest on that front, Woj?
Yeah, Malika, Chris Middleton declined his $40 million player option for next season. That makes him an unrestricted free agent this summer. Now listen, there's no more vital sidekick to Giannis Antetokounmpo than Middleton. He's been a huge part of their success. Listen, I think there's still a very good opportunity for the Bucks and Middleton to get together on a new contract this offseason. The Bucks are also facing Brook Lopez's free agency, and there's an expectation that the Houston Rockets, flushed with a lot of salary cap space, are going to be a real threat for Lopez. And this is a Bucks team that continues to be in a win-now mode around Giannis, and they'll have a new coach this season.
A little disappointed that we waited that long and the pick got traded. Now we have to wait and see what we got back.
In order to continue to take advantage of Giannis Antetokounmpo's prime, we know the goal is to win another championship in Milwaukee here, JJ. What do you see?
I'm searching the timeline now so I
They
can
have
see
on the
Sham's
roster this
update.
season. They've got to bring him back. They've got to bring Middleton back. Brook Lopez, I thought, had his best season in the NBA. The two-way impact, a candidate for Defensive Player of the Year. Let's not lose the context of them being the best team in the regular season and Giannis getting hurt in Game 1 against the Miami Heat and essentially missing 2 3/4 of a game. That series may be different.
Whatever money
if
they
he's
want, man, to cover
End
this.
the Milwaukee Bucks season, but you have to believe that they are going
We gotta get a better
Once again, that's where this
draft
pick
coverage.
is headed as we head back to
It's
the
a little
podium
dry
for
up
Deputy
there.
Commissioner Mark Tatum.
JJ Redick, cool. He can stay.
With the
It's a little
36th
dry
pick
up there,
in
man.
the 2023 NBA Draft, the Orlando Magic select Andre Jackson Jr. from the University of Connecticut.
Andre Jackson Jr., one of 4 UConn players over the last 25 seasons, Jay, to record 200 points, 200 rebounds,
I'm trying
and
to
150
see
assists in a season.
What we got. There's no update yet on compensation.
With us, he impacts winning. Yeah, he's a multi-positional defender, super athletic.
Jarvis
and I would
Hayes
call
and
him a
Peter
wing
John
playmaker.
Ramos.
He's a great passer, and especially in transition. He finds people and makes a lot of wow plays, but his passing
I
is next level.
assume we're
He
getting
rebounds
future
his
picks
position. He's a
because the
great
Bulls don't
athlete.
have any
He proved
second
that in
round
the
picks.
combine.
So it's not like
He's
we're
just
trading
not a
back.
shooter.
The Bulls don't
He's
have
a
any picks.
non-shooter, but everything else he does. And to be able to defend and pass and facilitate the way he does, he's still a valuable piece.
41 assists in the NCAA tournament. That's the most by a UConn player ever. The way he finds his teammates, I think, is definitely his biggest strength.
Our senior NBA insider, Adrian Wojnarowski, has more on Jackson. Woj, what more can you tell us?
Yeah, Malika, Andre Jackson Jr. was a player who I'm told was red flagged medically by several teams. There were concerns.
Oh no, man! So okay, now we have to wait until pick number 42. That's the Wizards' next pick,
and their meetings,
and then they have pick 59.
Who really could anchor a second unit, and coming off a national championship at UConn, the impact he made on that run is perfect for a Milwaukee team that doesn't have very many picks in the coming seasons, but values character, maturity. He will fit right in.
Is this what it's like working from home?
He's a tough player as well. His mom is a boxer. You got to think that runs in the family a little bit. Oklahoma City on the clock now, but this pick is
tired, man.
into the Denver Nuggets as we continue to put all of these puzzle pieces together. Picks on the move. Players are on the move. We're getting closer, I'm hearing, to this pick being in. Still the crowd here in Barclays Center is raucous and ready to hear who is going to be headed to join the defending champion Denver Nuggets as we head back to Deputy Commissioner Mark Tatum.
With the 37th pick in the 2023 NBA Draft, the Oklahoma City Thunder select Hunter Tyson from Clemson University.
Hunter Tyson, he is the first Clemson Tiger drafted since 2017 here, Jay.
He's a three-point shooter, career 37% from behind the arc at Clemson.
As I said,
I'm close to 40% on catch and shoot threes. He's a versatile player. He's a high-level rebounder.
I wonder if Monte Morris is on the move because he tweeted the eyeball emoji as soon as that trade thing happened.
Averaged about 15.
So it's like we give them a second,
under 50% from the field, but 10 rebounds.
We give them a second round pick.
We're just getting started.
Did we give him Monte too for
Barclays Center? We'll be back on the other side of this break.
The Subway Series is taking your favorite to the next level. Like the number 20, the Elite Chicken and Bacon Ranch, built with rotisserie style chicken and
oh my God, no music.
That's some welcome
commercials with these music. We gotta stop. We gotta stop. Gabby said someone just tweeted about Bilal being like Kawhi. Could you imagine? Yeah, man. Like when Rui was like Kawhi. You know? Baltimore said, I know they were trying, but they still look like a clown. Showed them heat. Mo says, since we didn't get any info about the trade, maybe we didn't trade me. About the trade, maybe we did trade him. I'm continuing to refresh my timeline to see the details. Give me the details, man. Okay, here we go. Details just came out 19 seconds ago from Shams. The Bulls sent a couple of second rounders to Washington to enter the draft and pick Julian Phillips. All right. So the Wizards get a couple. They get 2 second round picks for the Bulls to enter the draft and get Phillips. What year are those picks? I don't know. All right now. All right, so we just got 2 more second round picks to go. 42 and 59. And we can go to sleep. Because as soon as that pick get announced, that 59 pick get announced, as soon as it does, I'm GG'd. I'm out of here. I'm going to sleep. I'm exhausted. I surely do, Kevin.
They face off here at Barclays Center at 1 Eastern, followed by the Wings and the Sparks. Hey, Shanae Agumake, that's going down in Los Angeles. Victor Wembanyama, his night at Barclays Center is done.
The Bucks have the
his name
60th pick.
called
They have the last pick
#1
in the draft.
overall. You can see him leaving the arena, headed out into the New York City night. You can catch him in Summer League action. Las Vegas 2K24 Summer League, tipping off Friday, July 7th. The top 2 picks are going to face off at 9 Eastern on ESPN. And then, while we were in the break, we saw Jordan Walsh be picked here. He's on his way to Boston. It's the first time Arkansas has had 3 players.
Yeah, we have
drafted
59.
Since they had
The Bucks
4
have 60.
in 1992, Jay.
Well, Jordan Walsh is a long-armed wing defender. As a primary defender, he held his assignment to 34% from the field. He takes great pride on the defensive end. He rebounds his position. He shot just 27% from behind the arc, but he's going to get better in that area. But he was drafted for his athleticism, and he's a defensive-driven prospect.
And he does everything. At the Combine, he had 15 points, 7 boards, and 5 assists. Scored in the top half in every athletic speed category. He's going to bring a lot. Scoring is going to be where he can improve, but the defense and the athleticism is why Sacramento got him.
The picks, they keep on coming. Let's head back to the podium and Deputy NBA Commissioner.
I know for a fact there's going to be a couple times that I rant about Wes Unseld Jr. I'm going to rant about him getting fired.
With the 39th pick in the 2023 NBA Draft, the Charlotte Hornets select Mohamed Gay from Dakar, Senegal, and Washington State University.
Mohamed Gay, he led the Pac-12 with 15 double-doubles last season.
I don't think Noel's going to get drafted.
Here in the building, sharing this moment with his friends and family who have waited with him to hear his name called, making his way down to shake hands with Deputy Commissioner Mark Tatum. He did withdraw from the 2022 NBA Draft, got a little bit more experience, Jay, and here he is.
Well, another long-armed guy. He's 6'10" with a 7'3" wingspan. He's ball skilled, and he's a guy that's got a ton of potential. He can create quality looks for himself at the rim, and he's an underrated passer, but a willing rebounder. He gets a lot of deflections, steals, and blocks. Only shot 27% from 3, but I think he's going to be a solid defender, and his measurables are really, really good.
Mohamed Gay out of Washington State getting his moment with Deputy Commissioner Mark Tatum. Hey, it says that Charlotte is on the clock once again, but that's not quite it. The Los Angeles Lakers, they have the pick coming up after this. We will discuss on the other side of the break.
All right. We're getting there, guys. Getting to that finish line, man.
That when we push that button, we destroy the world.
We're getting to that finish line. Ugh. I ate my food. Now I got the itis. Really want to go to sleep.
I don't know if we can be trusted with such a weapon.
Got the 57 pick, it says. Dude.
3, 2.
Oh, well, yeah, technically, I forgot. Because two second-round picks got forfeited. So, you're right. It's
what inspired Naomi to create an unrivaled wine.
The 57 pick. You're right, not the 59.
To push flavor in
the
new
57 pick.
directions for a
And then the
taste
Bucks have the
like no
58th
other.
pick.
Naomi, flavor forward.
You're absolutely right.
Everything looks so good.
Right?
Because,
I'm hearing the new Google Pixel is really great.
two teams, second-round picks that got forfeited.
This one looks nice.
Or
That's
taken
a
away
house
for like
favorite.
tampering or something like
Insert
that.
with your choice of
So yeah, it's only
There's got to be a catch.
No catch. And no
58
trades required
teams
either.
drafting. There's only 58 picks in the second round as opposed to 60.
I come here a lot. Love the
You're
service.
absolutely right.
At AT&T, new and existing customers can choose any Google Pixel with your choice of plans and always get our best deal.
Freaky.
European roots.
Mari Bailey.
Say roots? Magic Root cover up by L'Oreal Paris. I can cover your
I don't believe anybody got Gigi Jackson. I don't believe anybody got Maxwell Lewis, unless I'm wrong. Let me check.
Nick Fury. It would appear you're not dead after all.
Got that right. Now streaming. Nick Fury returns in a 6-episode event.
This will mean total annihilation.
I started this. I'm gonna end it. Marvel Studios presents Secret Invasion, streaming on Disney+. And there's more.
That's being, what, confident? Cocky. Crazy.
When you add Hulu for just $2 more a month.
You said Maxwell Lewis.
Me too.
Maxwell Lewis is still available. And Gigi Jackson is still available.
Same time, every game day.
So,
which means more tips for your dasher, business
yeah,
for your corner store, and just maybe a superstitious boost for your team. Support your.
We have 2 more picks until the Wizards pick again. And then at that point, we just got to wait for number 57. Wait for number 57. Oh, God. And I'm going to lose my mind if we get to 57 and the Wizards trade it. So, which basically means I could have got off stream and went to sleep. TG said apparently Lakers are interested in Lewis. Well, you said imagine they traded both picks. I'll be pissed. I'll be pissed because I'm on reserve tanks. Oof. I'm looking at Twitter now. I don't care about spoilers. I'm at a point where I don't care about spoilers unless it's for the Wizards pick. I'm not about to be on here for the Wizards pick, but all these other joints, yeah, I don't care about the spoilers for. So yeah, it's looking like Max Lewis is about to go to Mari Bailey. It looked like the Hornets is about to go. So that's 2 guys. That's 2 guys that we just brought up. That we just brought up is on the move. I mean, it's getting picked up.
Welcome back to the 2023 NBA Draft. JJ said when we come back, can I complain real quick? So I guess the answer is yes, JJ. What's up?
When I got to Barclays today and I looked around and I saw these gigantic tables, I thought back to my draft night.
Yep.
And they only allowed 8 people at the table. My 2 agents, I'm one of 5. My little sister was up in the stands and I fought the NBA and they wouldn't give it to me. And I still feel bad about it 17 years later. I was literally texting her tonight and I was like, you wouldn't believe the size of these tables.
Well, hopefully, next time we should just invite your sister to come hang out with us up here.
Let it go. Let it go, brother.
That's pretty close. That's pretty close. While we were in the break, Maxwell Lewis, he was selected by the Los Angeles Lakers. By the Los Angeles Lakers. And JJ, I know you're a big fan of his game.
Yeah, he's got a lot of game. He scores at all 3 levels. There's question marks from Jay Billis about his efficiency, but there's no doubt that this guy can hoop.
He is long and athletic. He's an upside pick. He makes plays and he crashes the glass.
He's on his way to the Los Angeles Lakers. Let's head back to the podium and Deputy
Biggie, the Wizards traded the 35th pick to the Bulls for 2 future second-round picks, so they didn't pick anybody with the 35th pick. So they only have 3 picks. They only have 3 picks. The 8th, the
freshman guard is
the 42nd, and the 57th.
He joined Zach LaVine and Lonzo Ball as the only freshman guards drafted out of UCLA over the last 10 drafts. He was teammates with both Zaire Wade and Bronny James at Sierra Canyon. And
so the Wizards have 2 more picks left. Ooh, they've only made
some nice pearls going on there. The jewelry, the accessories.
This will be
into his NBA
second
career.
Draft pick for the Wizards tonight.
I watched Amari Bailey and talked to him at the Combine, and I thought what was the most impressive about his Combine performance is he showed he could play on or off the ball. And we're going to watch highlights about how he could score on the wing, and he's a crafty scorer. But
cut this music off, ESPN. Bailey's a cool pickup, though. Small, but definitely can hoop. Definitely can hoop.
Season, he added to that at the Combine.
Well, he's a versatile offensive player. He can go off the dribble. He's got a very good middle game. The lefty is a good driver. And to your point, Andrea, at the Combine, You know, he had 36 points, 14 assists in 40 minutes, and shot 58% in those 2 games. And it's just 40 minutes that he put those numbers up. And I thought he took a big jump when Jalen Clark was lost to injury to the Bruins late in the season. He really sort of stepped up his productivity and stepped into that void and showed what he's capable of.
Let's go, Wizards.
He's a good player that's got a high upside.
Yeah, and to that point, I mean,
go, baby.
Over 17 points per game during the conference and NCAA tournaments. That's stepping up from averaging 9.6 during the regular season. So he has stepped up. I think Richard Jefferson would be proud of his lack of shirt choice as well.
I'm fine with him doing it because he's 19. I always have a problem with RJ when he goes with like 3 buttons unbuttoned.
Oh, when it's just 3, I'm good with it. It's when it gets to like 4, 5, that's when it gets a little bit disturbing. And now we have Washington on the clock. And we talked about Washington a little bit earlier, JJ. A lot of movement, clearly going into a full rebuild under Mike Winger here. What do you see there?
It's interesting. I think this is the first time.
I ain't never ever seen you act like this before. You getting buckets. How you feel?
Bradley Beal, Kristaps Porzingis, and Chris Paul, and you get back 1 first-round pick, which is protected in 2030. That's not typically what we see. Now, the circumstances of all of these, Bradley Beal has a no-trade clause. He can kind of dictate where he went. Kristaps Porzingis had an opt-in to his player option that came down to midnight.
Thank you for the $1.99.
And then with Chris Paul,
said,
he's not at the stage in his career where he's going to necessarily warrant a first pick. First-round pick. They end up getting one in 2030 in the future.
And then
for
pick number 35, that got traded to the Chicago Bulls. The Chicago Bulls are giving us 2 future, don't know what years yet, 2 future second round picks.
Jordan Poole may
and we're about to pick right now. And then we also have pick number 58 or 57.
This is a team that after John Wall and Bradley Beal and Otto Porter Jr., which was like 10 years ago, they have not drafted high in the lottery. They have been consistently in that 8 to 12 spot. And it's really hard to draft franchise-level players outside of the top 3.
Yeah, take a look on our screens, the key players here for the Washington Wizards. It looks a little bit different than it did even a couple of weeks ago. Jay, as you're looking at guys that could potentially fit the timeline and what Washington is trying to do here, what do you have your eyes on?
Well, I mean, there are a number of good players available, but it depends kind of what you want. Like the guys that are ready to play now, the college players. You know, I like Trace Jackson Davis. I mean, I would take him.
I brought him up. Trace Jackson Davis. I brought him up.
Andrea, I know you are also very high on Trace. Let's head back to the podium.
With the 42nd pick in the 2023 NBA Draft, the Washington Wizards select Tristan Vukcevic.
Oh, I forgot somebody brought him up.
Tristan Vukcevic from Athens. Bobby Marks has been zeroed in on his game.
Malika, he played extremely well in the Chicago pre-draft camp to the point where he was shut down for game 2. He's got a little bit of everything. Fadeaways, got great length, 7 foot, can shoot from the perimeter.
Somebody brought him up.
The big question for him would be,
because I vividly remember saying, "Oh, dude from Real Madrid, right?" Something like that. I forgot who, because my brain is mush right now because it's 12 o'clock at night, so I can't vividly remember. But I vividly remember me saying that
earlier in the second round. But a nice selection, just based on his upside.
Yeah, he began his pro career with Real Madrid back in 2018-19, and like you said, even talking to Nikola Jokic about this, he had an option not necessarily to come over to the Denver Nuggets right away. The way that things fell with his team that he was supposed to go play with in Spain, they saw a game that he didn't play very well in, and they said, no thank you, actually you're going to be headed to the NBA, and it seemed to have worked out pretty well for him. But sometimes with these second round picks, we do see a little bit of that here. Once again, we find the Portland Trailblazers back on the clock. There are just so many questions, JJ, that surround the Trailblazers, but really they start and end with Damian Lillard.
They start and end with
He's
Damian
Serbian?
Lillard, and so far he's indicated that he doesn't want to continue down the path that they're on, which he wants veteran players that are going to help them win now. And when they pick Scoot Henderson and they hold on to that pick, that signifies to me.
Oh, he's from Serbia.
Countdown.
We got a big from Serbia in the second round.
To contention.
What more do you want,
for
guys?
This current roster.
It's certainly not mutually exclusive the minute that they make.
I mean, he shot 37% from 3,
but,
80% from the free throw line, 55% from the field. I'm gonna have some highlight tapes to look at, man. God. I need them to get these joints in quicker. They're getting them in pretty quick, but I need them to go faster.
NBA draft, the Portland Trailblazers select Ryan Rupert from Paris, France.
Ryan Rupert, selected 43rd by the Portland
Next
Trailblazers, sharing a long embrace with his family, the folks who were there for every step of this journey. He is the last man in the green room tonight, a smile across his face as he waited patiently as hours and picks went by for his moment to hear his name called. And now that moment is finally here. His father was actually the captain of the French national team and had a 17-year pro career.
Oh my God.
And now Ryan.
I got that future in the background, man. Maggie said, listen, Bates will fit nicely in this rebuilding team. What's really these like 80 pounds to be young. I forgot. Hey, Imani Bates is still on the board. That is true. He is still on the board. The Spurs aren't going to pick him. Imani Bates is not a Spurs type of pick. I don't know if Imani Bates is a Wizards type of pick now. I can see the Grizzlies getting him.
But they've got a steal at pick 43.
Averages.
All right. Enough with the music. Guys, I'm so tired. Oh, my God. Most of you I was thinking Porzingis. Bay said, listen, okay. I read that one. Once again, thank you guys for all staying in here with me. I'm fighting so hard not to fall asleep on this stream. Oh my God, man. This is taking a lot out of me. Oof. It really is.
Incredible guards, one that is proven and in a stratosphere of his own, and then of course Scoot Henderson hoping to kind of come into that a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, you got Scoot Henderson, who's incredibly explosive.
Excuse me.
Worthy of the second pick behind Wembanyama. He went third. And then you've got Chris Murray, who you can plug in and play right away. And then Ryan Rupert, who you can, at 43, is a value pick. As Bobby just said, he graded out as a first rounder. And his defensive potential with his length and athleticism, you can wait a little while on him.
Well, I've never seen him play. If you're looking at me like I have something to add to this.
I'll tell you, though, there's potential with his shot. Like, it's not janky. It's not wonky. He has soft touch on his shot. Like, it's not one that you're like, oh, his form. Like, his form is nice. He doesn't shoot very often. So there's definitely a foundational piece that you can build with offensively.
Try to see you went international to draft.
Again, let's head back to the podium. And
yeah, it seems like a lot of people are high on Tristan.
With the 44th pick in the 2023 NBA Draft, the San Antonio Spurs select Sidi Sissoko from Paris, France, and the NBA G League's Team Ignite.
Sidi Sissoko.
How many Frenchmen
the first European
are getting drafted?
To join the G League Ignite here, Bobby.
Yeah, Malika. You actually stole my thunder. That's what I was going to say there. But you're right. I think the big question for him is he's another one of these
hold on. Y'all look at this about Tristan. Hold on. He may not be a draft and stash. Cause check this out. Draft Express said NBA teams who have expressed interest have been told that Vucevic does not want to be stashed in Europe next season, sources told ESPN. Vuk is looking for a team to pay his buyout and bring him over immediately, likely eliminating the option of signing a two-way contract. So, he trying to hoop. He ain't trying to be a drafted stash. He trying to hoop, according to this. Bro trying to hoop. Okay. Charles said he put up 21 in the draft combine. I see. But when he said, man, trying to hoop, I like it. Yeah, I mean, you know, if I could avoid the draft or staffs, I would. I like it. I'll watch some highlights on them like tomorrow or something like that, though. Watch some highlights. He's 20 years old. NBA Draft.net, that's his NBA comparison, is Frank Kaminsky. Ooh. Look at that, some scouting report information. These dogs are howling outside. This is nuts. Matt, you said bro built like them kind of. Fish, you said he played like Yoke. I mean like Yoke. Teaser, you said Memphis got Gigi. Oh yeah, I just see. They got Gigi. All right now. God, yeah, I ain't gonna cap, man. I'm looking at how far down the Wizards. You know what? I may just call it, guys. I'm legit. I got work tomorrow. It's 12 o'clock. I'm about to fall asleep. And I just looked at this list, and there are so many teams that have to draft before the Wizards draft again. I think I'm gonna call it quits before I fall asleep and start snoring in y'all ear. I'm exhausted. Oh my God. Oh no, man. Josh, you said stay up. I'm trying. Shoot, I'm trying. Whew. I'm an old man at heart, you know. I'm 26, but I'm really like 40. My bedtime for real, like 10 o'clock. I'll be in the bed by like 10. I'm gonna try to keep pushing. We only have 4 hours. I'm gonna try to keep going. I ain't ending it yet. I'm gonna try to keep going, man.
Is them coming from overtime elite, that's a path that's going to be increasingly popular over the next couple of years.
I'm gonna try to stay up, ultimately. I'm about to grab like a pillow or something.
To this moment,
to this stage, I'm about to get comfy at least. If I'm gonna be up, I'm finna get comfy now. I done been in this chair.
Their entire lives come to fruition. And another college player was just selected when we were in break out of South Carolina, Gigi Jackson. And Andrea, you were asking around, thoughts on Gigi Jackson, but I want to hear yours.
Well,
I'm about to get comfy in this
Jackson is his inconsistency, but the highs are extremely high. He can score the basketball, catch and shoot. He can get to the rim. It's like
only thing that'd be better is if this chair reclined. If this chair could recline back,
he is fun to watch when he is at his best.
Once again, Gigi Jackson was selected while we were in break, and now we head back to Deputy Commissioner.
He should have got a McDonald's coffee.
With the 46th pick in the
High key.
2023 NBA draft,
High
the Atlanta
key.
Hawks select Seth Lundy from Penn State University.
Seth Lundy, the 2022-23 All Big Ten honorable mention,
it should be
to the Big Ten
1 minute on the clock
team here
for each pick.
Seth Lundy.
I don't know how much time they got, but it should be 1 minute each. You need to have your pick in 1 minute.
He's a pure shooter. High release on his shot, shoots over 40% from three, and he can rebound his position. But the thing that makes him valuable
definitely need to get upgraded. I definitely need a recliner.
He can shoot the lights out.
I get the recliner, I'll fall asleep in this joint. I don't care.
He's a really good shooter.
Atlanta knows a thing or two about guys who have really deep range. I'm looking at Trae Young here, Andrea.
Yeah, just a little bit, and I was impressed by Seth Lundy at the Combine. I thought he was one of the hardest workers in the drill. Making his cuts on catch and shoot, everything was game speed. He's breaking a full sweat.
All right, Kevin, have a good night, my man.
Right through the
Thanks
shooting
for tuning
drills.
in, bro.
He is going as fast as possible in every single one. I was
Put
impressed by
some
him.
cold water,
He's the
yeah.
youngest of 7 siblings, right? So when you're the youngest of 7, then you're always going to be like, you know what? Okay, let me show you what I can do. Let me show you how you're going to pay attention, and clearly he has done that.
Yeah, he did that. I mean, he hits shots, he plays hard, he defends. Jay talks about his wingspan. He can get tips on the basketball without having to lunge, without having to get out of position. He slides his feet. Again, we talk about his motor up and down the floor. He'll bring a lot to it.
Let's reset here because the Los Angeles Lakers are on the clock. Ding, ding, ding. That's a buzzword for you there, Jay. Whenever the Lakers are on the clock, I am turning to Jay.
Jumping jacks or something in this
Guys, we've been
joint.
here a while at this point, but
What's
we
your
are
favorite team, Jay?
excited.
I grew up in L.A.
None the less. What's your middle
I
name,
watched
Jay?
Jerry West play. Scoot.
Need some smelling salts in this joint.
There we go. The mean streets of Rolling Hills.
Let's talk about the Los Angeles Lakers before we get too far off the tracks here, JJ. Although this pick is going to be in just a little bit, I'm hearing that we're getting closer and closer to it, and it's also on its way now to the Pacers. There's so much movement here. So no longer Los Angeles, on its way to the Pacers. We haven't spent much time with Indiana tonight. What do you think about the direction of that franchise?
I really like the direction of the franchise. You know, the big thing is they have a franchise player. They have an all-NBA type talent in Tyrese Halliburton. Buddy Hield and Miles Turner, those two guys have been in trade rumors for years. Even going back to last offseason, right? There was a deal that almost went through with the Los Angeles Lakers. I think Tyrese Halliburton is probably the best passer outside of maybe Nikola Jokic right now in terms of the way that he sets his teammates up. Loves the jump pass.
Yeah.
I love the pick earlier, surrounding him with shooting and Ben Shepherd, and I think they continue to try to do that.
He was really hurt, right, when he left Sacramento at first and quickly turned the page and how he can make an imprint on this community, on this team in Indiana. Obviously, they have the All-Star game next year. I expect him to be a tremendous ambassador of that, already sort of talking about it. But it's clear that he wants to attract
come on,
talent
man.
to Indiana.
It's been like 5 minutes. Why does the pick in the second round take this long?
We're actually going to take a little bit of a break here. So first, we will do that, and then on the other side, we will have Indiana's pick via the Los Angeles Lakers.
They BSing. I ain't gonna cap y'all. They BSing. Oh my God, this is so dragged out. NFL be like, yo, we in like the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th round. Y'all got about like a minute 30 seconds. Get your pick in and let's go. Let's get this thing cranking and moving and moving. NBA out here bojangling, man. They out here bojangling on the picks. I gotta be at work by 9 too. They gotta get a better system than this, man. The coverage team is dry, so it's not like I'm even laughing or I'm entertained. They ain't got live. The fans ain't lit. It ain't no like, you know, if the coverage was better, like more entertaining, I should say, more than just like analysis, maybe some funny, good banter. Maybe I'd be, you know, I can key a little bit and I'd be a little energized. Oh man, NBA killing me with this one. I'm about to, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm about to go to the kitchen, grab me like a cold bottle of water or something. Give me some pop. I'll be right back. Maybe it's 5-hour energy in there somewhere. We back, man. We back. I got some ice cream. I got popsicle.
The LA Clippers select Jordan Miller from the University of Miami.
Jordan Miller,
got popsicle, man.
Four brothers,
I just ain't got me yet, man. It ain't got me yet.
All ACC, rather, second team, and ACC All Tournament second team selection.
A lefty knows how to play. A terrific cutter. A connector out there on the floor. A really good finisher. A solid defender. You know, a lot of coaches in the ACC thought that Jordan Miller was the best all-around player in the league. That's how good he was.
I'm hoping.
Along with Isaiah Long last year for their Final Four team under
this
Jim
little
Larinaga.
sugar that's in this popsicle.
Jordan Miller's a really good
Give me the
basketball
last little bit of energy. This little home stretch we on. I'm hoping.
Maybe it's an offensive
hoping give me
putback,
enough energy.
Steal leading to a layup, and then it's
this
a three-point
sugar in this
shot.
popsicle.
He does everything. He rebounds the ball. He plays hard. He's got a spin move that I love that he uses in traffic, and he's just got a bright personality. Loves playing with his teammates. Loves the game of basketball. Has a good foundation to build on.
Jordan Miller, as Bobby Mark said, keep an eye on potentially a two-way situation for him with the Los Angeles Clippers as we turn our attention to the Cleveland Cavaliers here, JJ.
All right.
A nice young nucleus that they have built surrounding Donovan Mitchell, surrounding Jared Allen, surrounding Darius Garland. What do you see for them?
Well, there's a lot of talent there, and particularly with Evan Mobley, Donovan Mitchell, Jared Allen, and of course Darius Garland, one of my favorite players in the league. The issue last year
we are
was just that
1,
fifth spot,
2, 3,
and
4,
trying to figure out
6,
a closing lineup in that
8.
fifth spot. They really struggled in clutch
You're
games.
8 picks
and
away.
The lack of shooting really got exposed in
until
that
I can go to
first round
sleep.
series
8 more
against
picks.
the New York Knicks.
defensively, it seems like they have all the tools. It's just where are they going to get some of those sparks?
Oh, Evan Mobley has like a chance to be a generational defensive player.
Every tool literally that he could possibly have. Taking a look here at some of the key players that the Cleveland Cavaliers have. Of course, Isaac Okoro as well. But yeah, a little bit of a disappointing end to their season. I think Stephen A. Smith would disagree with me.
Brian Windhurst said this right before the playoffs started. I thought it was one of the smartest things I've heard about the Cleveland Cavaliers.
Biggie, thanks for the dollar. You see them people in the Titan.
You look at their offensive
got
rating,
eaten by sharks.
I ain't never ever seen you act like this before.
About
you getting
submarine?
buckets. How you feel?
Excellent. But when it came time to win games in the clutch, they really struggled. Donovan Mitchell at times struggled in the clutch, and he's their primary shot creator in those situations. And then again, in that first round series, it wasn't just the lack of shooting, it was the physicality of the New York Knicks. And you got to wonder, for a lot of those guys going through their first playoff run, the lessons they learned from that.
Sometimes you have to go through it in order to get to the top of the mountain here. Let's see who the Cleveland Cavaliers will be adding to their roster now as we head back to Mark Tate.
With the 49th pick in the 2023 NBA Draft, the Cleveland Cavaliers select Imani Bates from Eastern Michigan.
There you go,
University.
Imani Bates.
Imani Bates, the first player selected from Eastern Michigan since 1998. Obviously a huge high school prospect here, Jay, as you can see some of the covers that he was on, including Slam Magazine there.
98, that was Derek Dial.
Yes, it was. How old were you, Andrea?
A long time ago.
In 98.
So sad. Everybody was like, Imani Bates the next KD.
I was
They
39.
said, Imani Bates the next
Imani Bates, when he
KD.
came out of high school, was, if not the top prospect, one of the top prospects. He was expected to be a lottery pick. Went to Memphis. He did not have the best of years. He struggled a little bit. He's not, I wouldn't say he's slight of build, but he's not a big, strong athlete. But he's an isolation scorer. He can create his own. There's still a lot of upside with him. He's not a great defender, but offensively he can make shots. But I think a lot more was expected of him, and he took a lot of hits his freshman year at Memphis.
That's
he took
crazy.
A lot of criticism, and I think it affected him. But he bounced back really nicely at Eastern Michigan last year.
He can absolutely score the basketball, and sometimes that's all he looks to do. And sometimes I think about the psychology of a player, somebody who was so hyped and thought of coming out of high school. It's almost like, I've got to prove myself. I've got to prove myself, instead of just playing the game. But clearly there's a lot of
crazy,
talent
man.
there.
Well, and that's why we talk about with Victor Wembanyama, with LeBron James. It is so incredibly rare to be able to have that sort of build-up and then be able to live up to it. But now he's going to have an opportunity in the NBA to sort of bounce back
Not too
from
far
all of
away.
that, Andrea.
And we talk about fit, right? And Cleveland was 28th in the
7
league.
picks
in terms
away,
of
about
bench
to be 6
scoring.
picks
so
away.
If scoring is what he's always done well, if he can come in the second unit and score, that's going to be huge.
Well, JJ smiling because scoring is what Cleveland needs. Let's head back to Deputy Commissioner Mark Tadium at the podium.
With the 50th pick in the 2023 NBA Draft, the Oklahoma City Thunder select Keontae Johnson from Kansas State University.
Keontae City Thunder, just an incredible journey for him. We will continue with more of those incredible stories from the 2023 NBA Draft after this.
We getting there. Almost over. Okay, I'm looking at these Tristan highlights, man. Okay, I like what I'm seeing. Shooter alert. Big man. Big man shooter alert. I gotta look up more info on this Titan too. I was supposed to. I retweeted something about it imploding, but I ended up. Okay, it says breaking. A top secret U.S. Navy acoustic detection system first picked up the Titan submersible implosion just hours after the sub began its mission on Sunday. Almost immediately after the sub lost communication with its mothership, the Navy began listening in. Shortly thereafter, the U.S. detected what it suspected was the sign of an implosion near the debris site, which was discovered on Thursday. So they, oh no, tough. Navy said, "Nah, bro, we need to keep what's up, so Junior, so we can keep losing." Oh. A 19-year-old dad with his dad. You know, I saw something. They said it was an episode of The Simpsons that predicted it. Not that specifically, but like they had an episode with something of that nature, which was pretty crazy. Oh, we're back.
With the 51st pick in the 2023 NBA Draft, the Brooklyn Nets select Jalen Wilson from the University of Kansas.
Jalen Wilson,
boy, that boy,
from
get
Kansas,
up.
the
That
fourth
boy,
Kansas
Carolina
player to
sharp
average 20 points per game in a season over the last 25 years. He is in the building here tonight, sharing this moment with all of those who came with him to witness him making that transition into his professional career.
That's fact.
Andrea, I mentioned the averaging 20 points per game.
I know it's his scoring that stood out to you as he makes that walk to shake hands with Deputy Commissioner Mark Tatum.
Jalen Wilson is a remarkable scorer. Scored a career-high 38 points against Kansas State in January. That was the most points by a Kansas player since Andrew Wiggins had 41 back in 2014. He finished the season with 7 straight 20-point games. Doesn't have explosive burst or bounce, but he's strong. He takes contact well. He drives to the basket hard, and he is extremely versatile, can score in a variety of ways. He struggled at the combine, did not shoot the basketball well, but going back to the season, that is what he did remarkably.
Yeah, he led the Big 12 in scoring and rebounding. He's a really good wing rebounder and a good slot driver, but he got better every year. And he's one of those guys, you can stick him into the game. He plays well with others, and it's not all about
Oh,
him.
no. This is Jay-Z. I mean, God.
Players, and then you can see the Nets draft picks tonight. Andrea, you like them?
I do. I mean,
wait, so is this is 52?
Like they lacked intensity, they lacked toughness, and all three of these players
how you
bring
feel
that,
about
especially
OKC
on the
getting
defensive end.
I just wonder if maybe it was identity, right? The Brooklyn Nets, they had such a clear identity.
Good move.
Even pre-Kevin
Good
Durant,
move.
when they were sort of clawing their way back.
Good move.
Sort of this team that just had a lot of scrappiness to them, that Karis LeVert team, that Spencer Dinwiddie team, and then they were the superstar team, and now it's sort of figuring out what the next iteration of Brooklyn is.
Well, Kenny Atkinson did a great job with player development.
Yeah.
Jared Allen, Joe Harris, Spencer Dinwiddie, all these guys. I played against them in the playoffs. They were the 6th seed prior to them going out and getting Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving. And look, you have an opportunity to go get Kevin Durant. You go get Kevin Durant, even coming off that injury. It's the same rationale the Phoenix Suns used at the trade deadline this season. You have a chance to get an iconic all-time great. You go get him. But ultimately, that reshifting of the roster, it does change a little bit of that.
How'd you grade your
speaking of the Phoenix Suns, Washington is currently on the clock. But this
I would say
is going to Washington. This pick is from Phoenix, and Mark Tatum has the pick now.
Well, they
With the 52nd pick in the 2023 NBA Draft, the Phoenix Suns select Toumani Camara from Brussels, Belgium, and the University of Dayton.
Toumani Camara,
Brussels State
in the building in Barclays Center. He was the team captain and the team's second leading scorer here for Dayton, just under 14 points per game. He led the Atlantic 10 in rebounds per game, the second most in the season by a Flyer over the last 20 seasons. Jay, what stands out to you?
Well, he's agile. He's got good feet. He's long-armed. He's a really good offensive rebounder, and he's a very good defender with that 7-foot wingspan.
So we got...
he can switch out.
We got 4 more picks in front of the Wizards, and Fisher, man, you don't even know, bro. I'm about to hit my head on the table, man. KO'd. Apparently ESPN got that wrong. I just saw. I was just looking up because I didn't know. Apparently the ESPN graphic was wrong because apparently the Suns kept 52. Wait. I lied. All right, never mind. That pick was ours. Okay. Shams just tweeted and said, yeah, he said this pick is going to Washington as part of the Bradley Beal trade. Okay. Okay. You know what? That's going to be the last pick I see. It's 12:33. It's almost 1 a.m. I gotta go to sleep, y'all. I got work. I gotta be up in like 8 hours. Thank you guys for tuning in, man. I appreciate all the donations. I appreciate all the support, the likes. Thanks for chilling in here with me as I'm about to pass out, go to sleep. We'll see who the Wizards draft for the last pick, but I ain't about to be on here to see it. So thanks for tuning in with me, man. Have a good rest of the night, guys. And I'll see you guys later. Peace.